Prologue. The Chimera shouldn't have been much of a problem by itself, but they were just so worn out. The group had used up their resources, and now, with the teleport block in place, they couldn't escape. So here they found themselves, the Shadow Wolves, one of the very few diamond-level adventuring groups. Silas, their rogue, had already fallen, his body lost in an acid storm without enough left for the healer Nina to attempt to resurrect. Now, the three of them were on a 10x10 floating tile of magical basalt, a river of lava carrying them along. An enchantment from Kiro, their elementalist, protected them from the worst of the heat, and another held the raft together. Now, though, a chimera kept dive-bombing them, breathing its fiery breath and swiping at them with its stinger-tipped tail. Kiro was too busy to do much other than protect them until they reached the end of the river, and Nina didn't specialize in ranged attacks. That left him, Udon, their tank and leader. He had a crossbow with sufficient enchantments on it to hit the beast, but archery was hardly his expertise. Worse still, the raft they were on was not a stable platform, as it pitched from side to side upon the waves of molten lava. Udon cursed to himself. He was Udon the Invincible, Udon who had stood against an entire company of Terran knights. Now, though, he couldn't bring his might to bear. He might survive, but only if he could keep the others alive, too. Without Kiro, they would surely end up in the river of lava. Udon wanted to live, yet, like any true adventurer, he wanted to succeed with just as much passion. He wanted to finish this dungeon and do what no other had before. He wanted to end the threat it posed to the Four Kingdoms. Thus, when the Chimera dove at them, he stepped in front of the others and tried to deflect it off his shield while thrusting with his sword at the creature's exposed chest. His hardiness was without equal. As strong as the beast was, it was no match for him, and he was able to deflect it. Stone stands held him firmly anchored to the basalt tile. His sword cut a deep wound into the beast, and his shield worked as intended. Perhaps it worked too well, for the creature slid off the shield and struck Kiro. Udon cursed at the mistake. They were his friends, but they knew better. Kiro should have stood farther back. Now, instead, despite his efforts to save them, the mage was sliding across the smooth basalt futilely, trying to find a handhold. His screams when he fell into the lava were heartrending, but ever the consummate warrior, Udon knew he had to finish this enemy, or there would be no chance of rescuing his friend. He called out to Nina, "Do what you can!" Even then he was slashing repeatedly against the hide of the beast. The magical blade left gory wounds in its wake as the poison enchantment forged into the metal coursed through the blood of the Chimera. The creature was struck down, its ferocity no match for Udon's implacable might. One more blow pushed it into the lava, where even its innate fire resistance was not enough to protect its fine, bat-like wings from shriveling up. Udon turned to see his friend still shrieking and stuck in the lava. Nina's magical staff had apparently slipped out of her hands when she tried to use it to pull Kiro back onto the raft, and it was now burning up next to the elementalist. All of them had some fire resistance. The elementalist undoubtedly had the most. But this lava possessed a heat beyond the ordinary. If it had been anyone else, he would have already been dead. From the sound of Kiro's screams, the mage would have preferred death to the torment he was enduring. For a moment, the warrior felt as though they were going to overcome this horrid situation. If he could just fish the mage out of the lava, Nina's magic could work miracles of healing. But any adventurer who had survived as long as Udon knew that "if" was just another word for wishing. Luck was a cruel mistress. It was then that the worst potential outcome occurred, and Kiro lost consciousness. It was a miracle that he had held on as long as he had. It was absolutely a testament to his power and focus that he had managed to hold on to his enchantments, even while being roasted alive in the lava. Finally, the Piper had come calling, and the enchantments protecting them, as well as those keeping the raft afloat, failed. Without Kiro's focus, it was only a matter of time. The wave of heat that hit Udon sucked all the air from his body. His throat was seared and his lungs scorched in an instant. The basalt of the raft cracked, broke up, and liquefied in the intense heat. Udon wanted to scream in defiance of fate. If any god had been listening, it would have sounded more like a cry of agony. Here, far from the light of day, the shadow wolves met their death. Their remains would be lost forever, consumed in a river of molten fire, and just as his enchanted sword sank into the lava, so would their names sink into obscurity. Unbeknownst to Udon, there were some who had been watching their progress. Eyes watched their defeat from a room at the peak of a tall tower hundreds of miles away. Well, perhaps not watching, but they were certainly tracking them through magic. Those same spectators were now meeting at the top room of a tower located in New Rome, the capital city of Terra. This tower was the headquarters of the Terran chapter of the Sojourners Guildhall. At least that was its proper name. Most everyone simply called it the Adventurers Guild. Those present in this room were not just anyone. They were 3 men and a woman who helped to shape the destinies of kingdoms. Their fingers could be found in just about every major conflict or trade deal. That was, if you knew where to look. Yet they also looked tired. They were all in their twilight years, and more than one of them wondered if they had it left within them to overcome one more challenge. And the beast was hardly a simple challenge. Each bore the title of Guild Master, but, in truth, they were the heads of the 4 chapters of the guild. It was a custom going back into the annals of history. Once a year, the 4 guild masters would meet to discuss the events of the world. Lately, those meetings had increased in frequency. The incursions from the abyss became more frequent and deadlier, and the 4 kingdoms would not be able to resist them much longer. The danger was far from public knowledge, though. Each guildmaster felt the weight of expectation from their respective sovereigns. They were supposed to handle this problem. In turn, each of them had tried to handle it on their own. 2 years ago, however, they had decided to pool their resources. Now, at least, the teams they sent made it into the fabled dungeon. Those teams might not accomplish much, but it was progress. At least, that was what they told themselves. Tonight, they met around a small table, drinking from a shared pitcher of ale. It was their practice to put aside their own preferences and share drinks from a common vessel. Thus, there could be no suspicion of poison. This time, since the meeting was being held in Terra, the Terran Guildmaster Charles got to pick the drink. For his money, there was nothing like a good cold ale. At least, in this world. He still wanted to try some of the strange-sounding drinks the first-gens described. As they bantered small talk around to avoid the issues facing them, all paid an inordinate amount of attention to 4 crystals sitting in the middle of the table. 3 of them were lit up brightly, and 1 was colored a dull charcoal. Sir Carsus, the Ogrian Guildmaster, guffawed at a joke, but quickly transitioned to a groan as suddenly another of the crystals turned dark. "Which one do you suppose that was?" he asked, but the question became moot as within the next minute, both the other crystals faded. Desmona of Asmar slammed her hand down on the table. She was the least prone of the 4 to outbursts. The normally quiet assassin vented her frustration with a precise strike that split the oak table down the middle. Even in mindless anger, she was deadly. Gah! I like this table. You're gonna have to pay for that! Charles shouted as he stepped back. Each of them was deadly in their own way, but he realized he needed more space than the petite assassin. She held her hands up in apology.
I'm sorry. I let my emotions get the better of me. It won't happen again.
Her grim tone said she wasn't really sorry. At least, not for breaking the table.
The table isn't the issue. What are we supposed to do now?
We will have to send another team. There isn't any choice. You know the consequences if we don't, Karsis said, the tension in his voice as evident as that upon his face. They argued back and forth about the lack of proper adventurers and what their options were until, finally, the most soft-spoken of them coughed. He was also the one longest on the council, Nemar of Roshia, and a summoner by class. His reputation was not limited to the deadly monsters he controlled. He was also equally known for his patience and wisdom. He was slow to act, but always prepared when he did so. We are going to have to do something different. Doing the same thing time after time and expecting a different result is pure insanity.
What then?
Desmona asked while the other two looked on. Nemar spoke slowly and deliberately to allow his words to sink in, for he knew how poorly they would be received. We are going to have to recruit and train up a team of first-gens. Preposterous! Sputtered Karsis.
Did you forget how few first-gens survive their first year in Io Kusante? Charles asked.
I have not. But when we have tried everything likely to work, what else is left but a long shot? Nemar asked. May the patrons have mercy on us all, Karsis intoned while making a hand gesture that the peasants customarily made to ward off evil.
If they even exist,
Desmona said softly, under her breath. Chapter 1. Butt of the Joke. His head hurt like he was coming off the worst bender ever, but he didn't remember even having a drink. Life had made little time for that lately. The funny thing was, the more he tried to think about the past few minutes, the less he could remember. He knew he had been driving home from work. It had been Friday night, and he remembered being upset. It was far too late to still be at work. He had been glad it was finally the weekend. Then, well, nothing. He just didn't remember after that. Until now, when he woke up feeling like a hippo had been using him as a back-scratcher. He wiggled his fingers and toes, and they moved. Hopefully there wasn't any permanent damage. It was about then that he realized he should probably open his eyes. That was when he knew he was still dreaming. At least, that seemed like the most likely situation. A big blue flashing screen appeared as soon as he opened his eyes.
Continue? Yes or no?
Try as hard as he might, he couldn't blink his eyes enough to make his vision clear. He couldn't shake his head. All he could move were his fingers and toes, and even those were limited. Tim tried willing himself awake, mentally chanting, "It's just a dream. It's just a dream. It's just a dream." Then he caught himself. What was he doing? If this was a dream, then why not go with it? There was a 1 in a quadrillion chance that it was real. But oh, if it was. If so, then why wouldn't he want to continue? He had watched enough isekai anime and read enough lit RPG to know that the blue screen was the universal sign of adventure. Anything had to be an improvement over life as an office drone. He really could have been an extra in the movie Office Space. So what did he have to lose? Yes. Once he mentally triggered the choice, he felt as much as heard the soft whirring sound of a computer fan as a warmth suffused his entire person. In the background, it almost sounded like a dial-up internet connection was being made.
Welcome to your new life in Io Kusente. You lost a bet, so you have been given a new start. Now, it's time to determine how you will begin in this new world. As is often the case, people think they have far more choice in matters than they actually do. So you are probably expecting to get a list of classes and races and all sorts of points to assign. Well, LMAO, aren't you cute? Life is random, and so too shall your start be. Here, roll this die 3 times, and let's find out what your starting trait, class, and level will be.
In front of his eyes, he saw a multicolored die spinning around. He couldn't tell how many sides it had, but there must have been hundreds. Somehow, he mentally reached out and shook it, just like he would have with dice on a tabletop game. He even heard the rattling sound like it was inside of one of those cups that his grandma had used when playing Yahtzee. Then it flashed in front of his eyes.
4,444,444,444,444,444,444. Oh, how exciting! It's been centuries since any sojourner got this trait. Ephemeral. Or, wait, maybe this is the first time. Either way, it kind of sucks to be you. Now, try for your class.
He screamed at the blue screen before him, but didn't know if anyone heard him. What bet? I didn't make any bet! At least, he couldn't remember making any bets. Admittedly, the last few hours, or maybe even the past day, were a little fuzzy. He toned down his anger and tried asking more questions. He hoped a more conciliatory tone would elicit an answer. What do you mean, it sucks to be me? What's this all mean? What's a sojourner and what is ephemeral? Does that mean that I only have a brief life? No answers were forthcoming. Eventually, after a couple of minutes of ranting, he looked up at the die. This time it was much smaller. He found he could mentally move it around, and instead of a blurring number of seemingly endless sides, it had exactly 16 sides. He was still upset by what was happening, but he figured there wasn't much he could do about it. So, here goes. He rolled the die again.
10. Blood Mage. Okay, I guess it could have been worse. For you, I mean. This should be pretty interesting watching you try to figure it out. While it lasts. LOL.
The more that he focused on the words in front of him, the less he could decide if he was actually hearing the words or only reading them on the blue screen.
Okay, well, no point in delaying. Roll for your level. Then we can see where this goes.
He wanted to argue, but the voice or words on the screen, whatever it might be, was correct. So he looked at the die once again. While it was the same sparkling prismatic form as the 2 times before, now it was numbered 1 to 20. Somehow he felt better about that. A D20 was something he was familiar with from his days as a kid playing D&D, so roll it he did.
19. Wow, that's almost as good as it gets. I guess you had some good luck coming your way after the earlier rolls. Sojourners usually get super excited about something like this. You will enter Io Kusente only 1 level from the max level. Sorta. The thing that no one ever thinks about is that this means you have a whole crap ton of abilities and no idea how to use any of them. Good luck with that. Now, though, comes the part where you get to pick some stuff. Even in a completely random universe, at least some of the time you get to make choices. So apply your level stat points for this class, and don't be slow about it. I get bored easily. Stat sheet. Name, Timothy Stein. Age, 70. Height, 5'10". Weight, 149 pounds. Class, Blood Mage. Asterisk. Level, 19th. XP, 156,000 out of 192,000. Hardiness, 14. Flexibility, 10. Acuity, 20. Sagacity, 14. Hit points, 218. Mana, 285. Offense, ? Defense, ? Faction, Terran, +50. Rashya, Asmar, Ogria, -10. Traits, Ephemeral. Equipped class skills/spells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Tim. That was his name. Being out of touch with his body, completely disoriented, and staring at a blue screen had almost caused him to forget his name. He still felt foggy, but seeing his name pop up on the stat sheet felt like a ray of sunlight piercing the clouds. It was a little piece of himself. He looked at the sheet. It differed from any game that he had played, but he had a pretty good idea what most of it was. He wondered if he could ask any questions to clarify exactly what the various stats meant, so he called out or projected out with his mind, whichever may be the case. "Isn't there a tutorial or something?"
You've been reading too many books, or maybe you are just confusing me with someone who cares. Let me make it simple for you. This is about you entertaining me, not the other way around.
Still, that isn't a no. I bet you I could be far more entertaining if only you explained the basics to me. No sooner had he said the word bet than he had the oddest sensation of watching an addict with their hands shaking as they were jonesing for their next rush. Of course, Tim didn't actually see anything like that. It was more of an intangible impression. Silence was his only answer, but still he waited. Finally, a sound like an explosive sigh filled his senses, and a new text popped up.
Fine. Whatever gets this over with faster. The first thing you need to know, and don't think I'm going to repeat this, is the rule of 4s. 4 is the controlling number. 4 nations, 4 primary stats, and 4 derivative stats. 4 class groups and 4 classes in each group. 4 skills or spells plus 1 for every 4 levels. Even the impact of stats is determined as multiples of 4. Hardiness is a combination of your physical hardiness, resistance, strength, and offense. Flexibility is a combination of your speed, dexterity, agility, and defense. Acuity is mental processing, mana pool, spell power, and perception. Sagacity is empathy, wisdom, willpower, and persuasion. Everything else is derived from those stats, your levels, and your gear. There is, of course, crossover in that flexibility controls precision, which certainly can impact offense, or sagacity controls understanding, which can influence how you utilize your perceptions. Free advice incoming, but don't get used to this. Every stat depends upon the others in some way, and they work synergistically. Derivative stats control how you interact with the world. Hit points are a summary of your ability to absorb or avoid damage. As long as you have at least 1 hit point remaining, you will never die. Even being stabbed through the heart wouldn't kill you, although it would certainly deal more damage than, say, being stabbed in your hand. If you are killed, then you, like all creatures of Io Kusente, will fade away into whatever comes next, and your body will dissipate. The higher your level, the longer it will persist before dissipating, and thus, the more time for restoration magic to be used on you. Mana controls how much energy you have to use for certain spells or skills. Both hit points and mana regenerate based upon the controlling stat and the rule of 4s. Offense controls how hard you can hit with a stick or how effective a spell will be, and is governed by your relevant stat, level, the skill or spell in use, and modifiers from your gear, if you had any. Defense controls how hard you are to be hit, as well as various resistances and such. It is governed in the same way as offense. Now, you get 1 stat point per level, so you have 19 stat points to assign. Do so quickly before randomness takes over.
Tim looked at the sheet. Blood Mage wasn't exactly a cheery class, but he hoped it was something like a necromancer. Not a class that he had much experience with, but he had seen how effective it could be in various games. He was certainly willing to give it a chance. Based upon how his stats were already assigned, he had to assume that acuity was the most important stat, so he figured that was where the most points should go. But he was also mindful of what he had read about the rule of 4s. He couldn't bring himself to believe that flexibility had no value as defense was always important, so he put 2 points into that, followed by 2 into both hardiness and sagacity. Then he dumped 12 into acuity. Tim figured he might as well add the last point, even though it wasn't a multiple of 4. As he looked on, his hit points went up by 10. Not much, but he figured every bit could help. His mana went up dramatically to 384, and his offense remained an unknown. He figured that was because he didn't have any skill or spell equipped. Defense was a measly 3. He didn't have any basis for comparison in this world, but he couldn't help but worry that it was rather pathetic.
That's it. Time's up. Here are some skills and spells. Now, off you go.
Chapter 2. Sojourner. With that, the blue screen disappeared, and suddenly he felt like he was falling from an airplane. That was until he came to an abrupt stop. Strangely, it didn't hurt, but he also couldn't say he liked the sensation. He looked up and saw a blue sky with wispy clouds, the sun just peeking over the horizon. Looking around, Tim tried to get his bearings. There were rolling hills and copses of trees spread out. It really looked like unexplored terrain, untouched by human development, something that was all too rare back home. Although Tim was a gamer and spent most of his limited free time inside, in front of a computer, his last girlfriend, Brittany, had been a nature enthusiast. Despite his normal preference for the indoors, he had learned some appreciation for hiking in nature with her. Places without people were strangely peaceful, and he had even regretted it when they eventually broke up. Without her, he didn't have the motivation for weekend trips to various parks. That was in the past. He needed to focus on what was happening now. Either he was still stuck in the most vivid of dreams, or he had, in fact, ended up in a new world. Despite the vague similarity to some spots he had hiked with Brittany, this was definitely not Earth. At least, not any place on Earth he knew about. Rolling down the dirt road that wound its way through the landscape laid out before him was a wooden wagon pulled by an enormous creature that he couldn't identify. It looked something like a bison with its head scrunched against its shoulders. The horns looked serious, flaring out to 4 points, each ending in a sharp tip. More than that, the creature had to be at least 6 or 7 feet tall at the shoulder and 4 feet wide. Sitting on the bench and driving the wagon was a short, dark-haired man, dressed in what Tim would have termed a tunic and skirt, with a bright orange sash tied around his waist. Next to him was a beautiful younger woman, presumably a daughter, although Tim reminded himself not to make too many assumptions. She wore what could best be described as a toga, and had long, flowing blonde hair well past her shoulders, framing bright eyes and a lively smile. As the wagon pulled up alongside him, Tim realized he had been so caught up in his observations that he hadn't even risen to his feet. He was sitting on his backside, propped up with his hands behind him, so he made to stand slowly, as he didn't want to startle these people. "Take it easy there, Elder. Do you need help?" the man asked.
Tim felt like he had an odd accent, yet the words came out clear enough. "Of course he needs help, Father. What sort of question is that?" the woman said. Or perhaps she was more of a girl now that she was closer. She had concern written clearly across her face as she smoothly climbed down from the wagon. Once down, she stepped over the hitch that connected the wagon to the behemoth that was pulling it. "Were you attacked? If you need help, we can notify your family or give you a ride into the city." Tim went to move again and felt achy all over, like his joints were sore or he hadn't moved in a very long time. It was then that he looked down at himself. The true shock set in then, and not just because he appeared to be wearing nothing more than some fine satin boxers, but because this was not his body. He had been relatively fit, at least for someone who spent so much time indoors, and had only recently celebrated his 27th birthday. The body he looked at had to be more 70 than 27. His arms were thin. That was, if they were truly his arms, and his skin hung loosely on his bones. It wasn't in a malnourished sort of way, rather just as the result of having lost the war with time. There were some ugly age spots, and his fingers were almost skeletal. Looking at his legs told him they were no better. It was no wonder that it felt like getting up was difficult. This body undoubtedly had arthritis. Somebody had to be messing with him. If this was a dream, it was more like a nightmare. And if it wasn't, then he had been royally screwed over. The girl reached out and grabbed his arm, helping him up. Her look of concern grew deeper. It was then that Tim realized he had answered none of the questions that they put to him.
"I'm okay, but I don't seem to remember where I am."
His voice came out as more of a dry croak. "Oh, Papa, give me one of the water skins. He needs a drink," the girl said as she turned to her father. The man dismounted the wagon and walked over, carrying what looked like a leather bag with a cork in one end.
"Here, old-timer, take a drink of this to wet your whistle."
Then, as if thinking of something else, he added,
"If you need something stronger, I have some good Asmaran wine."
"No, thank you. Water would be wonderful,"
Tim answered as he realized just how thirsty he was. His mind was racing, trying to sort out what to do as he didn't want to give away too much information. Should he just play the amnesia card? It seemed so implausible. But then again, was any of this likely? Suddenly, after handing over the water, the man jerked back, pulling his daughter with him. His eyes were fixated on Tim's waist, and an expression of what might have been fear, or perhaps simple concern, crossed his face.
"I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were a sojourner."
Tim knew what the word meant, and recognized it from the blue screen, but he didn't know what the man knew about it. Instinctively, he looked down at his waist. This time, when he wasn't fixated on his shriveled limbs, Tim saw he had a well-crafted leather pouch bound around his waist, held in place by a leather belt of sorts. The pouch was perhaps 3 inches thick, 8 inches wide, and a foot tall. It looked to be of excellent quality, for all that Tim knew about such things. Stitched onto the flap just above the clasp that connected the flap to the rest of the pouch was a white rabbit.
"Is something wrong with my pouch? And how do you know that I'm a sojourner?"
The man relaxed a little, but he still moved to stand between his daughter and Tim.
"You must be very new to Io Kusente. You have a soul pouch, and it is marked with the sign of Cal Dakota." "Soul pouch? Cal who?"
Tim's confusion only grew. Now it was the man whose face was covered in confusion. Tim realized he should introduce himself.
"Let's begin again. My name is Timothy Stein, but my friends just call me Tim. and anyone who rescues me out in the middle of nowhere counts as my friend. As for more details about me, I don't really recall much at the moment, but I don't recall ever having been here before.
Pleased to meet you, Tim. I'm Atticus, and this is my daughter, Cecilia. We are merchants on our way to the capital with a wagon full of rarities. Tim held out his hand as if to shake, but Atticus only looked at it oddly. Duh, people here probably don't shake hands in greeting. Tim chuckled at himself and then awkwardly returned his hand to his side. As for your other questions, I know you must be a sojourner, as they are the only ones with soul-bound bags like that. I've heard them called bags of holding or soul pouches, but either way, they are bound to the sojourner, and no one can steal them or anything in them. Tim decided to continue with feigning amnesia. His choice in books and anime gave him a good idea of what was meant by a sojourner, but what he really wanted to know was what was known about them here in this world.
Again, you have me at a disadvantage. I simply don't remember how I ended up here, or even where here is for that matter.
Cecilia must have lost her fear of him as she stepped up next to her father.
You must be a first gen, even a new arrival. Wow, who thought that I would meet one in my life?
Tim said.
Is that a good thing?
Atticus replied, It can be. Things tend to happen around sojourners more than anyone else. First gens even more than others. Yet, if you are a new arrival, that may mean that big things are about to happen around here, especially given who your patron is.
I'm sorry, Atticus, but you were using terms I don't understand. I know a sojourner is someone in a foreign land, but I don't know what you mean by it, by first gen, or by new arrival for that matter. Oh, and as far as I know, I don't have any kind of patron. If I did, they weren't very generous to leave me out here in my underwear, for which I apologize. Sorry I have to look upon this ugly sight,
Tim said while waving his hands down his body. They both chuckled before Atticus said, It comes to us all, my friend, if we live long enough. Tim wanted to scream that he wasn't even 30, certainly not Crypt Keeper old, but he said nothing as he waited for answers to his questions.
Sojourners are travelers from other worlds who are sent here by the patrons. Some call the patron gods, and some think of them as mischievous demons. Either way, no one has ever actually seen them. The sojourners in the tales I have heard all describe being communicated to by some kind of blue page that only they can see,
Cecilia said. Atticus added, First gen are what sojourners who have come from other worlds directly are called, whereas if two sojourners have a child, that child is called a progeny, or the same if they have children with a regular person. Apparently the sojourners keep track of what generation. They count up based on how far they are removed from the transfer here. A new arrival simply means that they just got here. Every story I have read about the sojourners indicates that there is a general level of confusion when they arrive. The more answers Tim got, the more questions he thought of.
Are sojourners common?
First gens are not that common. The tales say that each of the 4 patrons can only send one to this world each year. Many of the first gen die while adapting to Io Kusente. Those sojourners who survive have children. Since they are sturdier than regular folk, they tend to live longer. At least, if they survive dungeon diving. As much as 10% of the population are sojourners, but it might be as few as 1%. The government won't reveal the numbers for some reason. Either way, most of those are progeny and not first gens.
Does it matter what generation they are?
Tim asked. Atticus shrugged. I don't rightfully know. I can say that it seems to be a matter of importance amongst the sojourners. Perhaps you could find information at the guild hall. Tim nodded in understanding. That made sense. A special group of people would keep to themselves. If they were an outsider, they would keep their secrets closely guarded. Atticus continued, As for the bag,
All I know is that they can carry a tremendous amount of stuff inside them, and they only respond to their owner. They can't be stolen, nor can the items inside of them be taken out except by you. The mark on yours is that of Cal Dakota. He is generally deemed to be the source of many of the world's woes, not from outright evil or anything like that, but simply because he is a trickster.
A bunny is the symbol for woes in this world, Tim asked, laughing.
I didn't design it or make up the rules. I just know what it represents. Maybe if you were brand new, look inside the bag and see if you have anything there. I can offer you a ride into the capital. The roads are safe for the most part, but some might look to take advantage of a first-gen who they found out here.
Okay, but just a couple more questions, Tim said.
Atticus looked down the road in the direction they had come from, concern plastered on his face once again. Tim noticed a cloud of dust and wondered if it was like in old Western movies, and some horsemen were coming this way. Either way, he decided it was best to listen to Atticus, who seemed kind enough so far.
Sorry, the questions can wait until we get moving. I don't want to get you all in any trouble.
Cecilia smiled.
It will be okay. But if those are knights headed to the capital, we will have to move the wagon off the road for them. Otherwise, they will get upset.
All three of them climbed up into the wagon. Father and daughter sat on the bench. Meanwhile, Tim tried to find a spot in the back. He didn't want to damage any of their goods, and they had been accurate in saying they had a wide variety. There were bundles of fine cloth, sacks of what seemed like grain, crates of wine bottles, sealed crates he couldn't see inside, and a hodgepodge assortment of other items. He settled onto a stack composed of various bolts of cloth and looked to his hosts to see if that spot was okay. Cecilia nodded and said, "Try not to get any more dirt on them than necessary. It's only about an hour to the capital." Chapter 3. Front Gate. Tim focused on his bag while thinking words like inventory, storage, and shop. He applied any similar option that came to his mind. When nothing happened, he finally stuck his hand in the bag. Immediately, he had an awareness of a grid of inventory slots 20 by 20. The first 16 rows were each partially full of items, and each row had a slightly distinct color. The first 4 rows were varying shades of red, then the next 4 were varying shades of gray. The third 4 rows were colored in different variants of blue, while the final 4 rows were various shades of yellow. Below the rows of items, which mostly looked to be various types of gear, he found half a dozen items in the 17th row. As he focused on each slot, he could identify the items within. The first slot was filled with 10 trail rations. Then there was flint and steel, presumably for making fires, in the next slot. After that was a water skin, 100 feet of rope, 3 torches, and finally, a hunting knife. It appeared that items of the same type could be stacked up in one slot. When he looked at the top row, the first item was a standard steel helm. Upon closer inspection, it read as, Standard steel helm, weight, 4.0, defense, +4, requirement, hardiness, 12. Suddenly, it dawned on him that there were 16 rows of gear. It was just like the 16 sides on the die that he had to roll to determine class. Since he had rolled a 10, he counted down to that row. There he found a black robe, a staff with a humanoid skull on the top, a large curved dagger, some soft boots, and a cloak. The final slot in that row held an item simply marked as Note. Simple note. No need to thank me. This is what patrons do. Tim almost sputtered. Who would be thankful for being dumped in this land with little to no idea of what he was doing? That was to say nothing for being turned into a jello-eating senior citizen. Still, Tim wanted to have some clothes on when the horsemen caught up to them. He was thankful that Atticus and Cecilia had been so understanding,
but he couldn't count on everyone to feel the same way. It was truly frustrating because there was still so much he still didn't know, but now was not the time for questions. Now was more about finding a quiet spot. He thought about the robe in the 10th row, imagined removing it from the bag, and as simple as that, it was on his body. He might not like much else about this world, but the wardrobe function certainly was handy. With the way his back ached, he was glad not to have to bend or stoop trying to dress. He did the same with the boots, but left the cloak in the bag. It was a fairly pleasant morning, and he didn't need any extra layers. The staff with the human skull on it made him think twice. It wasn't likely something that would make a good impression, so he just left it in the bag. He did, however, pull out the dagger and its sheath, attaching them to his belt. When he examined the gear, the descriptions were pretty simple. Standard Blood Mage Robe. Weight, 3.0. Defense, 1. Requirement, Acuity, 12. Magic Resistance, +4. Standard Leather Boots. Weight, 2.0. Defense, 1. Standard Blood Mage Sacrificial Dagger. Weight, 1.5. Offense, 1 to 4. Requirement, Acuity 12. Drain blood. 15% chance upon attack that it may drain 2 units of blood and store them for usage. Tim didn't get a chance to ask any further questions or review his assigned skills. Before any of that, the horsemen came galloping up alongside them. There were 4 of them, and all were wearing plate armor like Tim would assume knights of old might have worn. All had tabards with the same house insignia in the shape of a sun setting behind a mountain. Atticus nodded at the knight, but otherwise kept his attention on making sure the behemoth pulling the wagon stayed under control. Cecilia notably looked away and kept her eyes averted. One knight snickered when he saw her, and Tim so felt an urge to say something. But stupid is as stupid does. Polite as she might be, he wasn't about to upset 4 armored men with swords for her. Certainly not over a snicker. Once the knights were well past them, Atticus directed the wagon back onto the road. Tim checked to make sure that they were far enough away, then said,
"So, who were those jerks?"
"I didn't see them pulling on anything," Atticus said with a confused expression. "But if you are referring to the knight, they are from the house of Kibori. It is one of the noble houses of Terra."
"Do they always act like that?"
"Again, I'm not sure what you expected. They are knights serving a noble house, and we are simple traveling merchants, so it would not be unusual for them to look down on us."
"What about how Cecilia had to look away from them? What I'm trying to ask is about understanding how social relationships work in this world. I don't even know the name of the capital city we are going to."
"I get it. This is probably very disorienting for you. We only hear legends about the first-gen sojourners. In the tales, you and people like you are the ones who make things happen. You slay dragons, save princesses, and become nobles." Cecilia looked away because making eye contact with the knights might have opened her up to communication. If one of them wanted to court her, it would be near impossible for me to refuse them. Cecilia turned in the wagon to look back at him and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, but it is nothing we are not accustomed to. The closer we get to New Rome, the more of it we have to look out for."
"New Rome? That the name of the capital of this nation? Terra, right?"
Atticus said. "Yes, that is right. From the look on your face, you find something funny about that?"
"It's nothing. Just that there is a famous city in my homeworld called Rome."
"Well, that really isn't that odd, because some sojourners in the past probably came from your homeworld."
"Okay, I guess that makes sense. So if what I was told is correct, there are 4 nations in this world. What can you tell me about New Rome and how to interact with people? I don't even know where I'm going to stay or what I can do for a living or anything like that."
"Yes, there are 4 nations,
but there is too much to tell at one time. Now, I will say we are near the center of the Terror, and it is one of those four nations. As mentioned, the capital city, which you can probably see in the distance, is called New Rome, and the nation is ruled by a king who goes by the title of Caesar. Caesar Fabrius is the current ruler. The noble families are praetors who administer various parts of the kingdom. Others are senators who serve in the Senate. It is a body that advises the Caesar and creates most of the laws.
Okay, and where do sojourners fit into all of this?
Think of it like this. Caesar is the first tier, then the nobles, then the merchants and craftsmen, and finally the slaves. The sojourners are outside of that system. They are often adventurers, but there is no law that says they must be. Some sojourners have become nobles, but even then, they are their own thing. The fact is, sojourners who are past the first couple of generations are fairly well integrated into Io Kusente's society. The only thing that is unique to sojourners is that bag you are wearing. No one else has replicated those, and every sojourner, even down to at least the 40th generation, receives one when they reach adulthood. It is some special event called their Soul Day, but we normal people don't know that much about it. Cecilia interrupted her father at that point.
There is more to it than that, at least if the stories are to be believed.
Atticus replied, I am trying to tell him only what I know to be true. We don't want him running off and trying to become an adventurer in his state. It would be better if we can find a place for him to work in one of the local merchant shops. She then looked at Tim again and said,
Bah! The tales also say that sojourners can level up much higher than normal people.
You know about levels, then? Do you have character sheets, too?
Tim asked. Every adult has a level, although it is almost always level 1, and a class, even if it defaults to laborer, Atticus answered.
Laborer? That doesn't sound like much of a class. And why would your world have game terms for actual people?
Game terms?
Cecilia asked.
Shh! We are almost at the gate.
If you want, Tim, I will tell them you work for me. We will say this is your first time in the town. They may ask you for a tax to enter. I doubt you have any money yet, so I will pay the fee for you. Then you can work a short time for me to pay it back, so our story will be true. Once we are in the town, we can check your class. It may be possible to get you assigned as a merchant. That is, unless you already have a class. Before Tim could respond, Atticus shushed him again as the wagon rolled up to the gate. The walls were fully 60 feet high and made of what appeared to be vast limestone blocks stacked upon one another with a mortar between them. The gates were equally massive but swung open, guarded by some 20 guards. 2 of them came up next to the wagon, questioning what their business was in the city, how long they would be staying, and their merchandise. It was all very formal, and Tim couldn't help but mutter under his breath,
These are not the droids you are looking for.
The guard in leather armor over a long tunic said, What's that supposed to mean? Atticus started to cover for Tim. He couldn't help but wonder why the man was taking this risk for a complete stranger. Yet he didn't want these 2 to suffer for him.
I'm sorry, all this is new to me. I only just got here today.
The guard who wasn't speaking signaled, and several other guards came trotting over, their short swords similar to old Roman gladii, drawn. The first guard asked, What is that supposed to mean? I warn you, I will not be lied to.
Atticus, just tell them the truth. It is not worth you and Cecilia getting in trouble for me.
I don't think you know what you were getting yourself into, but there isn't much choice at this point. Atticus then turned toward the guards. He is a newly arrived sojourner. I simply wanted to get him into the city so that he could learn something of Io Kusente before he presented himself.
If he is newly arrived, then how long have you known him for?
Only for the past hour. But is it not kind to offer compassion to those who are helpless?
Perhaps. But why conceal his nature once you knew it? The guard asked.
What my father is not wanting to tell you is that we are patronites, Cecilia said. The guards all began laughing at that point.
Oh, if that's all it is. Well, you know that we still have to take him to the hall to be tested. Then, if he is what you say, he will have to be presented to Caesar.
Tim got nervous as this seemed to be escalating rapidly.
So, what are patronites anyway?
The guard laughed even louder when he asked that question. The one doing the questioning asked,
What? You risked yourselves to save him? Didn't you even tell him about his grand destiny or your role in it?
His tone was obviously mocking, but the father and daughter didn't seem to be offended, perhaps because they were accustomed to it.
Let me tell you, boy, patronites are a cult who believe in mythical beings in the sky which send the sojourners here. They think those deities control our lives, and that your first gen are practically demigods. Heck, if sojourners are to be worshipped, then why aren't you showing me more respect? The guard said mockingly.
One guard in the back yelled out, Tesserarius, you must be too much of a mutt for them. What are you, 40th gen? The guard behind the speaker looked back at the guard who yelled out,
I'll have you know that our god commander is no less than 38th gen. I saw it on one of his reports.
The speaker ignored them both and continued speaking to Atticus.
So, I will send a couple of guards to escort you to the hall, but I will let you take him there as I know that is important to your faith.
It isn't a faith. It's a way of understanding the world, Cecilia said.
Whatever it is, Atticus, you have always been a peaceful trader, so I will extend this courtesy to you. Will you give your word to take him directly to the hall as required by law?
Father and daughter looked at each other briefly, and then Atticus replied, Yes, we will. Upon my word of honor. It is not as though we have much choice.
Fine, then. The gate taxes waive for a new arrival, but if he should turn out not to be a new arrival, then I am doubling the tax, and you will be responsible for it.
The guard commander then signaled for two of his men to escort the wagon. They both took up positions on either side of the cart, being sure to stay well behind the behemoth pulling it. As the cart moved through the gates, Tim got his first look at the city. It was much larger than he had expected, sprawling out as far as the eye could see. The space inside the gate and all around the wall was free of any permanent structures for a good 50 feet. There were, however, tent vendors set up not far from the gate. The smell of cooking meat and freshly baked bread hit Tim's nose, and he suddenly realized just how hungry he was. He supposed that being flung from one planet to another was strenuous. That and being shoved into a new, or at least new to him, body was likely to work up an appetite.
Would it be possible for me to get something to eat on the way to wherever we are going?
One of the guards trotting alongside the cart said, The law requires that we take you directly to the hall. Cecilia said, Nothing says that he can't eat on the way.
Fine, but this cart is not to stop until it is in front of the hall.
As you say, Cecilia said before looking at Atticus. Father, do you have some coins for me to buy Tim a meal from the vendors? Tim interrupted.
So, not to be stupid, but what do you all use for money here? I can't let you pay for food for me. If I can't get down and choose the food for myself, I will have to trust you to pick me out something good. I'd like to pay for it at least.
One of the guards laughed. Now I know you're a first gen. I'll tell you what. If you've got any gold coins in that fancy soul pouch of yours, hand me a couple of them. I'll make sure you get some breakfast. Tim was instantly on guard. He wanted to kick himself. If the 1,900 gold coins he had were a lot of money,
then he'd be opening himself up to being taken advantage of. They might not be able to steal anything directly out of his pouch, but that was hardly the only way he could lose in that scenario. If, on the other hand, it was not much money, then he would end up destitute in this crypt keeper body. Atticus glared at the guard. Then he looked at Tim. A silver coin represents the wages of a laborer for a day's work. There are 10 coppers in a silver, 10 bits in a copper. Tim smiled.
It looks like I was given a handful of coins, but they are all gold.
He reached into his soul pouch and pulled out a pair of them.
Are these what you were talking about?
Atticus replied, Gah, that is far too much. A few copper bits, or at the most a copper crown, will buy a very satisfying meal from the vendors. You could buy dinner for a table of senators with that much money.
The guards' mouths hung open when he said that, and one said,
He can buy breakfast for all of us, then. He has the money to spare. Take 1 coin and go pick up something, but nothing shady. Buy the good stuff.
Atticus fished into a coin pouch on his belt and pulled out 10 silver coins.
Here, give me 1 gold and then take a silver coin out of the 10 for Cecilia to buy you a late breakfast.
Tim exchanged the coins and said,
I take it 1 gold equals 10 silvers.
Tim nodded, and as he did so, Cecilia jumped off and ran to one of the nearby tents. Atticus reminded her that he would try to slow the cart as much as he could, but that he wouldn't be allowed to stop it. This gave Tim more time to look at the town. The buildings that they came across first were mostly 2 stories tall, square structures, and were rather utilitarian, with little variety or flair. All were made of the same tan stone with similarly placed windows. They had flat roofs, and everywhere he could see people not only moving about in the streets, but also on the roofs of the buildings. Many of them appeared to be businesses on the first floor, and then housing above. Something caught his ear then as he heard the sound of chains rattling. Looking over to the left, he saw 3 men shuffling along. Their clothing was torn and of extremely poor quality. They were shackled not only at the wrists, but also at the ankles. Their bindings didn't allow them to take full steps. A single soldier was using the blunt end of a spear to push them along. Each wore a look of absolute despair on their faces, and Tim couldn't help but ask about them. He was told that they were slaves, likely runaways, as most slaves were free to move about as long as they did their assigned tasks.
What will their fate be?
One soldier answered, They are headed for the mines, most likely. That is where most runaways are sent. Don't worry, you are a sojourner. Your kind rarely ever ends up in such dire straits. Tim heard the animosity in his voice, but decided not to ask any more questions, as they only seemed to antagonize the man. So, thinking, he decided to find out what he could learn about his class and skills while waiting for Cecilia to get back with breakfast. Anything was better than worrying about what was to become of him. That and seeing the slaves had spoiled his interest in the surrounding city. No matter how new it was to him, it couldn't be that interesting if it were a society that supported slavery. He had to remind himself that he was an alien in another world, and that their ways may not be his. It somehow seemed unlikely that this Cal Dakota, if he were a god of mischief, sent Tim here to free the slaves. It took some time to figure it out, but after a couple minutes of effort, Tim was able to open the blue screen in his vision. With that, he could see his character screen. He skipped over the first part with the stats as he had seen those before, although he did notice he had an offense stat now. In fact, 2 of them, one for a spell and one for the dagger. What he focused on were the skills and spells that had been chosen for him. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Life Tap. 2. Greater Stat Hex. 3. Wilting Drain. 4. Greater Animate Minion. 5. Whirling Bone Wall. 6. Mass Paralyzing Blood.
7. Advanced Dagger.
The fact they were equipped seemed to imply that his class had more skills or spells, but he could only have a certain number equipped for now.
Atticus, how many skills or spells can a person have equipped at one time?
Everyone can have a wide variety of skills, but only 4 can be active at any time. There are rumors Sojourners can have more as they gain levels. Supposedly, the last arena champion was level 9 and had 5 skills. Don't worry, they will explain this all to you at the hall. I had always intended to bring you there. I'd only hoped to introduce you to some friends first, perhaps help ease you in.
What is this hall that everyone keeps talking about?
It is the Sojourners Guild Hall, or what some people call the Adventurers Guild, since that is how most people see the Sojourners. Tim wanted to ask more questions, but Cecilia came running up with a cloth wrap under her arm. One guard helped her up onto the front of the moving cart, which seemed nice at first until Tim noticed that the guard patted her backside on the way up. She stiffened, but didn't even mutter a complaint. She then unwrapped the cloth and presented Tim with what looked like a pita stuffed with eggs, sausage, and roasted onions. There were half a dozen of them, and she handed one to each of the guards and then to her father before taking one herself. The people here might be primitive by the standards of modern-day Earth, but Tim had to admit that they made an excellent breakfast. He ate it and savored every bite. While eating, he took time to explore his skills, but didn't find any specific descriptions on what he was thinking of as his character sheet. All that was there were the names of the skills or spells. Heck, he didn't even know the difference. Without having more information, he was afraid to try any of them out, unless it became absolutely necessary. It didn't matter, for by the time he had finished eating, the cart came to a stop in front of another wall. The farther they had gone into the city, the more the homes became their own separate buildings rather than being stacked up next to one another. Many of the larger buildings even had their own stone walls around them, although most were only 6 to 8 feet high. This building was rather fancy. It was done in white marble with columns and was a full 4 stories high. The gate was made of spiraled metal, and he could see inside that there was a fountain and gardens. The cobblestone of the road even continued up inside the gate and led to a large circular portion in front of the main building. He noted that within the enclosed walls were several smaller buildings. Just by eyeballing it, he guessed that the main building was easily as big as his college dorm, and that had housed over 500 students. This was truly the largest building he had come across in the city so far. Beyond that, it had an ageless, regal sense that the smaller shops and homes just didn't possess. Chapter 4. Blood Mage. A short man walked up from inside the gate and called out, "What is your business at the Sojourners Guild?" As one of the 2 guards explained about their alleged new arrival, Tim studied the man inside the gate a little more. He was around 5'2", certainly short enough for it to stick out. He was likely middle-aged, with a bald spot on his head and a crown of hair around it, and his attire was rather plain, consisting of a thick brown robe. He had a similar soul pouch on his belt, but it had a different insignia on it than the rabbit, even though Tim couldn't make it out. He gave off a vibe similar to how Tim imagined a member of a Middle Ages monastic order to be. Tim heard his name called out, and that drew him back to the conversation. The man inside was speaking to him. "So, they say that you are a new arrival. What planet are you from?"
Earth? I'm not sure how this works. Are there multiple planets that people come from?
The man seemed amused. "It's always the same with you new arrivals. You all are full of questions and don't understand that we are the ones asking the questions. But if it will shut you up... Yes, there are 4 planets that we have identified as the homes of all sojourners over the last 2,500 years or so. We will tell you more, but for now, I need you to answer my questions.
Okay. This is a great deal to take in.
Every new arrival says the same. Now, what year was it on your homeworld when you left? And what country were you from?
2020 and the United States.
Okay, so that would make you from one of the later time periods. Tim was utterly confused by that.
So you mean people come from different time periods in history?
The brown-robed man just shook his head. Remember, I'm interviewing you, not the other way around. Now, you are going to have to prove that you are Terran. Atticus said. Is that really necessary? The brown-robed man raised an eyebrow at being questioned, but one of the guards said,
He's a patronite. Don't worry about him.
With a chuckle, the man inside the gate said, that makes sense. Somehow they always seem to find the first gens. Well, the question is fair enough. Unfortunately, there have been spies from the different nations posing as new arrivals, and since Terra hasn't had a new arrival this year yet, it is a particularly ripe time for such an attempt. While answering, the guardian of the gate watched him very closely. So, time for a little bit of trivia. Our information on Terra is a bit older than you are, so hopefully you can answer these questions. How many rings at the modern-day Olympics? Tim had to think, but it was pretty obvious.
5.
Okay. And what are the colors of the United States flag?
Easy. Red, white, and blue.
The man grinned. Okay. One more then, if those questions are too easy. What is the name of the third book in the King Killer Chronicles? Now it was Tim's turn to laugh.
Very funny. The Doors of Stone. But it isn't really a book since it will never be published.
Nodding to himself, the man said, I am Simon of the Vale, gatekeeper of the Terran chapter of the Sojourners Guild. You must say your full name and ask permission to enter. It shall be granted, and you will be taken to the book.
My name is Timothy Stein. May I enter?
Very well, but your friends will have to stay here. One of the guards said, He is no friend of ours. We were tasked with bringing him to you, Master Vale, and now that is done. They both gave quick nods of the head and then turned to return to the gate. Cecilia, on the other hand, said,
Why can't we go with him? We are the ones who found him.
Only sojourners may enter the grounds. Don't worry. He will most likely be able to meet with you in a couple of days. The testing process and council will probably keep him busy for at least 2 days. After that, you can just leave word here at the gate as to where he can find you, Simon said. Even as he spoke, the silver spiraled metal of the gates dissolved into a mist and then faded away.
Atticus and Cecilia, thank you so much for your help. Please let me know where I can find you. I very much want to repay you both for your kindness.
Atticus bowed his head. Think nothing of it. It is our honor to serve. Then, as Simon placed his surprisingly strong grasp on Tim's arm, both father and daughter chanted in sync, Glory to the patrons and their chosen who sojourn amongst us. Simon tugged his sleeve, and Tim had no choice but to follow along with him. Behind them, the gate reformed, but he was too caught up in looking around. The path they were on was composed of perfectly fitted stones laid together with seams that could barely be discerned. Along the sides of the path were beautiful gardens, with fountains and statues dotted amongst the rose bushes and fruit trees.
So, what is involved in this test?
Don't worry, no harm will come to you. The test is something that all sojourners have undergone, even if they don't decide to join the guild. Well, unless their parents were particularly good at hiding them. Your identity will be recorded in the Book of Names, and you will be bound to this world. If you choose, you will also receive a position in the guild. The test is especially important for first gen,
as you were not born in this world and will have to learn about your abilities." He paused then, as if weighing up the next words he was going to say. "If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? I don't think I have ever seen a new arrival who was even half your age." Tim felt a wave of bitterness pass through him at his stolen youth. Ending up in a game world was in many ways a dream come true, but to lose most of his life in the process was enough to make him want to cry and scream in fury.
"When I was on Earth, I was only 27.
"Pardon me, I am a third gen, so I have never been to Earth, but it doesn't seem likely that men under 30 would look like you."
"I didn't look like this until Cal Dakota pulled me into this world."
Simon stopped at that point and released Tim's arm. "Those who believe that the patrons are more than a mere figment caused by the strain of transfer from another world to this world all agree that Cal Dakota is a trickster. He is fond of jokes only he thinks are funny, but I have never heard of him causing direct harm, even in the legends of old. That is especially true of a sojourner he specifically brought over."
"Well, there is a first time for everything. I guess I got to be the lucky one he could vent his frustrations on, because I sure as heck didn't look like this before I woke up to a blue screen."
The more Tim spoke, the angrier he became. This was supremely unfair. He hadn't done anything to deserve it. Maybe he hadn't accomplished a lot with his life, but he certainly hadn't gone out of his way to hurt anyone either. He felt the anger building within him, almost like a boiling cauldron. His skin felt taut, and an unspoken scream tumbled around within his throat. Tim looked over at Simon and saw something different in his eyes. If he didn't know better, he would have said that it was fear. Honestly, he didn't care, because with the swell of anger came a sensation he had never known before. It was a feeling of power unlike any he had ever known. Not the power of money or the power of authority, but rather raw, unfettered power. The kind of strength that gave one control over life and death themselves. Tim felt like his sense of self expanded out beyond his own skin. He could sense little pockets of power all around him. Power in the air, power on the ground, even power in the ground beneath him. Some of the little bubbles of power were so small that he could barely sense them, but as he pushed, he felt each one. He could almost taste a metallic taste upon his tongue as the new pockets of power entered his sphere of influence and found themselves caught within his web. Simon was backing away from him, slowly, with faltering steps, almost as though he couldn't control his own body. The brown robe fell away from him, and beneath it was a man with a chiseled physique. Not the huge bodybuilder type, but more the Bruce Lee type, with iron-corded definition shown in his arms. He wore a sleeveless vest of green and silver paired with snug but well-cut pants, obviously designed for ease of movement. As Tim's awareness expanded, he could sense Simon's heartbeat, and the flow of pressure within his veins, even down to the muscles, was obvious. He felt as they struggled to contract and extend so their owner could take another step backward. Tim followed Simon's gaze as he looked up, and he saw a bird fly to within 10 feet, but then suddenly stop in midair. Where Tim's eyes saw a bird, this extra sense only felt a small pocket of power. Simon's arm struggled into the form of an X crossed in front of him, and a faint silver glow formed around his arms. It became obvious the man was trying to say something, but whatever it was lost to Tim. All he could hear was the rushing sound in his own ears. He felt so alive. A part of him wanted to reach out and seize all of those tiny pockets of power he felt and add them to his own. Then he felt a much larger pocket. It was exactly where Simon was standing. The power contained in that bubble far surpassed all the others that he felt combined. He craved it.
He had to have it for his own. From the corner of his eye, Tim saw 3 figures rushing out of the front entrance to the large building. A man in glistening plate armor came straight at him. Tim could see Simon trying to wave the man away, but still he charged. A shield and then a sword materialized in the man's hands, and he charged forward until he got within about 20 feet of Tim. Then he suddenly moved as though he was walking completely submerged in a river. Tim's mind expanded again as he became aware of another massive pocket of power. Strangely, it was exactly where the armored man now seemed frozen mid-step. Tim reached out to the power, feeling its ebb and flow and how it circulated, beginning to sense that it was his to call upon. Tim wanted to be one with that power. It whispered to him. Behind him, Tim felt more than saw or heard another pocket of power moving towards him. It was almost like someone was trying to obscure it, trying to make it less noticeable. But he felt it. Reflexively, he reached out with his mind and clamped down on it. It was slippery and not at all like the other pockets, almost as though this bubble didn't want to be caught. When he finally pushed with his full force, he felt it spring fully into his awareness. In the same instant, a slender feminine rogue in gray leather armor was pulled out of stealth and became visible to his eyes. She had a black steel dagger extended in a thrust, and its tip was less than a foot from Tim's back. However, she too now seemed frozen in place. Tim was enraptured in these new sensations. The rush of blood within his veins was intoxicating. The pockets of power he sensed all around him created a craving in him. Otherwise, he would have noticed the blood vessels in her eyes were breaking. Even the exposed skin on the back of her hand was showing spider web-like breaks in the capillaries. From what felt like miles away but was, in reality, less than 50 feet away, he heard a voice yelling at him. With the rushing sound in his ears, the voice sounded like the indistinct squawking of an adult in a Charlie Brown cartoon. He couldn't make out the words, but he saw a man in yellow and blue robes waving his hands vigorously. Then sparks of blue light began to dance between the man's hands. The hair on the back of Tim's neck started to stand up, and he glanced back over at the robed man. Tim saw he was now wreathed in flashing blue lightning. A moment of instinctual fear passed through Tim's mind, even though he was fully caught up in the rhythm of pulsing hearts. Some primordial fight-or-flight instinct made him choose. He had nowhere to go, and these bubbles of power called out to him. He extended his left hand forward while his right hand went to the curved dagger on his belt. He began to call to the bubbles, urging them to join with him. First, the tiniest of the bubbles in the ground beneath him began to rupture, but he didn't get what he needed from them. Rather, the precious energy was lost to the soil. Then he reached out to the small bubbles floating in the surrounding air. Some part of his mind heard a squawk in the back of his mind, but then those bubbles ruptured too. This time, a tiny surge of power flowed to him. It danced around him, and his mind expanded to possibilities as limitless as life itself. All Tim saw next was a brilliant flash of light, and he felt the muscles of his body contract. There was a moment of resistance as the small amount of power he had gathered resisted this torrent of energy, but it raged against him. Then the resistance was gone, and he fell unconscious to the ground, his body spasming wildly like he had been struck by a taser on overdrive. Chapter 5. Waking Up to Different. The next thing Tim knew, he was lying flat on his back. It wasn't on the ground, as it was far too soft for that. He went to move his head, but his neck muscles were super tight.
Every time he tried to move them, a shooting pain ran all the way from his neck down to the tips of his fingers. It was actually rather excruciating. He heard a feminine voice say,
"Ah, you are awake. It would be best if you laid still. The guards are watching you, so don't try anything, please. I'm not sure you would survive another attack, even with your, well, I guess I don't know what it is, but even with how you changed bodies, I wouldn't count on surviving an attack by 4 gold-rank guards."
Tim understood the words coming out of her mouth, but they might as well have been gibberish for all that she was saying. He vaguely remembered getting angry and feeling like he had lost control. Oh, and the sweet rush of life in a way he had never felt before. It was like the richest drink had been presented to him. Even though he knew he shouldn't drink it, all he could think about was just one more sip. No, it was not the kind of beverage that one sipped. It was meant to be slammed, to be consumed in mass quantities all at once. It was the fullness of life, and couldn't be enjoyed in tiny bites. As he became more awake, Tim managed to lift his head a couple inches without the stabbing pain, and this allowed him to see that he was strapped down onto what appeared to be a relatively comfortable examination table like in the doctor's office. Of course, that immediately put his nerves on edge. Who could feel comfortable on an alien world in the custody of people they didn't know, all while strapped to a table? What really had him on edge was looking down at his body. The black robes were gone, as was his curved dagger. Not that the latter surprised him. No one goes to the trouble of binding you to an examination table and leaves your weapon attached. What baffled him was that instead of being naked as if he were going to be cut open or poked and prodded, he was in what seemed like sturdy chainmail armor. Examining it produced the same confusion. Standard chainmail. Weight, 22.0. Defense, 6. Requirement, hardiness, 15. Beneath the chainmail he could feel padding, so it wasn't like the metal was in direct contact with his skin. Still, this was definitely not what he had been wearing before. He could understand his captors stripping him down, but not why they would put armor on him. Looking farther down at his feet, he saw he had boots on still, but they were heavier than the other boots and clearly larger. Standard combat boots. Weight, 3.0. Defense, 2. Requirement, hardiness, 12. When he pushed his toe up, he could feel the steel plate inside the boot at its tip. Evidently, these boots were made for more heavy-duty use than the light leather boots he had worn before, yet they felt just as natural and comfortable on him. That didn't really make any sense, as they were clearly larger. The straps that bound him went across his thighs, his chest, and then his lower arms. He was still able to lift his hand up, and the hand he saw looking back at him was neither the hands he had been accustomed to on Earth, nor the hands of the 70-year-old man he had been since arriving here. Instead, they were slightly larger than his hands on Earth, and were covered in the calluses of someone who did rough work for a living. He started to panic. Had they done something to him? Was he even in the same body anymore? Tim called out, "Hey! Somebody tell me what's going on!" He had to cry out several times before he heard a conversation. "I'm just gonna go check on him." Then a female voice. "No, our orders are to just watch him until the council decides what to do." The first voice said back, "I've read the accounts of what new arrivals experience, so maybe we can cut him some slack. It's not like he actually hurt anyone. Besides, he is bound firmly." "Didn't hurt anyone? Tell that to Simon. If it was anyone weaker than Simon, we might have a stack of bodies," the female voice said. A third voice added, "I will cover you. I took him down before. Honestly, I just want to know what he is. Who knows if he is even human or not?
What with the ability to change shape like that? The first voice came back. Bestials change shape all the time.
Bestials don't use high-level magics, and when they take a new shape, it isn't that of another human,
the female voice said. Fine, I'll be careful. But you heard Armand. He is going to cover me. You can draw your bow if it makes you feel better. I think the truth is that you were just upset that his spell caught you earlier. Tim heard some mumbling that he couldn't make out, and then he heard heavy footsteps drawing closer to him before a face leaned over him. It was the face of the man who he had seen coming out of the guild hall earlier in plate armor during the time when whatever had affected him had been going on. The man smiled, and Tim noticed his nearly perfect teeth. His blonde hair and blue eyes undoubtedly made him popular with the ladies, but his looks were rugged enough to be a man's man, too. Relax. No one will hurt you. At least, not if you can explain what is going on. Oh, and my name is Reginald. I have no intention of hurting anyone. In fact, I've never hurt anyone in my life. Even during my time in the military, I was just in the reserves and far from the fighting. As for what's going on, well, I have no idea. I was driving home from work. Then suddenly, the next thing I knew, I was staring at this blue screen. To be entirely honest, I'm still not sure if this is real or a dream. Tim's eyes bulged a bit as his tone rose. He really wanted to be believed, but wasn't sure if he believed himself. Most of what you just said sounded like gibberish to me, but the gist that I got was that you don't know how you changed bodies or what you did to Simon. Is that true? Reggie asked. I remember Simon. He was like the gatekeeper guy. He asked me a bunch of questions and then let me in. That was cool, by the way, how the gates turned into mist. The last thing I clearly remember was him asking me why I was so old. I tried explaining to him that back on Earth I was only 27 years old, but here my body was like Crypt Keeper old, Tim replied. Then, thinking about it more, he added, the more I thought about that, the angrier I got. And that is when everything started to get fuzzy. I remember hearing this rushing sound and feeling this incredible sense of connection to these bubbles of power all around me. I think I saw you and a couple other people run out of the building, but then you stopped moving. So, you don't remember casting a spell that froze us all in place? You don't remember ripping the blood out of the birds your spell caught? No. Oh my God, did I hurt you? Did I hurt anyone else? Scared, but not hurt. Well, other than maybe you hurt Licinia's pride since your spell pulled her out of stealth, and she wasn't able to go all stabby-stab on you. Oh, was that the woman in leather armor? I wasn't sure if I dreamt her or if what was happening was real. The female voice suddenly said, It was real. Actually, more like terrifying is what it was. I'm not used to being manhandled like that. But your spell caught me as helpless as a spider in a web. I'm not ashamed to admit that when I saw you drain the blood out of those birds, that I may have pissed in my armor a bit. I'm so sorry. You have to believe me, I would never mean to hurt any of you. Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to believe me, but I really hope that you do. I'm not a pacifist or anything, but I don't go out of my way trying to hurt people who never did anything to me, Tim said with genuine remorse in his voice. Well then, I guess we are lucky that Armand wisely stayed out of the range of your spell. Armand? Was he the one in yellow and blue? He electrocuted me or something, didn't he? Reggie said. Well, that's right. You seem to remember quite a bit of the detail. It's more just impressions. I don't quite know how to describe it other than to say it was like my head was in a bowl of water and everything around me was muted. The only sound that I could really hear was this thumping and rushing sound, like streams pouring through tiny canals. So, let's say I believe you. None of that explains why you look different now. Is this your true body, or was the other body your true one? As far as I'm concerned, neither of them is my true body. My true body is still back in my car on Earth, Tim said, and this time some of his frustration came through in his tone. Well, based on the magic that you were using before, you were likely a blood mage, Reggie began before Tim interrupted him. Yes, that's right. He had me roll the die and it came up as a 10. Then he said that would be interesting, but I didn't know what the class was until I looked at my character sheet. It said blood mage. But how did you know that? Tim was excited now that he might have a line on what his actual class was in this world. Getting to live in a game world was a dream, but he at least wanted to know something about the class, or it would be more of a nightmare. So, if that is the case, why did you fall to the ground and suddenly morph forms? You went from being a frail old man in a black robe to being over 6 feet tall and wearing chainmail. Even the dagger at your side changed into a long sword and scabbard. I swear I have no idea. Maybe if I look at my character sheet it will give me some information. Okay, I'll wait, Reggie said. Tim's eyes glossed over, and what he saw shocked him almost enough to make him lose the sheet and return to the outside world, but he dug in and tried to learn as much as he could. Trait, ephemeral, activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Unconscious roll for new class, 2 out of 16. Result, 1, warrior. You now have 19 level gain stat points to assign. If the notification wasn't enough to freak him out, the character sheet was. He apparently had an entirely new class now to go with the new body. Name, Timothy Stein. Age, 25. Height, 6'4". Weight, 238 pounds. Class, warrior, asterisk. Level, 19th. XP, 113,800 out of 132,600. Hardiness, 18. Flexibility, 14. Acuity, 12. Sagacity, 12. Hit points, 275. Mana, 95. Offense, ? Defense, 14. Faction, Terran, +40, -10. Rashya, Asmar, Ogria, -10. Traits, ephemeral. Equipped class skills / spells. 1. Major swordsmanship. 2. Heavy armor proficiency. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. He was brought out of looking at his sheet when he heard a commanding voice ordering Reggie to step back. A thick, short man in plate armor looked down at him on the table. I am Charles, Guildmaster of the Terran chapter of the Sojourners Guild, and you, my mixed-up friend, have some explaining to do. The man then turned to look away from Tim and said to others in the room that were out of his line of sight, Bring him to the Book of Names. Let its magic test him as true or foul. There was some arguing that followed, but in the end, it was all quashed when Charles's deep voice said, That wasn't a request. Chapter 6. Inside the Book of Names. He felt many hands on him, grabbing him and carrying him down a hallway following twists and turns before he was finally set down, still attached to the top of the examination table. He was strapped and helpless, but now at least vertical so that he could look around. Tim gazed around the room and got a better look at the various people present. He counted 6 men and 2 women, and most were in the range of 40 to 60, other than the guards who had brought him into the room. Although he could only see 2 of the guards, he could hear 2 more behind him,
presumably guarding the door. As for the others, he assumed they were the council he had heard about.
Pardon me. I know you have every reason to be upset with me, even if I don't know why the events happened. But is it safe to assume that this is the leadership council of the guild? Tim asked.
Charles coughed into his hand and then said,
Yes, it is. Or at least the council for the Terran branch. And excuse me a moment more, but then are you all the ones who will decide my fate?
Charles laughed this time.
Well, Simon did say that you were full of questions.
He shook his head.
Bound up, helpless as a captive, but still prodding and seeking answers. Well, I can respect that, so I will give you a bit of explanation, on your word that after that you will submit to testing and stop with the questions.
Tim nodded in agreement, so Charles continued.
The book, which is open on the pedestal before you, is an artifact linked to 3 similar artifacts in each of the other guild halls. The artifact as a whole is called the Book of Names. It has recorded the name of every sojourner down to the 40th generation for the past 2,500 years since the first sojourners. If there were any before that time, then we have no idea who they were. By placing your hand on the book, it will scan you. This will allow it to record your class and level. The book will forge a link with you and automatically update as you level to display an accurate accounting of your current capabilities. The testing will also provide you some basic understanding of your class and its beginning skills or spells. Beyond the basics, you will obtain training from the instructors here if you decide to stay as an active guild member. Otherwise, you can go out into the world and practice one of the mundane classes. Now, it is time for you to take the test. We will unbind you now, but know that if you do anything other than what we say, you will be dropped where you stand.
Tim felt the straps holding him as they were released. He was able to step away from the exam tabletop and was now within a single pace of the large open book in front of him. He studied it for a second. It was fully 2 feet high and 3 feet wide. The pages were covered in an ornate, sprawling script, and the corners were bound in silver and inlaid with runes and gems. He looked around and saw that everyone had hands on weapons or held out their hands towards him. It appeared that Charles was not taking any chances. From what he remembered of his new character sheet, he had no skills that would help in this situation, and he had no delusions about being able to run away before they could hit him. He had felt the electric power of the one called Armand, and was in no hurry for a repeat. Still, his mind was racing. He tried to weigh up the risks of touching the book. He couldn't tell if any of the people from Cal Dakota to Charles had told him the truth, but he also couldn't tell if any of them had lied to him. The real question was how he wanted to handle this. A part of him said this was a dream still, or a nightmare. Of course, he had never read a lit RPG or watched an anime without wondering what it would be like to live in that world, but it wasn't like he ever really believed it could happen. The more he thought about it, the more he decided to just treat this as if it were really happening. Maybe if he threw himself into this fully, he wouldn't keep upsetting everyone around him. There was one last thing before being tested. He needed to assign his stat points. It wouldn't do to take a test at anything other than his best. Again, his eyes glossed over as he called up his status sheet. He had to assume, based upon the stats that he already had, as well as class name, that in this current form he was more of a melee fighter. That was probably for the best. Magic was cool and all, but he had little in the way of knowledge about how to use it. He applied 10 points into hardiness, 5 to flexibility, and because he hoped it would make a difference with how he related to others, 4 into sagacity. Just as before, he felt the shifts in his being as he became more than any human on Earth had ever been. The changes hit him harder as they were more physical than mental this time. No more delaying. Just take the test. so that you can be one of us," Charles said. Tim wasn't happy about it, but dream or new life, he didn't see any other choice. He reached out and put his hands on the sides of the book. In a flash, he felt like his mind was being pulled out of his head to swirl around like water draining from a bathtub. An instant later, he found himself in an arena. The rows of seats around were filled with men, women, and children all looking on. They were cheering wildly and calling out his name. Tim looked down at his feet and found that there were more than a dozen men all lying around in various states of completeness. Some had lost arms, some legs, and others were headless. But the one thing they all shared in common was that they were all dead. In his hand, he held a long sword, and as he watched, blood slowly ran along the blade, down its edge, and dripped upon the ground. He didn't recall it, but he knew that somehow he had slain all of these men. Then trumpets sounded, and men he knew to be arena slaves came running out and started dragging away the fallen. Tim looked up at the audience box, which was elevated above the rest, and the source of the trumpets. A man in a white toga stood up and yelled out, "Timothy Stein, Sojourner of Terra! You have passed the initial trials and shall be allowed the chance to test your mettle against the champion of the arena. May the strongest prevail." From the far end of the arena, an iron gate raised up, and a man stepped forth from a dark tunnel. The audience began to chant even louder now. A few faintly called out his name, but most were yelling, "Serpius! Serpius! Serpius!" Tim assumed that was the name of the arena champion, and apparently his opponent. The man could certainly put on a show. He walked around the arena floor and waved his twin swords in the air. Finally, he turned his eyes to Tim and bowed with a flourish of his swords. "I salute you, warrior. Know that your death today shall be upon the blades of Serpius, the 12-time champion of the new Roman Colosseum." Tim found himself shifting into a fighting stance with his right side forward, sword in hand and raised up into what he instinctively knew was a defensive posture. Serpius waved for him to come, but Tim decided to hold his place. He would wait and fight on his own terms rather than at the beck and call of his enemy. "You are a quiet one. Perhaps caution has been your ally up to this point, but the people want a good show. Please don't die too quickly, or you will disappoint the audience." With that, the man charged forward. He lashed out with one blade, and Tim found that without thinking, his own sword rose up, and he had no trouble blocking the blade. No sooner had he smiled at the successful block than Serpius spun around him, and a quick flicking strike of the second sword went across his cheek. Tim cursed himself for a fool. He knew the man had two weapons, and yet he had been so self-congratulatory about stopping what had clearly been a feint that he ignored the real attack. Probably the only reason that he was still alive was that the man likely wanted to play with what he perceived to be his prey. After that, Tim settled in and tried to get serious. He knew that the swordsmanship skill had been programmed into him, but still, it was not easy. For every killing blow he blocked, he would take a shallow biting cut from the other blade. He might block 5 or even 10 slashes in a row, but eventually, one of the two sword tips would find an opening. His mind raced as he tried to outthink his opponent, yet strangely, the enemy's sword was always faster than his thoughts. As he stood there, bleeding from a dozen small cuts, he tried to think of a way out of this. Defense wasn't working for him, so maybe it was time to go on the offense. He timed his opponent's swings, watched for a pattern, and then, just as he thought he saw one, he lunged forward with a powerful thrust meant to pierce Serpius's guard and put a blade into his heart. It all happened in slow motion as he realized all too late that he had been set up. The rhythm that he had studied so hard to detect had been a carefully laid trap, lulling him into a sense of confidence for the very reason that the man wanted him to thrust, wanted him to overcommit. Tim paid the price as one slashing sword blow bit deeply into his right arm, cutting tendon and muscle along the top of his forearm. Try as hard as he might, he couldn't maintain the grasp upon his sword, and it fell to the sand 5 feet away, almost as if he had thrown it. The insult came as another blow from the other sword cut across the back of his left leg, cutting deep into the hamstring and sending him to the ground in a yowling clump. Serpius took the time to enjoy the praise of the audience. He obviously felt like Tim was no threat to him. And why should he? Tim had been played like a fiddle, moving exactly as the other fighter wanted. Still, this was life and death, and Tim might not be the better swordsman, but he would not be known as the man that gave up. He first crawled to his sword and grasped the bloody handle in his left hand. It felt odd there, out of place with all the training that he had done. From there, he used the sword as a brace and managed to make it to his feet. His left leg could barely support any weight, but it was enough to keep him standing. Tim laughed in despair, and Serpius looked at him strangely. Perhaps he assumed that the pain and impending death had broken Tim's mind, and sadly, he wouldn't have been that far from the truth. Still, Tim looked on with the intensity of his will to live. "What's so funny?" Serpius asked. How Tim wanted to laugh and declare for all that he laughed because what Serpius didn't know was that he was not right-handed. Still, it would have been a lie, for he was very much right-handed. Truthfully, before being yanked to this new world, Tim had never held a sword in his hand, unless you counted video games. "If you have some joke, please share it with all of us, so that we may be entertained," Serpius taunted. No, that wouldn't work. He had to think of something else. He desperately tried to think of any last-ditch move he could make. There was that word. Entertained. It was what Cal Dakota had said. Tim's anger swelled within him, but the word also triggered memories of movies. Fight movies. Kung fu movies. Heroic movies. He searched his memories for any technique that would claim victory from defeat. Pathetically, the one that his mind kept going back to was the Karate Kid. He imagined the crane technique, but wanted to laugh at himself for such a thought. Yet there was something to that. Daniel had needed to let go. He had needed to stop thinking or overthinking the situation and just center himself. From that place of center, he had been able to respond in just the right way. It was only a movie and seemed a stupid thing to wager his life on, but then again, here he was fighting on another world, so how stupid could it be? Tim drew in his breath. He tried to relax and find his center. His pain faded, and he began to feel the sword. Its weight became an extension of himself. Its blade was his arm, an extension of his will. It was not something to be overthought. He had to give in to the sword knowledge that was programmed into him. Timothy Stein, glorified data entry clerk, would never be able to win in this moment. But maybe, just maybe, Tim the Sojourner, warrior and swordmaster, could. Either because he sensed the danger building, or because he was ready to end the farce, Serpius moved forward. His swords formed a net of steel in front of him, and Tim had to simply relax. Impossibly, he couldn't try to react to each slash, but had to respond to the totality of the situation. As a sense of peace settled over him, the path presented itself. It would cost him, but still, that was all he needed. Tim thrust his sword at just the right angle, and with one twisting movement, he disarmed his foe of his front blade, and then rammed the razor-sharp tip of his own blade through leather armor, flesh, bone, and sinew. All the mortal being of Serpius gave way as Tim's sword thrust into his heart. In that instant, his foe fell, but more importantly, Tim truly acquired the skill of sword mastery. Before it had been knowledge crammed into his head, but now he made it his own and more. Now, he pushed it beyond and obtained the final level. He became in that moment a possessor of the elusive Grandmaster swordsmanship skill. While his moment of zen fled just as quickly as the blood was draining from his body, Tim knew he was being blessed with this. He knew he hadn't really earned it, but then neither had he earned a one-way trip to a world of fighting and death. So perhaps this was cosmic balance. However, it didn't matter, for now he possessed the peak of swordsmanship and an understanding of how to use it that defied his limited experience. Chapter 7. Still the Same. Tim woke up again on a soft medical examination table. However, this time he wasn't bound. This time he was laying with a pillow under his head and bandages all over his body. The first thing he noticed was a gnawing hunger in the pit of his stomach. He sat up immediately to make sure he could move. He got briefly dizzy and paused there for a moment with his legs hanging over the side. Now, as he faced the wall, he could see a mirror. He breathed an internal sigh of relief when he realized he was the same self that had woken up in here before. He looked to be in his mid-20s and was rather ruggedly handsome, although with darker skin than he had ever had back on Earth. If he were guessing, there was a hint of Samoan in him. Combining that with the bulging muscles that were evident even beneath his chainmail shirt, he had to think that comparisons between himself and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson would have come out favorably on his side. Tim wasn't vain at all. Realistically, he had always been pretty average in appearance. He worked out enough to stay fit, but his job and addiction to junk food kept him from ever excelling at that. Now, he was the type of hero that he felt he should be, if he was going to live out life in an isekai. It was definitely a vast improvement over the ancient body he had arrived in. The thing was, if he could change like this once, then it could happen again. He was afraid that perhaps that was his Hyde to this Jekyll, or maybe it was the other way around. But since he didn't have any way to test it, he just pushed that worry down. The best way to do that was to focus on something else. With that thought in mind, he opened up his character sheet to see the results. Sure enough, he found the stat points had been applied as he had intended right before the test, and he had the increases in hit points and other secondary stats to go along with it. Most pleasantly, he found that he now had the Grandmaster swordsmanship skill, just as he had experienced in the test. So, at least part of the test was accurate. The other changes were the faction drop that he had with Terra. It had been there before the test, but he had apparently lost 10 points in faction from 50 to 40. He didn't know the relative value, but if this was going to be his country, then any drop was a bad thing. His best guess was that it had happened as a result of his blood magic running wild. It was frustrating since it had been beyond his control. The upside was that he felt more at home in this body. No one was going to care about excuses. If he were going to survive here, he would need to own what had happened. He still had 5 of his 7 skill/spell slots open. Hopefully someone would come and check on him soon, and he could ask about that. Well, that and about getting some food. It felt like he hadn't eaten in a week. The test must have taken a lot out of him. Since his character sheet now marked him as a probationary member of the Sojourners Guild, he had to believe that meant access to food and training. In the meantime, as he waited, he looked at the bandages. Each one he checked showed small scars beneath them. Not the ugly "you're a freak" kind of scars, but more the kind chicks digged. The crazy thing was that each one was completely healed, but the bandages hadn't been removed. That made him wonder how long he had been neglected in this room. With each bandage that he pulled off, a sinking realization came to him. They were all in the exact spots that he had been injured during the testing. He pulled up his undamaged chainmail sleeve, and sure enough, along the top of his right arm was a much larger bandage. Once removed, it too revealed a long scar exactly where the wound that had crippled his arm had been. This led to him taking his pants off and finding the bandage and scar along his hamstring. Neither his clothing nor his armor were damaged, and yet he had scars underneath. He ended up stripping down to just his boxers and found that every injury he remembered from the test was reflected on his body. It was as he stood there in his skivvies that a woman in pastel blue robes walked in. She must have been in her late 30s, but was still quite attractive, and he felt oddly self-conscious about her finding him like this. At least, he did until he remembered he had rippling muscles and a body to be proud of. The woman didn't seem to notice at all, and only spoke with a clinical detachment.
"Oh, good, you are awake. I was beginning to worry. Your test is the longest one I have ever witnessed."
How long could it have been? I feel like it just finished.
You have been in the test world created by the artifact for the past 4 days. As I said, that is very unusual, but where are my manners? I am Muriel, alchemist and assistant to the Master Healer. I was sent to check on you and then report to the Council about your status. Now, since you are awake, you will do so yourself.
Well, nice to meet you, Muriel, but I need to get dressed again. And would it be possible for me to get some food? I'm famished, Tim asked.
Of course. I will have a slave bring you some food. You don't have to wear your armor if you don't want to. About half of the active adventurers seem to wear it all the time, but I didn't want you to think you had to, Muriel said.
Tim winced at the mention of a slave, but he figured that he had more immediate issues to worry about. That would be great. But can you answer one quick question for me?
I can try, if it is within my knowledge.
I thought the test was a magical rating system. I expected it would take like a second, and I certainly didn't expect scars from it. So, what's up with that? And isn't there magical healing in this world?
The testing rarely takes more than a few minutes, but the artifact holds your mind in a state of suspended animation. If the trial is particularly grueling, then it can take over a day. The longest I have ever heard of was from a first-gen a couple of years ago. He was a level 15 berserker, and the test took almost 28 hours.
She seemed to look more and more confused as she answered his question. So, it is really unusual for my test to take 4 days?
Yes. As I understand it, one of the archivists is looking into if there are any records of this happening in the past.
Okay. But what about the scars? I mean, how did I get actual wounds from it? And why didn't anyone heal me?
Oh, that is a common misunderstanding. The magic of the artifact can make the wounds you experience during the test real. It is to bind what you learn in the test into your very being. The more you have to learn, the more serious the wounds can be. It is speculated that there are safeguards against dying, but no one really knows that for sure. Your test must have been profoundly serious, because you had dozens of cuts and 2 significant wounds.
Tim whistled. Wow. Would have been nice if someone had told me that death was a possibility. You still haven't explained why no one healed me.
Muriel had the good grace to at least look embarrassed. Sorry, I keep thinking about other things. The wounds caused by the test can't be healed. Again, it is speculated that it has something to do with the lessons you learned in the test being locked into your body through the wounds. Normal wounds can be healed by magic, whether that be spells or potions like I make. Even though we couldn't heal your wounds magically, I'm sure you noticed you heal much faster here than on your homeworld.
Yeah, some of the cuts on my arm and the one on the back of my leg would have likely required surgery to repair, Tim said.
Surgery? What's that?
Well, sometimes on my homeworld, if you had a serious injury, the doctors had to cut you open and then cut away the bad tissue and maybe stitch parts of you back together.
Oh, by the first reaction, that sounds barbaric. I can't imagine your people ever surviving without magic.
I guess, but it was the only thing we had. Wounds like this would have taken between days and months to heal, depending on which one you were talking about. About that time, a young woman dressed in a toga with a collar around her neck came in with a wooden tray covered with food, producing a bowl of something like oatmeal, along with bacon, eggs, and even some warm, buttered bread. Tim took the tray after finishing pulling his chainmail shirt on. Thank you very much. What is your name?
The girl blushed and then hid her face while looking at Muriel. It's okay. You can answer him. Diana, sir. I hope that I have not offended you,
the slave girl said with her voice full of trepidation. No. Did I scare you or something? Tim asked. Again, she lowered her eyes to the floor.
No, please don't be offended. It would be an honor to serve you, master.
Tim turned to Muriel. Did I say something to upset her? Muriel just laughed and said,
No. She is probably scared because stories about what you or whoever that was did in the courtyard with Simon have spread all over the guild. Well, that and a few of the male members tend to take liberties with the female slaves. It is frowned upon, but not illegal, and by asking her name right away, she might think that you have that in mind.
Now it was Tim's turn to blush. Diana, you never have to worry about that with me. I would never force myself onto anyone. She kept her head bowed as she said,
As it pleases the master.
Finally, seeing that Tim was just as flustered as the slave, Muriel said,
That will be all. You may return to your other duties. I gather you don't have slaves on your home world.
Well, not legally. It is considered one of the most despicable things that humans can do to one another, Tim answered.
I would eat your breakfast and keep that opinion to yourself. The only people more important to the smooth running of our nation than the heroes who fight monsters are the slaves,
Muriel said gravely, and seeing her expression, Tim decided not to push it any further. Chapter 8. Test Results. At least the breakfast was wonderful, even if his stomach was a bit upset about the conversation. Once he was done eating, Muriel guided him to the council room. This time, instead of meeting in the testing room, which had looked more like a library, they met in more of a formal meeting room with a big U-shaped table that Charles and the other 7 council members were seated around. The floor was stone and the ceiling high. There were 4 guards spread throughout the room, but Tim figured if the council members were adventurers themselves, then they probably needed little in the way of protection. Standing behind Charles was Simon. Once he reached the spot and open space between the prongs of the table, Tim stopped and noticed that Muriel bowed and then left. He looked at Simon and said, Master Guardian, I am sorry for what happened in the courtyard yesterday. Well, it felt like yesterday to me. Simon looked at him strangely. This is still Timothy Stein. He doesn't look at all the same. Charles said, Yes, so I have been told. But the Book of Names has listed him as Timothy Stein. Simon asked, What does it say about his class, though? He definitely didn't look like this before. Well, I am glad you asked. Master Cypher, please show us what the Book of Names tells us about the sojourner Timothy Stein. A man in light gray robes to Tim's left nodded and lifted his hand. A projected screen appeared in the air. Timothy Stein, World of origin, Terra. Status, probationary member of Sojourner's Guild. Class, warrior, Level, 19th. Trait, ephemeral. Currently equipped skills/spells. 1. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 2. Heavy Armor Proficiency. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. There was a general whistling around the room as some apparently were seeing the screen for the first time, while Cypher and Charles clearly had already seen it. Charles stood up. So obviously it is a potential boon to have a level 19 new arrival, but there are many oddities around Probate Stein, not the least of which is the odd designation for his class in the Book of Names. Then, of course, there is the fact that he had a completely different appearance when he entered here 4 days ago, and displayed the abilities of a blood mage rather than the warrior he is now. An explosion of conversation opened up around the room as all the council members tried to speak at the same time. This went on for a period of time as some of the members claimed he was too dangerous to be allowed to remain in the guild. Of those, they were split between exile and imprisonment. Hearing that made Tim's sword hand flinch, but he restrained himself. Other voices called for training him, and amongst those, he was surprised to hear Simon arguing for that. The one person who wasn't saying much was Charles. Rather, he sat there with a look of deep concentration on his face. Finally, after 10 minutes of this had worn down to Tim's last nerve, and he was afraid he was about to do something he might not live to regret, Charles slammed a beefy hand down on the table. All eyes turned to him, and each individual discussion ended. Then the short but very broad-shouldered guild leader stood. I will take the advice of the council on options for his training, but I am invoking my prerogative as guild leader to take on an apprentice. If Tim thought that the room had been loud before that, now it positively was bursting at the seams with voices, each trying to speak over the other. He didn't know how much of it he could handle, but again, he was surprised when Simon tapped his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Follow me. They will be at this for hours. Once the 2 large doors to the council room closed behind them, Tim felt like he could hear himself think again. The otherwise serious Simon smiled as he said, It gets loud in there at times. Thanks for getting me out of there, Tim replied. Certainly. Now we need to clear the air. First off, I am willing, for now, to accept that you neither know what happened to you to change your body, nor did you have control of your abilities the other day. Blood Mage is one of the most feared classes, but not because its power is greater than any other, but because something about the class makes its holders more temperamental, more prone to being influenced by their emotions. I am willing to believe that your shock at ending up in an ancient body created a great deal of emotional stress. Not to mention you had just been transported to another world. I appreciate that, and I don't mean to look a gift horse in the mouth, but why are you so willing to believe a stranger that more or less attacked you a few days ago? Tim tried to school his voice and keep the skepticism from coming through. What kind of horse? What do you mean? Is looking in my mouth some kind of test of veracity? Simon asked in apparent confusion. Laughing, Tim answered, Oh, I'm sorry. It's just an expression from my world. It means, well, never mind. I was just asking why you are so willing to believe me after everything. Oh, then that is a worthwhile question, and I'm glad to see that you are not simply taking things at face value, but examining things. Please understand, I don't mean to speak to you like you are a child, but for all intents and purposes, that is what you are in this world. You are a new arrival, and you likely don't even know how to buy food yet.
So, I will try to be simple, but we can discuss it more in the future. For now, I am persuaded by the Book of Names. It has named you, and it has identified that there is something different about your class.
Is that all?
Well, I also know what the word ephemeral means. I don't know how it manifests as a trait, and an initial search by the librarians has not turned up anything in our history books. Oh, and I guess there is one other thing. Maybe it is a simplistic thing, but it's your eyes.
What about my eyes? Tim asked.
They are the same eyes as you had before. If the eyes are truly the windows to the soul, then I see the same soul inside you as was there before.
Simon replied.
Tim must have let his worried frown slip onto his face, because Simon changed his tone at that point. No, don't worry. Master Cypher won't stop digging until he finds something. There must have been an example of ephemeral in all the years of recorded history.
Well, Cal Dakota acted like it was a very rare trait, and said it had been many hundreds of years since the last sojourner had this trait, Tim said.
Now see, there is something that I can help you with. Whatever you may believe about the voice that you heard, it is not commonly accepted that the patrons are real beings. I am third generation, and my grandfather used to tell me stories about the voice that spoke to him. But as much as I loved him, I tend to believe that what he heard was just the trauma of being transported to a new world.
So, you are saying that I should keep that experience to myself? Tim asked.
That is a good way of putting it. Some people will excuse it because you are first gen, and, honestly, most of society, sojourners included, believe that first gen are a bit crazy. Others will judge you for it, and others still will try to recruit you to their silly patronite cult.
Tim wasn't sure how he felt about it, given how sure he was that he had spoken to Cal Dakota, but he also didn't want to alienate anyone over a belief in a being who had so royally screwed him over. Okay, I think I understand.
Now then, if you are willing, I would like to help you out a bit.
Help me out? How? Tim asked.
He couldn't help but feel the suspicion rising in him again. I couldn't help but notice that you only have 2 of your 7 skill slots assigned. I was going to suggest that we get you a couple of basic skills and maybe a defensive or offensive skill, although I will leave the final skill planning to your mentor. By the way, I get along very well with Charles, and you should be thrilled that he is taking you on as an apprentice. You should equally know that he eats, breathes, sleeps, and craps whatever is best for the guild. So, he must see some value in you for the guild. Tim paused and thought for a moment.
Okay, but what class are you? Can you even teach me any skills?
I'm a monk, and yes, I can teach you common skills. To learn more specialized skills, you will need to go to a warrior trainer. That could be Charles or one of the others.
Is that like a kung fu monk or a vow of silence monk? Tim asked.
Not sure what those terms refer to, but you are definitely convincing me you are first gen. Now, what I really need to know is what kind of fighter you see yourself as, Simon said. Tim wasn't sure if he had just been called crazy, but he decided to let it slide. The truth was, he really needed to work up some goodwill.
I'm not sure what you mean about seeing myself. Is there a magic mirror I need to impress with my rugged good looks?
Shaking his head, Simon spoke with a tone that bespoke of strained patience. What I mean to ask is what kind of fighting style you will be using. You are wearing a longsword, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions. Will that be your primary weapon?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, I think I will use the longsword as my main gig for now. Unless I get some really cool magic weapon, but it feels very natural there on my hip.
Good.
And will you be fighting with one blade or two? Will you be using a shield or be more of a duelist?
Well, if I had my choice, I guess I would be more of a spell sword. Is that a thing here?
Here? As in at the guild hall?
No, I meant in this world. But honestly, the name of it is slipping my mind, Tim said hesitantly.
It's called AudioBook. And no, spell sword is not one of the 16 adventurer classes. What is it?
It's a fighter who uses one hand for his sword and the other hand for casting spells. I just figured it must be a possibility because I have a mana score. Why would I have mana if I couldn't cast spells, right?
Everyone has mana, even the weakest of sojourners. It is one thing that we all have in common, and something which separates us from the rest of the population. That doesn't mean you can cast spells. Mana is simply the underlying energy that runs through all things. It is the fuel that a mage uses for spells, of course, but it is also what powers a warrior's fighting skills, or amongst disciplines.
So I can't cast lightning bolts.
Simon crossed his arms. No, not unless you can somehow become an elementalist just like you changed from being a blood mage. Trust me, if there was a way to wield a sword and hurl spells, then everyone would want to be that class.
Bummer. Well, if mana is the fuel for all these special moves, then why was it that when I was in that Crypt Keeper form and got all jiggy, that people looked like they were pockets of power that were circulating around? Tim asked.
Crypt Keeper? If you were referring to when you were a blood mage in that old body, Simon began.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
Tim interrupted enthusiastically. I can only speculate, but I think you were using a higher level spell, Mass Paralyzing Blood, and that you were seeing things through the innate nature of a blood mage. Again, since I've never been a blood mage, I am only going off the accounts, but blood mages can convert the life force contained in fresh blood into either mana or hit points. The more experienced they are, the better they get at it, and eventually, some can even be decent healers. Supposedly, the strongest of them can see the potential power in the blood of living organisms around them, Simon lectured.
Oh, that stinks, 'cause everyone I know back home always played a spell sword. But I guess I will take what I can get. This is definitely better than being old. Maybe you can tell me what a warrior is good at. That might help me figure out how to pick a style. Oh, and can I change the skills that I select? Tim asked.
Yes, skills can be changed by touching a training rod.
What is a...
Anticipating the question, Simon had already launched into an explanation. A training rod is a magical artifact that is about 2 feet long and has a metallic sphere on one end that is about as wide across as my hand and has slots for 16 gems. It must have the appropriate gem for your class in it to change skills in that class.
I'm sorry, I feel like the more you explain, the more questions I have. If there are 16 classes, does that mean that everyone here picked the class that they wanted to be? Did they get special training or have to pass some kind of test?
Simon shook his head but answered, There are many Sojourner families who believe that they can influence the class of their house members by providing them with specialized training up to their naming day on their 18th birthday. None of it has ever been proven, and since you are asking me, I will tell you it's just a bunch of superstition. The truth is that choice is a fairy tale. You play the cards you're dealt, and the wise or the strong make the most of it.
Okay, but what?
No more questions. I need to get you ready for your first task.
Task? What task? Oh, never mind. I really have to ask one more question. If one of those training rods can just give you skills, then why doesn't everyone just walk around with the best skills?
First off, it isn't always the skill or spell you have, but more how you use it. Second, no single skill or spell is the best for every situation.
Third, you must meet the prerequisites for any skill by having the appropriate class, level, and stats. Finally, it costs coin to buy skills from a training rod.
So, coins power the rod?
No. What sort of world do you come from? The rod is a substantial source of income for whoever controls them. They can only be operated by a magistrate or teacher, which are two of the non-adventurer classes. While the rod requires mana from both the wielder and the subject, it also consumes part of the metal of the coins to maintain its structure. The rod begins to break down as it is used, and so those coins are also necessary to maintain it in working order. The first skill slot is almost free, but each subsequent slot increases the strain that is on the rod, and so has a higher coin cost.
Tim surprised Simon at this point by not asking any more questions. He already had a lot to think about, but since he hadn't asked, Simon offered another bit of information.
As for how you will get your skills, you already have 2, but will need to buy the rest. The guild will lend you the coin, since you likely don't have it, but I am told that most first-gen have at least a bit of coin in their soul pouch.
Exactly how much does it cost to add a skill?
As I said, it varies based upon the slot and the skill. Skills are broken down into common, uncommon, and rare. There are unique versions of skills that require not only a training rod but a training manual. It isn't that those skills are truly unique as much as that only one person in the world can ever have them at the same time.
Simon lectured. Tim just waited again as Simon paused to catch his breath before continuing. While waiting, he took in the hallway that they were walking down. They came to a halt outside of a room that had 2 guards at it and a heavy metal door, versus the typical wooden doors he had seen throughout the guild hall so far. Chapter 9. Skill Rod. He didn't want to be paranoid, but after hearing some of the council members calling for his imprisonment or banishment, the appearance of this door had him on high alert. Something about his posture must have alerted Simon.
Don't worry, this isn't a jail or anything like that. The guards, as you can see, are wearing the insignia of Caesar Febrius. This room is a training room, and it is the only room in the guild hall that is controlled by Caesar and the nobility. They keep a tight grip on the training rod, as it serves to help balance the power of the guild.
Tim simply nodded. After staring at him for a moment, Simon signaled to the guards, and they opened the door for them. Then Simon continued his description of the training rod.
The base cost for a common skill is 1 copper for slot 1. The rule of 4s applies after in that each slot costs 4 times more than the slot before it. The same applies to uncommon and rare skills. They have a base cost 4 times greater than the grade below them.
He was running the numbers through his head when Simon said,
"Oh, I forgot. You probably haven't learned about the rule of 4s. All children of Kusente learn about it early on."
"No, it was one of the first things that I was told about."
"Your Patronite friends told you about it?" Simon asked.
Tim shook his head and simply murmured, The
question caused him to think about his friends, Atticus and Cecilia. They must think that he forgot about them, given how long his test took.
He hated to feel like he had abandoned the only people in this world who had been kind to him so far, even if it was for their own weird reasons.
"Then who?"
Tim raised his eyebrow as if to ask if Simon really wanted an answer to his question. The monk caught on and said,
Probably best to keep that to yourself. If you feel like you need more of an explanation, we can go over it another time. For now, we need to pick out some common skills for you. It wouldn't do for you to be too deeply in debt before your adventuring career even begins."
"Are common skills crap then?" Tim asked.
"No, they are just common. Some of them, like dodge, are amongst the best skills that you can have.
but many people have them, and both other sojourners that you might fight and monsters are experienced at dealing with them.
Makes sense. So, how do I see some options?
As he asked the question, he took in the room they had entered. There were 2 more guards inside the room. The ones outside had been in chainmail, while these both wore half-plate armor and stared at every move he made. A 3-foot-high pedestal with a velvet-cushioned top was the centerpiece of the room, and laying across the pillowy top was what Tim assumed was the training rod. At least it was what had been described to him. Sitting in a chair, studiously ignoring them, was an older man, bald across the top with a ring of hair around the sides. Tim wanted to scream, "Just shave it already," but he figured he didn't know enough about the fashion of this world yet. Simon coughed to get the man's attention before saying, "Burke, I hate to pull you away from your reading, but I have a new probationary recruit who needs some skills." The man, Burke, stood up and smoothed his robes before looking Tim up and down.
Kinda old to be a probationary member, isn't he?
He is a first-gen, and only just passed the test.
Oh, well, that at least is a little more interesting. So, this must be his first time with the training rod.
Burke ended his statement with a wicked little chuckle to himself. "Don't scare him. We all go through it."
Don't scare me about what? You two realize that I am right here, don't you? Tim demanded.
Simon turned to him. "It's nothing. The training rod simply downloads knowledge, technique, and muscle memory equivalent to years of training. The intensity varies by the level and rarity of the skill, but most people are, shall we say, breathless after their first go-round."
Burke said, "So, the brown books to my left contain descriptions of common skills along with the prerequisites. You will find that the books are broken up by class. Common skills are often not restricted to a specific class, or at most to a class tree. The red books on the middle shelf are for uncommon skills, and the black books on my right side are the rare skills."
Tim looked around the room. The room was cut into a hexagonal shape, and the back 3 sections were floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. There must have been a few hundred brown books, at least a couple hundred red, and 70 or 80 black books. Tim realized Burke must have seen him staring at the black books, because he then added,
"Probationary members are only allowed access to common skills and spells. That is, unless you have special permission from the guildmaster." Bummer. Well, let's see what you've got then. Or do I pick up the books myself? "Most certainly not!" Burke managed to sound scandalized as he answered. "As if I would ever let a grubby steel slinger touch such precious books. No. You tell me what your class is, and then I will grab you one book at a time. There is, however, one matter that we have to determine before you are allowed to look at the books. I assume that Master Simon has explained to you the costs associated. Have you decided how many slots you want to fill, and how much you are willing to pay?" The gamer in Tim was too excited about the prospect of going through skill choices and forming his build to want to be bothered by this. In fact, he was rather annoyed. He simply reached into his soul pouch and pulled out stacks of 5 gold coins and set 11 stacks along the edge of the pedestal. "I suppose this will be enough to buy a few skills." The magistrate's eyes bulged. "I thought you said he was a newly arrived first-gen!" It was Simon's turn to chuckle, and Tim got the sense that he had been used as a foil to get one over on the crotchety magistrate. "Oh, did I forget to mention that he was level 19? But seriously, I didn't know that he had that much gold. Still, if he has paid for it, you better get him the warrior books. Looks like he will be going for all 7 slots today. Well,
besides the two that he already has.
Burke said nothing further. He simply went and got the first book and brought it to Tim for his perusal. Tim wasn't sure what to expect, but he took the tome and cracked it open. He stood still for a moment before asking, "Is there a place that I can sit while I go through these? This may take some time."
Simon answered before Burke could. "They won't allow any extra chairs in here. Something about lazy sojourners spending all day looking through the tomes. You can ask me questions about skills, or I can provide some suggestions for you."
Tim sighed, but decided not to let it spoil the mood as he mumbled, "Maybe in a minute." The book was fascinating. The first 2 pages contained a single entry.
Assess. Rarity. Common. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Acuity. 10. Mana. 1 per 4 seconds. Description. A general multi-purpose skill that serves as a catch-all but inferior replacement to many other skills such as Identify, Appraisal, Enemy Sense, Find Trap, Microscopic Vision, and others. It will allow the user to gain additional information about a wide range of subjects.
So, what can you tell me about Assess?
It is normally considered a junk skill only useful for beginning adventurers. I've never seen a level 19 with it, but it might be worth considering while you learn about Kusente. It will help you perform many tasks and is hard to explain until you actually try it out. Its description is vaguer than many other skills because it has such a broad range of uses. If you do take it, just make sure that you keep it in one of your lower slots so that it isn't as costly to replace it.
Okay, one other question. Well, actually 2. It has Sojourner and Acuity 10 as prerequisites. Are there Sojourner-only skills? And I thought everyone started with 10 in all the 4 primary stats before adding extra points, Tim asked.
Yes, many of the skills in here will be Sojourner-only as they require mana to use. As far as the stat requirement, if you ever get a debuff and fall below 10 Acuity, then you could not use the skill.
Tim simply nodded and dove back into the book. At some point over the next few hours, Simon left the room with instructions for Burke to summon him when Tim was done. After going through maybe half of the common skill books, he had narrowed it down to a handful of skills that he wanted to choose from. Burke answered questions only begrudgingly and as briefly as possible. That left Tim to rely upon his base of gamer knowledge, but he found that many parts of it carried over. He wanted to have some defensive skills as well as offensive, and he didn't want to rule out general skills. It was hard because he didn't know exactly what would be asked of him. It wasn't like there was a wiki that he could look up to see the best build. In the end, he wasn't that worried about it. Tim figured that as soon as possible he would change at least some of the skills for higher-ranked abilities. Even with all of his looking, there were still pages that were indecipherable to him. He knew that there was writing on the page, but the images were too indistinct. Burke had told him that those pages contained skills he didn't meet a prerequisite for. The other confusing issue was how some of the skills seemed to be for common everyday activities that he could have performed on his own. 2 examples that stuck out in his mind were hide and sprint. When he asked the magistrate about this, the only answer he got was, "Sure, you can sprint on your own, but you can't sprint." The capital letter was obvious in the way he pronounced the word. So he had narrowed it down to assess, sprint, leap, power attack, shield proficiency, quick slash, dodge, improved critical strike, tackle, courage, blind fighting, dark vision, cleaving slash, and bow proficiency. At some point, he started to skip past the other choices. Tim realized that he already had more than he could fit in terms of skills. He also had no real way to determine how well these were going to work. What he needed was some newbie quests to test them out. That, or maybe he could watch some other warriors in action. He decided that the first he was going to take was assess. He definitely needed to learn more about the world. Burke asked him 3 times if he was sure, then verified twice more if he was sure he wanted to do it without waiting for Simon to come back. After Tim insisted, he finally told him to sit on the floor. It seemed strange, but when he asked why he couldn't just stand, the magistrate just laughed and said, "Do whatever you want, but don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 10. I think he likes it, Mikey. Deciding that now was not the time to test his luck, Tim sat down on the bare stone floor. "Place your hand on the ball at the end of the rod," Burke said as he extended the training rod out. Tim decided not to say anything. He couldn't be sure from the man's face if he was messing with him or if it was just his own juvenile sense of humor. Either way, that thought was pushed out of his mind as soon as he placed his hand on the staff. Tim felt an immediate stabbing pain in his forehead. It was as though a railroad spike had been driven through his temple. A short, sharp cry escaped his lips as he bit down. The coppery taste of blood was in his mouth. Agony seared through his body. His muscles convulsed as he tasted blood and toppled over. Tim laid there, seizing, while a part of his mind wished that the agony would just end. He didn't care how, he just wanted it to end. Neither death nor the blissful oblivion a loss of consciousness would have caused came to his rescue, and he felt the unending pulses of agony. His neurons fired again and again, creating new patterns in his brain. Those neural pathways forged new connections in his body, going to his ears, eyes, and fingertips. The potential for sensitivity and detection increased dramatically, and he was flooded by new input. Without asking, he knew the stone that the floor was made of was Barovian limestone. He could tell the composition of the training rod was 1 part gold, 1 part mithril, and 1 part elementium. Knowledge about each of the gems set into the rod came to him from their relative value to the location they were mined from. Even an awareness of traps set into the wall and attached to the door became evident to him. Tim didn't realize for a while that the pain had stopped until he finally noticed he wasn't shaking and his thoughts actually felt clear. He turned inward and saw that he now had the skill Assess on his list. He focused on the description. What he got differed slightly from the one that he had read in the book. There was a flashing notification, which was annoying him, so he checked on that first.
Congratulations! Through the trial of pain, you have reshaped your body and added a new skill. Due to your trait, your skills, just as the rest of your existence, is never static, but changes to reflect your level.
Then he looked at the skill again.
Master Assess. Rarity. Rare. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Acuity. 12. Level 17. Mana. 4 per 4 seconds. Description. Gives a detailed view of the value, composition, and crafting level of various materials. May probe defenses, enemies, or look for traps. Able to assess items up to master level and enemies up to level 16. The longer the skill is applied, the more information you may gain.
Wow. Tim didn't know much about skills, but that seemed like a big upgrade for such a basic skill. Of course, even though he wasn't currently feeling any pain, even the lingering memory of the pain was enough to make him hesitant to take the next skill. Oddly, he knew that there was a tremendous amount of information crammed into his head, but he didn't think he could access it apart from using the skill. "Can't say that I have ever seen anyone flop around on the ground like a fish quite that much. That looked mighty uncomfortable," Burke said.
Oh, whatever it looked like, I assure you it was much worse on my end.
About this time, Simon came back in. Tim looked up at him as he said, I see you got to experience your first new skill. Don't worry, they get easier after your body adapts to the process.
I sure hope so. I'm not sure how many of those I could take.
Surely it wasn't that bad for a big, powerful warrior like you, Simon said. Before Tim could respond, Burke said,
It was like nothing I have ever seen. He was flopping around on the floor for like 30 minutes. I've never seen anything like it before.
30 minutes? Really?
Yes, and he was spasming the whole time.
Simon looked at Tim. Are you okay?
Yeah. It wasn't fun, but I can handle it. Now I need to pick some more skills before I chicken out.
Do you have some in mind?
I narrowed it down to 14, but, of course, I only have 4 slots left,
Tim said, and then he listed the ones that he had in mind. Simon laughed. Oh, newbies always have trouble narrowing it down. After you change out skills a few times, you will get the feel for it and will plan out your build. To start out, I would recommend at least 1 movement skill and a ranged offense skill. Otherwise, you will be very limited as a warrior.
I think I'm going to go with leap and bow proficiency then, since I can always change them later.
Those are good basic choices. I think you will be extremely interested once you get to look beyond the common skills, but those will help you to start out. Tim listened to Simon while weighing in his head whether he should explain that assess became a rare skill. Something about the message that he received, though, made him think it wasn't normal, and so, at least for now, he decided to keep the information to himself. For the next hour, Tim once again went through the torture of learning the 2 new skills. When he finally sat up and wiped the spittle from his chin, he said,
I think it was getting a bit easier that last time.
Could have fooled me, Simon said. That looked awful. Tim couldn't really disagree, so instead, he focused on the new skills. Explosive leap, rarity, unique, prerequisites, sojourner, flexibility, 15, hardiness, 20, level, 18, mana, 12 per leap. Description. When activated, this skill allows the user to leap at incredible speeds for vertical distances of up to 1 foot per hardiness point or 3 feet per hardiness point horizontally. The distance of the leap will be traveled in a fraction of a second, but the leaper's body will travel through the entire arc. May carry up to 10 pounds per hardiness point beyond leaper's body weight. Warning: potential for serious injury exists upon deceleration. Bow mastery. Rarity, rare. Prerequisites, sojourner, flexibility, 18, hardiness, 15, tank or damage dealer class tree, level, 16. Description. Base weapon accuracy of any bow type is increased by 300%. Base weapon damage of any bow type is increased by 100%. Critical strike chance with any bow type is increased by 10%. Base weapon range of any bow type is increased by 50%. Base weapon rate of fire of any bow type is increased by 100%.
Why does he spend so much time looking at the skills? They are only common skills. There isn't that much information to absorb,
Tim heard Burke asking Simon. He didn't focus on what the answer was, but the question itself affirmed he should keep this information to himself. Apparently, what happened to the skills after he got them was not normal at all. That made him curious, and he took a second to compare the 2 skills he had after the test. He wondered how they stacked up against the ones he had just gotten. Grandmaster Sword. Rarity, rare. Prerequisites, sojourner,
Flexibility 17. Hardiness 22. Tank or damage dealer class tree. Level 19. Description: base weapon accuracy of any sword type is increased by 400%. Base weapon damage of any sword type is increased by 150%. Critical strike chance with any sword type is increased by 15%. Other sword skills are increased by 30% automatically. Heavy armor proficiency. Rarity, common. Prerequisites: hardiness, 12. Tank or damage dealer class tree. Description: ability to wear heavy armor without excessive penalties. Movement only reduced by 25%. Swimming movement reduced by 80%. Base defensive value of armor is fully realized. Well, that cleared up quite a bit for him. Rare skills were tremendously more powerful than common skills. As for the unique skill, who would have thought that he would be excited about a leaping skill? Even with the warning, Tim had to admit that he was very curious to see what he could do with a skill like that. Now, all that remained was to pick the last 2 skills. He opened his eyes and asked Simon, "Any recommendations for the last 2 skill slots?" Perhaps my first question would be to ask if you really need to fill them now. Those 2 slots are what cost most your gold. Most new Sojourners are level 1 when they start with the guild, and even most first-gen don't have more than 4 skills, maybe 5 to start out. It might be better to learn those skills first. When Tim frowned at that answer, Simon added, "But if you are truly determined to spend your gold, I am sure that Caesar will appreciate the donation. You should probably add 1 defensive and 1 offensive skill. Since you don't yet know your fighting style, it is a bit harder to pin those choices down."
I am thinking shield proficiency rather than dodge, because there may be times I can't dodge, but instead have to stand toe-to-toe with an enemy. It seems like it will fit with more options.
That is a practical decision, and as a skill it will probably be easier for you to learn. Just remember that replacing a skill in your 6th or 7th slot is going to be expensive. Now, maybe you can explain why you put dark vision and blind fighting on your list.
Oh, simple enough. I never really had a reason to fight on Earth. My military service didn't even involve any actual combat. But I played video games all the time that were like this world. Besides underwater levels, the thing I hated the most was not being able to see in a dark place. I don't know how relevant it will be here, but I figured that is something I should take into consideration.
It would give you 1 less skill to use in combat, but it would also be very easy to apply. However, I can't help but think you are going to be very upset when you have to pay the cost to replace it," Simon said.
"Yeah, you've made that point. I guess I will just have to grin and bear it."
"It's your gold."
Tim just said, "Okay, let's do this before I remember how much it hurt before."
The pain seemed slightly better this time, although it still made him yearn for that time he had broken both legs when he had jumped out of his treehouse on a dare. The best thing about this pain was that it faded. He had to wonder if it would give him nightmares. Oh well, he couldn't worry about that now. He had little enough control over his life as it was. Besides, he had new skills to look at, and if anything would take away the pain for a gamer, it would be new goodies to look at. Shield Adept. Rarity, uncommon. Prerequisites: Sojourner. Hardiness, 18. Tank or damage dealer class tree. Level, 6. Description: base defensive value of shield increased by 50%. Time required to equip the shield is reduced by 50%. Grants ability to execute a shield bash, which is an attack designed to stun the opponent. Knight's Eye Domination. Rarity, unique. Prerequisites: Sojourner. Sagacity, 16. Acuity, 12. Level, 18. Mana. 4 mana per minute for vision, and 50 mana to dominate a creature with 12 mana per minute to maintain control. Description: 100% night vision. Your eyes have been altered to see in different ways. You may now see in the complete absence of light. Colors may only be perceived in dim light or better. You may now mentally communicate at a primal level with any creature who has night vision and an acuity score of less than 8. You may now dominate the mind of another creature with night vision. Base chance is 50%. You gain a 5% bonus for every point that your sagacity is greater than theirs. Range of control is 1 mile per sagacity point. While dominating them, you will see out of their eyes and control their body. Their awareness of what is happening will be limited depending upon their sagacity compared to yours. Control of your own body during the period of domination will be limited.
Looking at this, he realized his skills were all over the place, and there was no guarantee that when he selected a common skill that he would get something special out of it. It was something to keep in mind for the future, but as it was, he was pretty psyched to try out his 2 unique skills. He looked over and saw that his gold was all gone, but that he had some change coming back to him in a few silver and copper coins.
Thank you for your use of Caesar's training rod. Now you really must get going. There is a line out the door of other sojourners needing to use this facility, and you have been here for over 6 hours.
Burke was all business again. Tim felt a bit wobbly when he got to his feet, and Simon grabbed his arm.
Well, I didn't expect this to take so long. I will take you to the mess hall. You will feel better once you get some food in you. Then, you have to report to your new mentor.
Chapter 11. Your A belongs to. Tim first had a hearty meal of what tasted like beef on some fresh-baked bread, a thick slice of cheese, and smothered in something like horseradish sauce, washed down with a light ale. Then he found himself sitting in the guildmaster's office. Simon had offered to leave, but Charles asked him to stay. Tim sat there in silence as the guildmaster looked across his desk. Simon leaned against the wall, apparently oblivious to them. This lull gave Tim a chance to look around the room. What a man had in his private office was always telling. Tim had been in the office of various bosses over the years. Some decorated their spaces with various sports memorabilia, while others had pictures of exotic vacations with a hot girlfriend, sometimes different girls. Others had hand-drawn pictures from their children on the wall. The point was that they all showed what was important to them, and that was information that Tim could use to know how to talk to them. It had served him well, from the military to his dead-end job. All he really wanted out of work was a paycheck and to avoid doing any more TPS reports than he had to. Certainly, he didn't want to have to come in on the weekend. Not that the system was flawless, because sometimes bosses were just jerks. It was just about maximizing whatever free time that he would have. So he had to ask himself what this office told him about Charles. No signs of a family. It didn't mean he didn't have one, just that he didn't put them on display. The bookshelf behind him was largely empty, with only 6 books on it, not proudly displayed but haphazardly laid there. No, the thing that stood out to Tim in this office were the trophies on the walls. There was a mounted wolf's head, except this wolf must have been larger than a Clydesdale. And then there was an assortment of fangs, horns, feathers, scales, and hides, which must have represented a kaleidoscope of monster types. This was obviously a man who took his hunting seriously. As Tim looked over the room and its owner, while also being visually scoured, he began to form a picture of what he thought this man might be. He wasn't just interested in the hunt, but he was proud of the service he had rendered by removing such beasts from the land. There was no way for Tim to be certain, but he was comfortable that he had, at least in part, pegged Charles. It occurred to Tim that he could use his assess skill to learn about Charles, but that raised a question. In some books, he had read that a person you used a skill like that on would know that you were doing it. It was often considered offensive, so Tim had to decide if it was worth risking offending the guildmaster. Really, not that much of a decision. He needed information and figured he could always plead ignorance. No point in hesitating. He activated the skill and felt the small amount of mana drain out of him. At 4 mana per second, he could maintain it for over 20 seconds, not factoring in whatever his mana regen might be. Name: Charles Gottfried. Race: human, sojourner. Level: 19th. Faction: Terran. At first, Tim could only think about how underwhelming the results were, and so he dropped the skill. Maybe if he applied it for longer or spent more mana? Then he realized it was actually consistent with the skill's description, and the guildmaster's level was simply too high. He guessed he should be grateful that it revealed the basic information. Tim studied the man's face and couldn't determine any sign that the attempted invasion of his privacy had been detected. There was no change in his stony, impassive expression, and Tim didn't think that was only because of the thick beard that covered half his face. Well, might as well try again. This time he focused the skill on Simon to see what he would get. Name: Simon Benholt. Race: human, sojourner. Level: 16th. Faction: Terran. Gen: 3rd. Class: monk. Hit points: 375. Mana: 292. That was a much more respectable level of information. Enough so that Tim decided it was time to see if he could gain more info by applying more mana to assess. However, it soon became a moot point. Suddenly, Charles spoke in his deep, gravelly voice.
So, what am I supposed to do with you?
Tim wasn't sure if the question was purely rhetorical or if he was supposed to answer. That Charles continued on a moment later clarified no answer was needed.
It would have been earth-shaking enough to get a 19th level first gen, but that wasn't enough for you. Nope, not for you. You had to have some freakish metamorphosis. You just don't know how hard you are making my job, do you?
Tim couldn't help but grin. It's not exactly like I asked to come to Iokusente either.
Of the 7 council members besides myself, 3 agreed that your potential benefit as a resource outweighs the current threat. 2 others want you banished to the Untamed Lands, and the other 2 want you thrown in the dungeon so we can monitor you.
Sounds like you have the majority, so it's not an issue, Tim said.
It isn't that simple. The 4 in favor of the outcomes you would find less desirable were willing to agree on booting you out of the guild. If that happened, then you wouldn't have any value to the guild, and so some of the others would have come around to at least banishment. If it weren't for the tiebreaker vote, then you would have likely found yourself deep within the Untamed Lands by morning.
The stout guildmaster's tone grew grimmer as he spoke. Tim asked,
First, what are the Untamed Lands? And second, who is the tiebreaker? Sounds like I owe whoever that is a round of beers. As for the Untamed Lands, the short answer is that it is all the land that is not controlled by one of the 4 nations. The long answer is that you will find out more about it soon enough. Just hopefully with a party at your back rather than solo,
Charles said. Then he glanced over at Simon.
As for the tiebreaker, if the council is tied and it is a matter of immediate security, then I can break the tie myself.
I could have invoked that since those opposed to you were saying you are a threat. I didn't want to invoke that because I wanted to avoid looking biased towards you after I claimed you as an apprentice. So, who then?
Simon coughed and said, That would be me. The guild's gatekeeper has the tie-breaking vote in general matters.
Well, I have to say I'm a little surprised. Honestly, I thought after the courtyard the other day that you would be my biggest attractor. Kinda explains better why you have been so helpful to me today.
I saw your potential, and I am willing to believe that you didn't have control. That is something you will need to remedy post-haste. Otherwise, you slip from asset to liability, Simon said.
What's that supposed to mean? Tim asked. It means that your ass belongs to us, boyo. We are gonna work you so hard that you will wish you had been thrown in the dungeon, the guildmaster said.
Tim's eyes squinted, and his eyebrows came together as he asked,
What sort of work?
A big grin sprouted on Simon's face. Why, adventuring work, of course. Just some quests.
That doesn't sound so bad.
Simon burst out laughing. Apparently he has never heard of escort quests.
Ugh,
Tim groaned. Yeah, the Silver Eagles lost their 4th team member but are supposed to start an important escort in just a couple of hours. They are probably desperate enough to take you on with them.
Silver Eagles, Charles said. Each 4-man adventuring team is registered with the guild, ranked, and chooses a name for themselves. They are a group of Trubies.
Trubies? Tim raised an eyebrow. Simon chimed in. Rule of 4 applies again. Teams leveled 1 to 5 are iron, 6 to 10 are gold, 11 to 15 are mithril, and 16 to 20 are diamond. Trubies is slang for mithril-ranked adventurers. They are truly beyond what normal people can be.
Hate to burst your bubble, but I'm level 19. Doesn't that mean I should be on a diamond team?
Now it was Charles' turn to laugh, with a deep, guffawing bellow. It went on long enough that Tim began to suspect the man was intentionally extending it.
You, boyo, are more of a newbie than a truby. There is more to any rank than just level. There is experience, gear, trust, and teamwork. Even if there were any diamond teams with an opening, none of them would have accepted you.
Tim's face got red. A part of him realized he deserved that. His humiliation distracted him enough that he didn't even notice the meaningful glance that Charles gave to Simon when the monk had started to say something. Finally, once he swallowed his pride, Tim asked,
So will these Silver Eagles have me on their team if I'm so under-equipped?
Charles answered,
Well, by all rights you should be hunting rat tails in the sewer or gathering mushroom caps in the dark forest. But events being what they are, I need to speed your training up a bit. Don't go getting too big for your britches, though. You are still a newbie, and if you mess this up, you will find yourself trading in rat tails for coppers before you know it. That doesn't answer whether they will have me. And what do you mean by events being what they are? They are desperate. They took this contract a month ago, and before they lost their healer. As for the other, it's above your pay grade, so don't worry about it, Proby. Now, Simon will take you down there, but as your mentor, I am expected to give you a bit of a leg up, and I can't have you dying on your first mission. As he finished speaking, Charles got up and walked over to a cabinet built into the wall. It was so masterfully crafted that Tim had thought the doors were just wood paneling in the wall. When the door popped open,
He couldn't see much as his view was blocked by Charles's wide back, but he still could see that there was a small assortment of items, ranging from rings and bracelets to armor. The guildmaster looked back over his shoulder at Simon and asked,
"You said sword and board, right?"
After the monk nodded, Charles continued,
"And mobility and vision skills?"
Simon said, "Yes, leap, dark vision, oh, and bow proficiency." Charles shook his head and said, as he continued to rifle through the cabinet. When he finally turned around, the bearded bear of a man laid several items on his desk. Tim looked at a sword, shield, pair of bracers, 2 rings, and a crossbow that were all set down.
"So, this is better than basic starter gear. I see that you have some of that, but I need to make sure that the Guildmaster's apprentice at least has some magical gear," Charles began.
"Thank you. What do I owe you?"
"Nothing, but you have to formally accept me as your mentor. Since you are a warrior, it seems like a good fit. Then, if you formally accept the position as my apprentice, 1/4 of your loot comes to me as recompense, and since you are still a probationary member, the first half goes to the guild coffers," Charles said.
"So I keep 25% of what I loot?"
"Yes, until you earn full guild membership."
"Okay. I don't see that I have much choice about it."
"Correct on that account, boyo. Now, I think Simon said you got the assess skill. It isn't a terrible choice, even if you likely will drop it later on. It is a skill more often kept by those classes who fill a scout role in a group. Warrior is not well suited to it, but could perform it in a pinch. Anyway, use it on the gear and then put it on. I think you will find it all to your liking."
Razor Edge Longsword. Weight, 3.0. Offense, 2 to 9. Requirement, flexibility, 14. Hardiness, 14. Level, 6. Sword proficiency. Effect, +1 damage, +5% critical strike. As Tim picked it up and looked at it, Charles said,
"Given that you have such a remarkably high sword skill level, I figured that an increase in damage would be better than an increase in accuracy. Just like all the other pieces that I am giving you, you will want to upgrade it. But this will get you started."
"Thank you for all of this. I'm just going to say that once, so I don't have to keep repeating it,"
Tim said. Then he set the sword down and picked up the shield and slid it on his arm. The skill was uploaded into his mind, and he instinctively knew exactly how to position the shield and could even anticipate how it would feel to take a blow on it. Yet for all of that, he had never held an actual shield in his life. Flame-resistant shield. Weight, 3.0. Defense, 2. Requirement, acuity, 12. Fire resistance, +25.
It is important to have some resistance gear as a warrior. You will do fairly well against physical damage, so magic is the key thing to look out for. By your level, normally a warrior would have interchangeable sets of elemental resistance for each different type of resistance. I felt you would need at least a couple of resistance pieces."
Tim nodded, and then assessed both of the rings. Adept Life Ring. Weight, 0.1. Hit points, +50. Ring of Grounding. Weight, 0.1. Electrical resistance, +15. Simon added, "Fire is the most common element used in attacks, and metal armor makes you extra vulnerable to electrical attacks." Tim then moved on to the bracers, which turned out to be a set. Toxopholite bracers. Weight, 0.25 each. Left side, +25% accuracy to all bows. Right side, +10% damage to all bows. Set bonus, +25 range to all bows.
Since Tim hadn't revealed that his bow proficiency had been upgraded, it made sense that Charles would want to increase his skill with the bow. That left just one item for him to assess. Crossbow of Venom. Weight, 6.0. Range, 1,000 feet. Damage, 4 to 15. Effect. Adds poison effect to any bolt that is fired by the bow. Deals 2 damage every 4 seconds for 1 minute. Charles turned to Simon while Tim was putting on the gear and said, "Please introduce our new probie to the Silver Eagles and get him a couple dozen crossbow bolts and a dozen healing potions from the guild inventory."
"Yes, sir." Simon moved to the door and waited for Tim to follow.
Chapter 12. Silver Eagles. An hour later, Tim followed Simon into another wing of the guild that he had not been in before. There was an assortment of training rooms and various merchants who were set up to either buy loot the sojourners had won or sell them items they might need. Apparently, the guild only kept relatively basic gear on hand. This included a good-sized stock of health and mana potions in their armory. Those were made available to members, but it was frowned upon if higher-level members used those resources. Past the shops was a large room, much like a huge dining hall with tables spread out. There were entrances to a kitchen on the far wall, a bar on the south wall, and a series of boards with jobs on them up against the north wall. Along another section of the north wall was a counter with a pair of women working at it. Tim took it all in as he entered the room and sucked his breath in. This was strangely exciting. For the first time since being here, he really had the feeling of being part of an adventurer's guild. The magic had been cool, but this made him feel like this life might be more fun than he had previously imagined.
"Did you hear me?" Simon asked.
No, Master Gatekeeper. I apologize. I was distracted by the sights and sounds of this room."
"Okay. So you see our gardens, touch the Book of Names, learn skills for the first time, and get magical weapons. All things which don't exist on your world. Yet somehow the dining hall is what captures your interest."
Not the room so much as the vibe in it,"
Tim said as he looked out over some 30 people sitting in groups at various tables.
"And I assume those are the quest boards over there, and that counter is where you turn in a quest that you want to accept."
"Exactly. Either a lucky guess or you've seen something similar before."
"Yeah, you wouldn't understand if I tried to explain about it,"
Tim said.
"Well, here is the key to your room. It will be waiting for you, but will be taken over by the guild if at any point you don't report in for 90 days. Now, I will introduce you to the Silver Eagles, but then it is up to you to convince them to let you go with them. If you don't, then you are destined for killing rats in the sewers until you satisfy the council."
Can you tell me anything about them?"
"You've actually already met them. They were the squad that stopped you in the courtyard."
"Ah. And if I understand correctly, a regular party is a group of 4 sojourners, correct?"
Simon nodded and said, "Yes."
"Won't that be a problem? They have a mage, a rogue, and a fighter. Won't they need a cleric?"
Tim asked. "I'm not entirely clear about your terms, but yes, as I mentioned, their party member who died recently was their healer. They have been desperately trying to recruit a new healer, but as you might guess, that is the hardest spot to fill on a team, and there have not been any available."
"I'm not exactly a healer, so I assume that is why you gave me the high-end potions,"
Tim said as he looked at the stack of the potions in his soul pouch.
"Diamond class healing potion. Heals 250 health instantly and 40 health per 4 seconds for 28 seconds. Cooldown on use, 40 seconds.
Tim said,
"I'm sure that 12 seconds between being able to use potions feels like an eternity during a battle, But you are hoping they are desperate enough to accept me.
Yes, but don't diminish the value of those potions. Each one of those is easily worth 10 gold. So that is a veritable fortune that you are holding. It represents a tremendous investment by the guild in your future success.
Simon's voice managed to convey the implied consequences should Tim fail. One last question, Tim said.
You seem to always be saying that,
Simon replied. You just try being sent to a strange new world and see how many questions you have. I'd like to see you try to figure out an iPhone or learn how to program a computer.
Point taken. Now, what was your question?
Do you know what kind of quest that they have to undertake, or any specifics about it? Tim asked.
To keep this simple, it is an escort quest. They are tasked with escorting the daughter of one of the great merchant houses to their safe harbor in Dryton. Suffice it to say that it is career suicide for them if they can't complete this task. Even worse if they were to lose Miss Dryers before she gets to her wedding.
Well, that brings up all kinds of questions, but I won't ask. For now, at least. Please lead the way. With that, he followed after Simon as the gatekeeper walked right up to the adventurers he had briefly met twice before. Reggie, the apparent leader of the Silver Eagles, saw them approaching.
Greetings, Master Gatekeeper. I see you have the newest first-gen with you.
Yes,
and the Guildmaster is hoping that soon you will have him with you, at least for the next mission.
Before Reggie could say anything back, Licinia jumped to her feet. Tim had been too busy before to really take a good look at her. She must be around 25 and was reasonably attractive, even if she had a bit of a pinched nose. Her hair was cut short, which he supposed was a practical choice. Her leather armor appeared very practical, but was also clearly tailored to her figure and left no doubt about her femininity. However, it was not what he would have called the stereotypical bikini-style armor that female characters wore in video games back home. Honestly, he would have been shocked if it had been. Those skins might appeal to the guys playing RPG games, but it had always struck him as uniquely impractical.
This has got to be a joke. Charles must be losing his mind, she snapped.
That is Guildmaster, or maybe even Master Gottfried to you, and I assure you he is most serious. But I am not here to bicker about it. You know as well as I do it is wise to get on the Guildmaster's good side. Just like you know that the Guild Charter prohibits any master or even the entire council from interfering in the composition of a squad. We can suggest, but that is all. After a meaningful glance at Reggie and a nod of his head for Tim, Simon turned and left. Again, Reggie was cut off by Licinia.
You can't seriously be considering this.
Armand, the elementalist in his yellow and blue robe, said, Well, don't you just know what everyone else can't possibly be thinking? Just sit down, Licinia. We need to discuss this, but I'm going to tell you right now that I am inclined to take him, even if he is on the bizarre side. We don't have a fourth.
You don't get to decide,
Licinia responded. Right, and neither do you. None of us do. It's a vote thing.
But what harm could it cause to hear what he has to offer?
Reggie said. Licinia sat down, but she leaned in and brushed her lips against the Guardian's cheek. Armand rolled his eyes, and Tim got the impression that the other two were a couple and that she wasn't above using that to get her way. Reggie simply looked at Tim and said, Please, have a seat. Everyone is already watching us. Let's not make any more of a spectacle than we have to. Tim sat next to Armand, across the table from Reggie and Licinia. I don't know how this works. I just know that I was told that I need to ask if I can come on your mission. Simon told me that you might need another squad member. Those are two quite different issues. Yes, we have an opening right now, but we are not interviewing you for a spot on our squad. I'm not saying that would never happen, but we generally wouldn't even consider anyone who didn't have at least 5 years of adventuring experience.
What we are considering you for is a last-minute fill-in for a mission that starts in about an hour, Reggie said.
Sure. I have no actual experience because I only got to Io Kusente a few days ago, and half of that time I have been unconscious, or doing the test with the Book of Names.
Fair enough. It must be odd being a first-gen. You know, losing everything that you knew before and ending up in this strange world, Reggie said.
Armand added, "It is super fascinating, too."
When Licinia kicked him under the table, he said,
"I mean, other than losing your family and friends. It isn't so much that. I had a job I hated, only casual acquaintances, and I barely saw my brother and parents for holidays. It is just a system shock. I wasn't exactly given a choice. One minute I am driving my car, and the next I am lying in a field here," Tim said.
I can see how that would be disorientating. It's not that I'm unsympathetic, but we have to decide in the next 5 minutes if you would be an asset or a liability. I hear you are level 19 and a warrior class. We don't really need that. Each of us is level 11. I'm a guardian, so from the tank class tree like you. I specialize in protecting other people by taking the beating myself. Guardians are low damage, but high defense, Reggie said. My class is an assassin from the damage dealer tree, Licinia said as she glowered at him. Don't give me that dirty look. It isn't just about killing people. I assassinate monsters mostly. I'm not gonna lie. There are some of my classes who do the darker side of the jobs, but for me, it's just about stealth, critical strikes, and poisons.
Tim looked at Armand and said, "I already felt part of what you can do. So elementalist means you control the elements." Duh, that sounded way more stupid when it came out of my mouth than it did in my head. "Yeah, pretty much," Armand laughed. "Since your robes are yellow and blue, does that mean electricity and water?" Tim asked. Armand stuck his hand up to his face and rubbed his eyes. I don't know what mages in your world wear, but no sojourner would go around advertising their strengths with color coding. I just wear these because I look so good in them." Licinia snorted at that. "All elementalists have access to any of the elemental skills. It just depends on the build that we pick as well as personal preferences. I personally prefer diversity. So I have single-target lightning and fire spells as well as area effects for damage and control in ice, water, and earth." "Okay. What about you?" Reggie asked. Tim thought about it. He didn't know how much information he wanted to share with these people. He needed to give them enough to get a spot on the team. Beyond that, holding back on information would compromise their capabilities as a team. So, back home we have this saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I'm not part of your team, but I need to know that I can trust you all. I don't want my build being shared around until I learn how things work here." The three Silver Eagles looked at each other. Tim could see the unspoken communication that passed between them. After a long pause, Reggie said, "We agree to keep whatever you tell us during this mission secret." Tim decided he didn't have many options. "As you know, my class is warrior." Licinia snorted. "At least you are now." "Look, if this is going to be a problem, then let me know. I have no idea why I looked one way when I got here and entirely different now. I don't know why my character sheet first was for a blood mage and now is a warrior. Before I got sent to Io Kusente, I didn't look like this or that. This is all far newer to me than it is to you." Okay, Armand said. "We get it. All the first gens say that, but we can't work with you unless we know how you can fit into the team." "Fair enough. Sorry. I get really upset about what happened to me. In some ways, this is a dream, but no one asked me. No one gave me any choice about what I would be in Kusente. So, my skills are a little all over the place."
Tim then rattled off his skills. "Those are a bit unusual, and we still have the problem of not having enough healing. My abilities are fairly limited in that regard," Reggie said.
"Well, my mentor gave me these as a backup healing option."
He then pulled out one of the healing potions and set it on the table. Licinia picked it up and looked at it.
"It's diamond grade. These are expensive. How many do you have?"
12,
Tim replied.
"Look, I'm voting to let him join us. It is going to be hard enough to cover everything with 4 of us, let alone with 3. He may not have any experience, but hopefully his levels will make up for that,"
Armand said as he stared at the others. A moment later, Reggie said, "Okay, I agree. What about you, Licinia?" She shrugged.
"Doesn't really matter. Even if I disagree, it's 2-1. So, welcome to the Silver Eagles, newbie."
Tim smiled.
"What's the job, then?"
"We were hired by the Dranesti Trade House. The job is to escort their heir to a wedding with the heir of the Salicon Trade House. The merger will eventually create the largest merchant conglomerate in Kusente, and there are numerous people who don't want that to happen," Reggie said.
"Oh, great. I just love escort quests,"
Tim said as he groaned.
"If you did, you would be the only one," Armand said. "Where are we escorting her to? And why don't they just have their own soldiers do it?"
Tim asked. "We are mostly out of time now, but you have to understand, sometimes we forget how little you know about this world. You know that everyone in the guild is a sojourner, right?" Reggie asked.
"Yes, and from what I understand, that means we have a leg up on the rest of the people in the world."
Reggie shook his head. "It isn't just a leg up. We are not even playing the same game as they are. Flats is a sojourner slang term for those who are not us. It's cause they are mostly level 1 and can never progress beyond level 4. Sure, they can learn skills by practice, but they have an entirely distinct set of class trees with entirely different abilities. They don't even have mana like we do. Of course, if they have money, they can get magical gear, and so they can't be completely discounted, but they can never meet the requirements for most of the magical gear."
"So, we are like supers, and they are normal people," Tim said.
"I don't know what that means exactly, but I'm 12th generation. My parents, their parents, and their parents before them, back as far as anyone alive, remember, this is what we were. Every few generations the potential weakens until, in another 600 to 1,000 years, my descendants will be flats too. But for every sojourner I know, this is just the way we are. Even the high gens have a significant advantage in combat over a flat. Oh, and by the way, don't let our client hear you call them flats. It is frowned upon outside of these walls. They will have their own soldiers with them, but only a few. They can't let it be obvious how important this is, so they hired us for quality over quantity," Reggie lectured.
"Okay, so 2 last questions. First, what do I do next?"
"Simple. We just need you to meet us at the Western City Gate in 1 hour. If you don't know already, your character sheet has a chronometer on it. Just another advantage that we sojourners enjoy."
"Easy enough. Just bring me."
"Yeah. And those health potions."
"Finally, I always say better asked up front than complained about afterward. What am I getting paid for this job?"
"Well, that is actually your 3rd question," Reggie smiled before answering. "That's the best part, especially for you since you have to give up so much of your loot as a probie. We are only being paid 4 silver pieces, but then we get a 50% discount for 1 month on anything we want to buy from any trader within the Dranesti family,
Depending on how you use that, it could be worth dozens of golds. I guess it depends on how much money you can get to buy gear. Might even be worth taking out a loan from the guild.
Chapter 13. Messages Left. Tim only had a short time before he needed to meet the rest of the squad at the front gate. Being late was not an option, especially given how reluctant they had been to take him with them. Still, he felt like he owed enough of a debt to Atticus and Cecilia to at least try to give them an explanation. As soon as he had been accepted by Reggie and the others, he had gotten a pair of notifications. It was all that he could do not to check them out right away. This was the exciting part of being in a magical world. He didn't want to miss out on it, but still, he tried to play it cool. Tim figured everything about him already screamed noob, so best not to make it any worse than necessary. While walking to the inn where he had been told he might find the father and daughter that had saved him, Tim finally took the time to open them up. You have been selected to join the Silver Eagles Adventure Group. Your membership is probationary and only lasts until the conclusion of the agreed-upon mission. Wow, couldn't you do any better? You know these guys are pathetically weak compared to you, or at least compared to what you could be. You'd better step up the entertainment value, or I might get bored. There was no signature or other indicator of the source of the message. He had to assume that it was the lovely Cal Dakota messing with him again. Well, screw that guy. Of course, there wasn't much that Tim could do about it. The second notification was slightly more informative, with the same snark. New quest. You have accepted the quest, Escort the Heir. Task. Escort the heir of the Draynesti Trading House to her appointed wedding. Success. Get Decima Draynesti to the wedding site in the port town of Dryton prior to commencement of the wedding in 3 days. Hand her off to her parents to confirm completion. Reward. 4 silver. 50% discount on all goods from any Draynesti trading house for 30 days after completion of the quest, and an equal share of any loot collected along the way. Failure. Decima Draynesti dies or fails to make it to the wedding on time. Penalty. Become mortal enemies of the Draynesti trading house. Geez, an escort quest. Might as well watch paint drying. Well, maybe I can spice things up a bit. Tim just shook his head. That didn't bode well, but the quest was accepted now. He didn't think he wanted to start out his time in this world by angering one of the most powerful trading houses. By this time he had arrived at his destination, so he did his best to put the taunts out of his mind. When he walked into the Four Patrons bar, or maybe in Iokusente it would be referred to as more of an inn, he felt completely out of place. It was clearly a dirty bar, the type that people in a movie went to hire disreputable guys for shady work. Even the military bars he had been in were far cleaner than this. Still, if stats meant anything, he should be one of the toughest people in the entire city. In the back of his head, he felt like he knew how to handle himself. He immediately found himself sizing up all the various guys sitting in the room. Whether it be the 4 burly types who were playing cards at a table in the middle of the room, or the guy sipping his drink at the end of the bar, Tim watched them all. For all of that instinctual knowledge that had been crammed into his head, he was still worried. He had never actually used a sword, unless you counted that crazy dream with the Book of Names. Sure, he had done his share of hand-to-hand combat training, but it was just training, not actual combat. The one thing that he remembered from that training, above all else, was project confidence. Weakness gets you killed, so you need to appear strong, even if you don't feel it. Tim walked up to the bar. Instead of the sweaty fat man with sleeves rolled up and a towel flung over his shoulder that he had expected, the bartender was a petite, middle-aged woman. As she walked from the end of the bar to him, Tim took in her appearance. She was older than him, but she had that kind of sultry look that said experience might be worth more than youth. The warrior instincts which had been crammed into him told a different tale. He observed how she moved so fluidly. She was someone who knew how to handle herself. The 2 daggers on her waist were likely not the only weapons that she carried.
"What can I get for you, big guy?"
the bartender asked while her smoky eyes took him in from head to toe. "I'm actually looking for some friends of mine. They told me to find them at this bar, and I wanted to know if they had left, or if you might know of how I can get a hold of them."
"Happy to discuss stuff with a paying customer. So let me ask you again. What can I get for you?"
"I'm about to leave on a mission for the Sojourners Guild and can't risk drinking now. Actually, I don't have much time, but I will pay for information," Tim said.
"This isn't some folk tale. And whatever you may think of my establishment, I don't talk about my friends or customers for money. Now, if you are one of my customers, then maybe I can trust you, and we can have a friendly conversation."
Tim got frustrated. He didn't have a phone to check the time on, but knew that sunset must be around the corner. He almost forgot about the chronometer on his character sheet. A quick glance confirmed that he had limited time. "Look, I'm not sure how it works here." He had been about to add in Iokusente, but he had been warned by Simon, Charles, and Reggie not to mention that he was a first-gen to just anyone. "So anyway, I will leave a message and give you a silver to deliver it if you can. If not, then maybe I can find them another way later." Tim set the coin on the bar and said, "If you know Atticus and his daughter Cecilia, then please let them know the old man they found alongside the road is doing well, and will find them as soon as possible if they are still in New Rome." As he turned to walk out, the bartender asked, "Is that all?" Without looking back, Tim nodded and said, "Yep, that's all. No more time for small talk now." Chapter 14. Escort Quest. Tim made it to the front gate with little time to spare. The sun was setting, and the guards were thicker at the gate than they had been before. He also noticed a squad of 4 adventurers lazing about against the wall near the gate. He could tell that they were sojourners, not only because of the way they weren't wearing the same livery as the city guards or household guards around the carriage that was coming down the cobblestone street, but also because of the aura of confidence that they portrayed. They acted like wolves within a kennel of puppies. It didn't occur to him until later that he should have been using a cess on them, and even back in the bar, but he figured it was going to take time to create that habit. As the carriage got closer, he counted 20 soldiers with them, but sitting up on the top of the carriage driving it was Armand. He wasn't wearing his customary robes, and instead was dressed in a tunic and trousers as if he were the carriage driver, which it actually looked like he was serving as. Tim supposed that was a suitable cover if they were attacked. No one would expect the driver to be an accomplished wizard. Reggie was out in the open, riding on the back of a massive warhorse next to the carriage. So if the elementalist was in disguise, then the guardian was the bait. Anyone attacking would think that they had hired one sojourner, not a team. Licinia wasn't in view anywhere, but given her specialization, he didn't find that odd. The question to him was where he fit into a plan like this. He made eye contact with Reggie, who nodded and signaled for him to come over. "You will be riding up next to Armand. Just be ready. If we get attacked, you and I will probably be the first targets." "Okay, so earlier I was just worried about getting you to accept me on the mission. Now I guess I should ask how long you expect this to take?" Tim asked. "As far as escort missions go, this shouldn't be too bad. Only 2 days, or actually a little less. The coast is about 220 miles away,
We'll be stopping to exchange horses 3 times along the way, so hopefully something like 30 hours of riding. The roads are fairly good. If Caesar is good for one thing, it is building stable roads, Reggie replied. The Guardian looked at Tim, who felt like he was being evaluated. Do you think you can stay awake all that time?
Day and a half? Yeah, no worries. I feel really, fit, I guess I would say. And despite not having slept for the past 4 days, I feel energized.
Yeah, the test usually leaves you energized. Your mind stays active the entire time, but for all the trauma you can experience, it imbues your body with a new level of energy. That, and it is useful having a high level of hardiness. I've gone 5 days without sleep before, and been able to fight at the end of it. Not that I recommend that, even for sojourners, Reggie said. When he finished speaking, Tim reached out to him and handed him a healing potion.
You should probably have that on your person in case I'm not close enough to give it to you.
A nod and mumbled thanks were all he got from the Guardian until he walked away. Then he heard, You should probably give one of those to Licinia too, although she is gonna be mad that I told you where she is. She won't like the idea of you seeing her all dolled up. Tim was confused, but understood a moment later. Reggie told him that the assassin was disguised as a handmaiden to Decima, the young woman they were escorting. Licinia looked much different out of her leather armor. She was wearing an ornate toga that showed off a fair bit of cleavage and leg, as well as having her hair up. Decima and the other young woman in the carriage giggled when she blushed as Tim handed her a healing potion. The matronly woman sitting next to Licinia and across from the heir was not amused, and scowled at Tim until he left the carriage. From there he climbed up on top and handed a potion to Armand. It wasn't long before they were traveling. Tim was impressed by how smooth the ride was, given that this was a horse-drawn carriage. He made some small talk with Armand. The elementalist only seemed to want to know anything that Tim knew about his transformation. He asked the same questions a dozen different ways, as though he hoped to restore some memory that Tim had forgotten. He was especially interested when he found out that notification Tim had gotten said 2 out of 16.
So the way I see it could mean a few things. You might have a certain number of lives, or maybe a certain number of times this is going to happen to you, Armand said. You think I'm a cat?
What's a cat? The confused elementalist asked.
Never mind, it doesn't matter. Just an animal from my home that legend says has 9 lives, Tim answered.
Really? That would be so fascinating to study.
Not so much. Mostly they sit around licking themselves, and they don't really have 9 lives. It is just an old superstition.
As Tim answered, he realized the immediate danger involved in this situation. If he was perceived as some kind of freak, then he might very well find himself on a table in a lab, being cut open by a curious wizard. Their conversation died off after that, and they drove on in silence. That was just as well. Tim needed time to think about what had happened so far. Sure, he had been here for days, but only remembered a small part of that. The thing was that he didn't have much to go on. He replayed Cal Dakota's words in his mind, but nothing stuck out. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to be looking for, or if there even was anything to find. The reality was that he just wanted to get some semblance of control in his life. Tim hadn't been super attached to his life back on Earth. Being isekai'd here was certainly a fantasy come true, and to do so with a high level and power was amazing. So why did he feel so uneasy about all of this? He should be enjoying himself, right? When he couldn't figure anything out, he started to focus on his surroundings. The carriage was making good time, and if he looked ahead, he could see Reggie on his warhorse about 300 feet in front of them. Behind, there were 4 guards from House Draenesti. Armand had told him they were there because otherwise it would seem suspicious.
Now it looked like an appropriate guard for a merchant carrying semi-valuable goods. The landscape was pretty much low, rolling hills. It would definitely be possible for an enemy to lay in wait, but the area to both sides of the road was flat and clear. Tim assumed that was done on purpose to prevent ambushes, or at least make them more difficult. The road itself was winding, but not too badly, as it was making its way in a northeasterly direction. It was made of large pavers, which seemed to be placed together seamlessly. It was not as smooth as a modern highway back home, but not bad for the level of technology that they had. Then again, if they had taken technology from Rome, it wasn't surprising. Tim wasn't a big history buff, but he knew enough to remember that they had a reputation for building roads. After a while, boredom settled in, and Tim asked Armand, "So, are there monsters that we have to watch out for around here?" "Besides an attack aimed at the Decima specifically, bandits are the biggest threat we have to worry about. There are always wolves or a stray lion, even the occasional ogre or such. But this far from the untamed lands, it would be uncommon. If there were any monsters that we might have to look out for, it would be airborne ones like harpies or griffins," the elementalist replied. "Okay, so I've heard that term, the untamed lands, twice now. Where exactly is that located?" "So, you know that there are 4 nations, correct?" "Yeah, although I'll be damned if I know the names of any of them other than Terra," Tim said. "I guess you have had to take in a lot lately. Well, these 4 nations make up the world of Io Kusente. All the nations are divided up, but make up one continent. There are theories that there are other continents, but none of the ships that have gone looking have ever returned," Armand said. "Kinda grim." "Yeah, when there is plenty of adventure to be had here. Anyway, the continent is divided up into 4 quadrants, or it was originally. Terra is in the northwest, Ogria is in the northeast, Asmar is in the southwest, and Roshia is to the southeast. It was once all one landmass with an enormous sea in the middle. Then, about 1,000 years ago, a volcano erupted in the middle of that inner sea. At least, that is the way the histories read. From that, there formed another landmass. It is now connected to each of the nations, but only with narrow sections. At first, each of the nations tried to colonize that central mass as it cooled and vegetation began growing there. In fact, everything grows quickly there. It is shocking. Everything is bigger than you think it will be. I've been on farming missions for rare components and even on a few monster culling missions. But nothing I can say to describe it can properly prepare you for it." Tim listened to the answer and stopped to think for a second before saying, "So, we aren't moving in that direction then, correct?" "No, we are getting farther away from it slightly. Don't worry, Reggie knows what he is doing. We just need to keep an eye out for any sneak attacks trying to kill the air. Although given your level, I have to believe that you will someday find yourself on a mission in the untamed lands. Adventure is good. I just need to get my bearings," Tim said. Armand laughed and nodded, and both men settled in again for a long night. As it got darker, Tim activated his Night's Eye domination. The landscape became so much clearer before him. He saw creatures moving around. More than that, he heard the creatures. It was disconcerting. He heard the thoughts of an owl that was circling and looking for a mouse that it had lost. Perhaps thoughts were not the most accurate way to describe what he felt. It wasn't words, and it wasn't really anything more than raw impulse. Tim thought it was better to consider it to be an aspect of instinct. For the next few hours, Tim focused creature to creature. He communicated his instincts of peaceful wariness, and various creatures of the night passed back their own impressions to him. It wasn't as though he could control any of it. He wasn't able to focus very well. The many voices, so to speak, kept intruding into his thoughts. Mice, owls, wolves, wolverines, deer, and even some bats all came to him at different times. He couldn't direct his attention to any one creature for more than a few seconds, as they all seemed frightened of his thoughts intruding upon them. Tim couldn't see through the eyes of the creatures, but that was likely because he hadn't activated the domination part of the skill. For now, it was enough to get these glimpses into the thoughts of such creatures. It occurred to him that this was a great way for him to check the surrounding area. Certainly the animals would be aware of any humans hiding. This made him realize he didn't know how quickly his mana was regenerating, and thus how long he could maintain the skill. Checking his character sheet revealed he was still at full mana. Pressing on it revealed more information. He saw the chronometer that he had been advised about earlier but had promptly forgotten about. Tim realized there was so much for him to take in. He needed to get used to this life, but realistically, he didn't even know half of what he needed to learn. When focusing on his mana score, he saw he was using 4 mana per minute, which tracked with the Night Eye skill, but he also saw that he was regenerating 16 mana per minute. That amount tracked with the points he had put into Sagacity. It appeared the regeneration rate was 1 mana per minute per point of Sagacity. Who would have guessed that mana would be important as a warrior? But it seemed like maybe not such a bad idea that he had put points into other stats. Now the key for him was going to be trying to use this skill. He might just get to be a spell sword, of sorts. He had grand visions of dominating wolves or panthers to fight beside him. Armand, I'm going to try to use a skill of mine. It lets me communicate with some of the surrounding animals. I thought I might see if I can use one as a scout. Besides, I sort of want to play around with these skills, Tim said. The mage looked at him with an expression of incredulity upon his face. Wait, you have what kind of skill? Look, I don't want to go into it too much now, but it is allowing me to see in the dark, and I can sense the thoughts of creatures around me, but only vaguely. Now, I want to see if I can use it to dominate one of the birds overhead and use it as a scout. Tim, you are a warrior. Warriors simply don't have skills like that. I mean, I've heard all kinds of weird things about what first gens can do, but this is crazy. Tim laughed. Oh, remember, you are talking to the guy who was driving a car and minding his own business, and then suddenly was a crypt keeper before you shot me with a lightning bolt, and I ended up as Arnold Schwarzenegger? I don't know what half the words that come out of your mouth mean, but you have me curious now, Armand replied. Good. The skill description says that it may be hard for me to control my own body while I am controlling the body of another creature, so I just wanted to ask you to make sure I don't fall off the side of the carriage. Now it was Armand's turn to laugh. Okay, I can do that. I just want to see a warrior who can control animals like a bestial or naturalist. You and me both, Tim said. With that, he closed his eyes and focused. He tried to shut out the background noise, first from the conversation from inside the carriage, then the sound of the wind and the clack of the carriage wheels against the road. Next, he focused on narrowing down the input he was getting from various creatures of the night. He eventually found exactly what he was looking for. An owl who was gliding overhead, not overly hungry, but still lackadaisically looking for anything it might grab as a snack. Tim willed the owl to obey him, and as simple as that, he felt a surge of mana leave his body. It was like the rush after completing a good set at the gym, invigorating and tiring at the same time. The activation felt very different from just the night vision, but that was likely because it cost more than half of his total mana. He felt the briefest of struggles as the owl resisted his takeover, and then it was over. The shift in perspective was disorienting to say the least. He could still feel his body, but only in a distant, abstract sort of way. For now, he was flying. Actually flying. He felt the air underneath him, and somehow, instinctively, he knew when to flap and when to glide, how to catch the air currents, and so on. It was a rush beyond anything that he had ever felt. Not even the life-and-death struggle in the arena during his testing experience had compared to this. He felt free and could see for miles around. His perception was so sharp now, whether he focused on a particular point and saw a mouse scurrying into its burrow, or looked off in the distance and noticed a group of men waiting alongside the road. Armand asked, "Are you okay?" Tim heard him, but felt like he was underwater, and responding was no easier. He managed to mumble out, "Yes, men, road." Tim wasn't sure if he should break the connection or keep spying, but either way, he needed to make sure the team was made aware. So he turned his bird form around and flew straight for the carriage. He flung out his wings as he landed on his own lap. It was a crazy sensation. Armand nearly fell over as he asked, "Tim?" It was then that he decided that communicating like this was just too difficult, and he released the hold on the owl, which promptly flew back into the air. "There's a group of 5 men with a dozen horses waiting about 3 miles down the road." The words spilled out of his mouth as Tim felt like his own tongue didn't fit in his mouth, and that was after only a few minutes of riding inside the owl. He couldn't imagine what it would have been like if he stayed in there long term. Tim explained what he saw, and Armand called for Reggie to listen in. Both the more seasoned adventurers grilled him with questions about this skill, but Armand confirmed he had at least made the owl land on his lap. Eventually, they seemed to get past asking him how he could do such a thing with the idea that he was first gen, and that explained everything. "Okay, so this is all well and good, but what do we do about those guys waiting up there? They have to be waiting for us," Tim asked. Reggie broke out into a grin. "Those are almost certainly just the crew waiting to trade out horses. Were they all armed?" Tim thought back to the images he had seen through the owl's eyes. No. 2 of them had swords, but the others were more focused on the horses, I think." "See? That confirms it. I will still ride up ahead to double-check, but those are just the men with the spare horses," Reggie said. "So, like a pit crew. Man, I feel embarrassed. I thought I had spotted an ambush," Tim said. Reggie stared back, obviously unsure what a pit crew was, but then he said, "Look at it this way. At least you know the skill works. You will scout ahead of us, at least if you are willing. Hell, if we had known you had a skill like this, even Lacinia would have been hard-pressed to vote against you joining us. Any more secrets that you were holding back?" Tim thought for a second before answering, "Nothing that I think will affect our mission." Armand and Reggie shared a look, and the latter frowned before saying, "Just make sure you keep a good lookout. Horse exchanges are a good time to hit us. We lose a ton of mobility because we can't get the carriage moving quickly if the horses aren't attached." Tim nodded. He felt bad holding back, but was beginning to believe that people here might freak out if they knew the full extent of the weird things that had been happening to him. Maybe if he did some more missions with the Silver Eagles, he would feel like he could trust them. He just wasn't there yet. He sighed as he realized it might always be hard to trust people here, given that this wasn't his world. It was a fantasy world, complete with magic, and a dream come true in some ways. But in other ways, he was well and truly alone now. Chapter 15. Sheep Ambush the Wolf. Tim paced around the area as the horses were being exchanged. Not only were there 4 fresh horses for the carriage, but they also had 2 extras that would be tethered to the back of the carriage. All 3 of the guards got fresh horses, but Reggie stayed on his own mount. But that seemed to make sense, as the brute was monstrous and probably specially bred and trained for combat. The prior experience had been too weird, so Tim didn't attempt to dominate another animal. It was clearly something he would have to practice in the future. The skills seemed useful, but he decided that doing anything more that made him stick out was not a good idea. Not when he was trying to ingratiate himself into this team. He still kept his night vision active, and with that came the incessant chatter of the surrounding animals. He could hear the varied and inane thought processes as they went about the activities of their lives. There was even a nest of rabbits nearby where he could tell the young'uns were anxious for their mother to return and feed them. The more he focused on using his own eyes, the more he tried to blot out the thoughts of the surrounding creatures. That was when it all went silent. As if on cue, almost all the creatures except a few to the south seemed to go quiet, like they had all gotten the same memo. One thought kept pressing through their minds. It was the same one that they had when his group had first appeared, an unfettered and instinctual fear. It wasn't a fear of being eaten. That was a paralyzing fear. No. This was the fear of a being different from them, different from their predators. This was the fear that man inspired in these lesser beasts. No sooner did he realize this than he whirled around and saw a glint of metal just at the crest of a low hill, maybe 500 or 600 feet away. He sensed the firing of a crossbow through the thoughts of the small creatures trembling near the attackers. Everything seemed to move in slow motion as he realized it wasn't just 1, but 3 crossbows that had been fired. Later, with some testing, he realized it was because he had expected the speed of a bullet that would have crossed the distance in less than 1/3 of a second, whereas the crossbow bolts took over 4 seconds to reach their targets. It was a length of time that both felt like an eternity and yet was all too short a span in the light of things. With only a shouted warning, Tim pushed Armand off the carriage and triggered Explosive Leap. Sure enough, the description of the skill was accurate. His skill carried him the 20 feet from where he was standing atop the front of the carriage to where Reggie was astride his warhorse in a fraction of a second. Thinking quickly, Tim wrapped his arms around the Guardian's middle section as his body impacted the plate mail in the air. From there he rolled as they were launched together off of the back of the warhorse. He hit the ground with a thud and saw a red -12 flash before his eyes. "What the hell?" Reggie began, but didn't even finish the words as his mind processed the sound of the crossbow bolts flying overhead. The 2 men rolled up and both drew weapons. It was completely new to Tim, yet he possessed the muscle memories of having done these things a dozen times before. In an instant, his sword was in hand and his shield was on his left arm. He spared a quick glance to see that Reggie had done the same. Instead of a sword, he had a much larger shield and a warhammer in his dominant hand. The crest line of the hill was bathed in sleet and ice a moment later. Reggie said, "Armand is softening them up for us. Now, we need to take them out." "What about Decima? The crucial point isn't killing the enemy, but protecting her, right? Escort quest after all?" Tim asked. "That is Armand and Licinia's job now." Then the big man was running up the hill. Tim took quick stock of his mana. He was sitting at almost full, his regeneration going fast enough to have refilled him from the earlier domination. For now, he just rushed, but kept that knowledge at the ready. His enhanced sight gave him an unobstructed view. 3 men were reloading crossbows while there were 9 others with spears at the ready, and one who looked to be their commander. He must be crazy charging 13 armed men. Yes, they were all extremely distracted and mostly focusing on trying to hold their shields up to protect them from the baseball-sized pieces of ice raining down on them. Whatever Armand was doing, the spell was highly effective. Tim didn't even think that they realized they were about to be attacked. Then Reggie knocked his hammer against the side of his shield, and a loud ringing sound went out. Instantly, the ice storm stopped, but the men on the hill looked up, hesitating to drop their shields for a second longer. That second was all that it took for Reggie to lower his shoulder, raise his shield, and burst forward faster than a race car, slamming into a group of 4 of their attackers. The enemy was sent bowling, and it was clear from the snapping sounds that there were multiple broken bones. Reggie was a whirlwind then, waylaying each of the surrounding men who were within reach of his hammer. Tim saw the threat as one of the 3 crossbowmen, the only still standing, raised his reloaded weapon. Tim thought, "Not on my watch," as he burst forward with an explosive leap. This time he aimed it into a tactical strike. With a skill that he knew he possessed but had never truly earned, Tim directed his blade so that the forward momentum empowered a slice, and the archer's head left his shoulders. The Guardian didn't seem to be having any trouble with the others. His shield was always in place to block a spear thrust, and every blow of his hammer shattered a kneecap, caved in a chest, or crushed a skull. The only enemy not engaging was the swordsman. Instead, he had climbed onto the back of a horse and was starting to speed away. Tim made the quick decision to take him out, trusting that Reggie would be okay. He triggered another explosive leap, but this time he angled it, so it was at a 45-degree angle. Once again, in a fraction of a second, he crossed the 60 feet between him and the fleeing horseman. He came down against the man's back with his shield in front and his body braced for the impact. Tim felt the jarring impact, and his arm went numb, but the man flew off the back of the horse and hit the ground. As Tim landed, he shook out his numb arm while swinging his sword to the ready in case the man got up. He figured, if possible, it would be better to question him about the reasons for this attack. The enemy didn't so much as move on the ground, so Tim walked up and poked him in the back of the thigh with his sword tip, hard enough to draw blood. There was no response. As he looked closer, it was clear that the man's back had been caved in. If he had to guess, Tim thought that his back was probably shattered. He had probably died even before hitting the ground. He glanced back and saw that Reggie was just fine. He was the only one standing, so Tim walked back, dragging the corpse with him. When he got closer, he saw that the big man was bleeding in a couple of spots.
"Where'd you go? You left me to fight all of them by myself!"
The tone was almost accusatory, and Tim found he didn't like it.
"You can just say thank you. I saved you from being shot by a crossbow bolt down there when you were on your horse. I saved you from another one up here, and then I killed the one that was trying to get away. Besides, you looked like you had everything well in hand," Tim replied. His tone was just as hard as Reggie's had been. The Guardian glared at him for a second. "Fine. You're right. I just got tense. We need to find out if any of these guys know anything." After a quick run through the attackers, it was determined that only 2 of them were left alive. They both had knee injuries that made their legs bend in a way that they weren't supposed to. Just looking at it made Tim cringe, but he still helped with searching them for weapons, stripping off their leather jerkins, and then binding their hands behind their backs. He cringed again when Reggie started dragging both men down towards the camp. This was a brutal world, obviously, and Tim realized he was gonna have to get used to it, especially if he didn't want to end up on the other side of treatment such as that. Reggie stopped for a moment and looked back. Look, I'm sorry. I know you were new, and you are right. You did your part. I shouldn't have snapped at you earlier. It's just hard when I'm used to fighting in rhythm with people that can finish my sentences for me. No, I get it. It's no fun being part of a pickup group either. I'm just the odd man out everywhere I go now, Tim said. Give it time. Now, do you think you could strip off their gear, store what you can in your soul bag, and bring anything you can't down here to us? Oh, and yeah, I'm trusting you to do it, but it isn't that big of a deal. The entire party will get a list of the loot that is collected. Tim nodded and bent down to begin the unpleasant task of stripping gear off corpses. He would have to take everything to know what was valuable. Then it occurred to him he could just activate his assess skill. Since it was master level, that should tell him what was worth keeping. Behind him, he heard a stifled laugh. Looking back, Reggie was still there. He said, "You really are a first-gen, aren't you?" Then he shook his head and walked back up. Holding his hand out over one of the corpses, he said, "Loot corpse." Instantly, all the man's gear was stripped off him, leaving a body with nothing but some dirty clothing on it. Reggie smiled and said, "It all gets automatically sorted into my soul bag based on my preset guidelines. In this case, you can see I didn't take their clothing, as I have it set not to take low-value clothing or similar items that will be more trouble to clean than they are worth. No one's gonna want this guy's skivvies that, by the smell of things, he crapped in when he died. If your soul bag is ever too full to take the items, they will appear on the ground next to you." So, if that is all we have to do for loot, then why didn't we just do that with those two? Tim asked as he jerked his thumb at the two bound and moaning prisoners. "They are still alive. You can only use the loot command on dead bodies or inanimate objects not in the area of influence of a living person." "Area of influence?" Tim asked. "Well, for flats like these, it is anything on their person or within a foot of them. The range increases as you level up. So any object that you have touched that is within 19 feet of you would not be lootable as long as you are alive," Reggie replied. He stared at Tim for a second before he added, "Do you see what I mean now about the difference between us and flats?" Tim nodded. "Yeah, it wasn't really fair. There were 13 of them, and they didn't have a chance at all. I mean, unless they got off a lucky crossbow shot or something." Reggie smiled again while shaking his head. "Nope, not even then. I mean, I don't want to minimize what you did by saving me from being shot. A couple of feet of a steel rod through the gut never feels good. Heck, through the head is even worse. But if you didn't know already, a sojourner is a magical creature. We can't die until our hit points are dropped to 0. Technically, even if you cut off my head, I wouldn't be dead until the persistent damage bottomed out my health." "Wow," was all that Tim could say. "That doesn't even seem possible." "I'm not pulling your leg. Not that I suggest you fight recklessly, but most of these guys here had maybe 15 hit points, 20 if they were particularly strong. With my gear, I'm over 500 hit points, so they weren't really much of a threat to me," Reggie said. "So, we are basically gods?" "Some think of us as demigods. But first off, wounds still hurt. It can be far worse because you can survive some pretty horrific injuries and be left to suffer much longer. Although we also heal at a greatly enhanced rate. But anyway, we have a mission to complete. I will fill you in on more later," Reggie said, and turned to leave. Chapter 16. Soul Interface. For the next few minutes, Tim fumbled around, figuring out how to open the interface to his soul bag. He finally got it when he thought, Soul Interface. Soul Interface. Bag.
Traits, skills, evolutions, interchange, commune.
Tim chuckled again with the 4 categories. He focused his mind on the others, saving bag for last because he knew that was what he needed to do, but at least he wanted to have a brief understanding of the other parts. He touched on commune, but quickly left that one, as it was definitely not something that he wanted to think about right now.
Commune. Invoke the name of your patron, and you may ask 3 questions which will be answered truthfully with a yes or no answer. Frequency, once per 30 days. Requirements, first-gen sojourner, and level 16 or greater. Cost, variable dependent upon patron and their mood. Skills, list of current and or skills available to be loaded into your current list. Current, 1. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 2. Heavy Armor Proficiency. 3. Master Assess. 4. Explosive Leap. 5. Bow Mastery. 6. Shield Adept. 7. Knight's Eye Domination. 8. Locked. Transferable Skills. 1. Advanced Dagger. 2. Life Tap. 3. Greater Stat Hex. 4. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 5. Heavy Armor Proficiency. 6. Shield Adept. 7. Bow Mastery. 8. Master Assess. 9. Explosive Leap. 10. Knight's Eye Domination. Skill Evolutions. Locked. Skill Interchange. Locked.
Well, that certainly gave him a lot to think about. Did it mean that it was possible to have more than 7 or 8 skills? It was too much to worry about now, especially since he had limited time.
Traits. Powerful aspects that help shape the nature of the sojourner. These traits are granted by one of the patrons to sojourners either upon their arrival as a first gen or for accomplishing impressive feats that are pleasing to a patron. 1. Ephemeral. Your nature is to be in a constant state of change. Permanency is denied you, but this can give you great power for a price. 2. Unattained. 3. Unattained. 4. Unattained.
So maybe there was a way for him to switch patrons. He didn't know anything about the others, but Count Dakota seemed most interested in screwing around with him. Tim didn't for one instant believe that Count Dakota was a god with a capital G, like an omnipotent being, but figured he was much more like one of the old-style Greek or Roman gods. That meant that he could be defied, but also he was probably more volatile. This was gonna have to be finessed. Finally, Tim got to the section he needed. When he opened this slot, he was reminded about the inventory that he already had in there, and realized what a fool he was. His bag already held a helm for him, and he hadn't been using it. So he immediately pulled it out of the first row and equipped it.
Standard Steel Helm. Weight, 4.0. Defense, +4. Requirement, Hardiness 12.
Shaking off the feeling of stupidity for having gone into battle without the helm on, he focused on the last tab.
Bag. Settings. Loading/unloading options. 1. Manual, default setting. 2. Verbal command. 3. Thought command. Locked. Requirements not met. Looting options. Set minimum level. Current. All. Common. Uncommon. Rare. Epic. Mythic. Legendary. Special instructions. None.
Tim input the same basic instruction about not taking dirty clothing and changed it to verbal commands. Otherwise, he didn't change anything, as that was something for him to think about in more detail. It was interesting to note that there was gear beyond the rank of rare. Then Tim closed the interface. He needed to get this done and rejoin the team before they got upset with him for being gone too long. In the end, he got a pair of notifications.
Victory! Your team has defeated 13 Level 1 humans. XP, 0. Insufficient challenge. Loot. Your team has obtained coin, bits, 188, copper, 43, silver, 6, gold, 1, clothing, 13 pairs of serviceable boots, armor, 12 sets of common leather armor, body slot, 1 set of uncommon chainmail, body slot.
The loot was inconsequential, but the knowledge he gained from finding out about the soul interface was priceless. It put his mind to racing about the possibilities. A part of him had felt like he had little room for growth since he was level 19 out of 20. This showed him that perspective had been very off. There were more options than he had been aware of. Now, he had to wonder about what else he didn't know. Once Tim had finished with the looting and an extra moment of speculation, he walked back to where the others were. He thought about using explosive leap rather than walking. It was actually a lot of fun to get to fly through the air like that. He just didn't want to appear childish to these people. He needed a group like this so he could advance here. When he reached the others, he looked at Reggie and said, "Got it all." The Guardian nodded and then said,
"So, can you scout ahead for us with whatever skill this is that Armand said you have?"
Tim nodded as he answered, "Yeah, but just so you know, I'm still getting used to it."
"Maybe this would be easier if you told your team what you can do,"
Licinius said from behind him. Even all dolled up as a servant to a rich young woman, she had still snuck up behind him. He knew her point was valid, but he also didn't want to share everything. "Look, I've been advised that talking about too much of my stuff is not a good idea. Like, you probably don't want to hear about the voice that spoke to me when I got brought here, or how that voice claimed to be Cal Dakota."
"I don't care about your fever dreams. I care about what you can do. If we are going to be depending on you, then why won't you tell us about your skills?"
Licinius said. Tim could see that she wasn't going to let it go. She was like a girl who he had dated. Once she got a hold of something, she wouldn't let it go. "And are you all going to show me yours if I show you mine?" Tim snapped back. He tried to make it sound playful, but felt anger building up in him. He hadn't asked for any of this. Reggie stepped between the two of them, then said, "Group interface. Show character sheet. Now, if you look at the character interface, you will see my sheet, skills, stats, gear, all of it. Check for yourself, and then if you want to stay with us, you can input yours. If you do, then Licinia and Armand will do the same." Tim opened up the party interface. From there he clicked on Reggie's icon. The character sheet opened, and he saw the Guardian had been honest. All the man's information was displayed for him to see. It was exactly what he had expected. The man had Sword Master and an armor skill along with a taunt and the movement skill he had displayed earlier, the one which had allowed him to charge into the enemy. But he also had a skill called Aura of Confidence that sounded more like a buff. 5 skills in total. "Okay, fair enough," Tim said. "Group interface. Show character sheet." The next moment, his 3 teammates were staring off into space with their eyes glazed over. No doubt they were all looking at his sheet. After 30 seconds, Armand said, "Wow, that is a bizarre selection of skills."
"Sword Grandmaster? That's impressive,"
Reggie said with a whistle.
"Why would you take Assess? How did you get it as a master-level skill? And how do you have skills I've never even heard of?"
Licinia asked.
I know nothing about this world, so it made sense to get a skill that lets me investigate everything. I picked Assess, but it upgraded automatically. Tim said. Yeah, that makes sense. She is right, though. It is odd that you have skills none of us have ever heard of. That means they are more likely they're unique skills. And skills don't automatically upgrade anyway, Armand said. Then another thought must have dawned on him. You know, maybe that is what your trait means. Ephemeral means that things change, so maybe that means your skills change. Tim thought about it. Oh, that could be. I keep saying I know nothing about Kusente or how it works. Maybe more than my skills change. Maybe the trait is the reason that I went from Crypt Keeper to this, he said as he ran his hands down his front. So, wait. You have a trait that changes your body? Reggie asked. Tim just shrugged. After all, he was only speculating. How do we know what else changes about you? Licinia asked. Reggie looked at her. What do you mean? I just mean if his body can change and his skills can change, then what is there to keep his personality, memories, or anything else from changing? What is to keep his skills from changing in the middle of a fight or any other time? The assassin asked. Tim was silent while Reggie started to protest, but Armand said, No. I mean, I don't want to promote her cynicism, but those are valid questions. The problem being that as a first-gen who has been in Kusente less than a week, Tim likely doesn't have any idea about any of that. All I can say is that I will fight to finish this job, and I have your back. I hope you have mine. If I feel any changes coming on, then I will tell Armand, Tim said. The three of them looked at each other with the sort of silent communication that goes between people who have known each other for a long time. Tim couldn't hope to follow it. Eventually, Reggie nodded. Okay, you fought well. We will extend you this trust. Just keep us in the loop. The tension in Tim's shoulders relaxed a bit. Then, trying to move on, he asked, If we have already been attacked, is it likely they will attack again? Reggie frowned and said, This attack likely wouldn't have even been able to bring down their 20 house guards. So I have to assume it was just a feint to draw us out. There is also the risk that there is someone out there who recognized us despite trying to blend in. So, we should expect the next attack to include some sojourners. Tim groaned, but said, Guess this is why it's an escort quest. Chapter 17. Less Obvious. Tim didn't envy Licinia having to get back into the carriage. The endless stream of chatter that was coming from there reminded him of why he hadn't done so well with girlfriends. Women just seemed to talk a lot more, and Tim was far more interested in just playing his games. Of course, now he was living in a world with game rules, so he had to wonder what to think. His ears perked up a bit when he heard the other women in the carriage grilling Licinia about the guys on her team. They seemed to think the warrior and the guardian were dreamy, and wanted to know if they were with anyone. A few minutes into listening, Armand elbowed Tim. Don't forget, you are supposed to be scouting ahead. Tim shot him a smile as he said, You are just jealous because they aren't talking about the dreamy wizard. I'm not a wizard, Armand began before seeing the grin on Tim's face. Just messing with you, man, Tim said before he closed his eyes and began to focus on finding a creature that he could use to see through. It wasn't long before he found another owl overhead. Tim first focused on trying to communicate with the bird. The creature was hunting but not overly hungry, so not in any big rush. The owl was mostly just making low, sweeping circles overhead,
and not really bothering to look too closely. It didn't seem scared of anything, so hopefully, that meant no other humans ahead. With its vision, it could see over a mile ahead. Still, Tim decided that wasn't enough. His mana regeneration was set at 16 per minute, so he was full to 95 again. Time for some more domination. Tim pushed out with his mind and took control of the owl. It was easier this second time, and the disorientation that he felt when he found himself suddenly in the owl's body was lessened. After a few seconds, it all felt natural. The process of flight just happened as the creature's instincts drove them. Tim could override it and force it, but he could also just sit back and let it do its thing as long as it was gaining him intel. Riding in the bird also required less focus than actively directing it. This was definitely an interesting experience. He wondered how many people back on Earth would have killed for such an opportunity. His perception of what the owl felt was muted. It wasn't like he was fully in the body, more like he was feeling it secondhand. Still, the night air was brisk and felt good against him as it moved through his feathers. Or rather, the owl's feathers. Tim wasn't sure if it was him who sighed or the owl, if owls could even sigh. He realized, though, that escort quest or not, this was relaxing. It stayed like that for several more hours, and before long, he realized the sun was peeking over the horizon. The owl he had been riding in all night was growing tired and wanted to seek its nest. Not wanting to be cruel, Tim released it, and off the bird went. The rush of his full sensation back into his own body made him shake and almost fall off the seat atop the coach.
"Welcome back. I was wondering how long you would maintain that. It takes a great deal of focus to maintain a spell for that long," Armand said as soon as Tim had stabilized himself. "Why? I mean, the cost was less than my mana regeneration, so it wasn't that hard. I've been back to full mana for hours. No, I don't mean because of mana drain. That can be a whole other type of problem. All I was talking about was the strain of focusing on a single task for that long," Armand answered. "Oh, that. That's simple. I used to game all night, grinding out the same MOB, looking, trying to get a rare drop. I can be extremely focused when I want to be," Tim said. "I will pretend I understand half of what you just said and go with the fact that you can based upon your prior life experience," Armand said with a chuckle. "Yeah, something like that." Tim thought that, given enough time, he could get to like Armand. The man was curious, but considerate. Reggie seemed okay, if a bit stern. It was only Licinia that set him on edge. Any further conversation was broken up as they stopped in a small town and made the next horse change. This time, at least, they had some walls, albeit short walls, around them. Nothing like New Rome's defenses, but it was still better than being out in the open. At least, that was what Tim thought until he saw a man come running by the carriage. The Draenesti heir and her two attendants were both standing next to the carriage while the horses were changed. He couldn't blame them for wanting to stretch their legs. The guards moved to intercept the man, who appeared to be nothing more than a beggar. Tim heard them say he would have to go a different way. He dropped to his feet, begging for some coin, and the guards started to threaten him. It was harsh, but Tim realized you couldn't give money to every beggar. Besides, he didn't even understand the society here, so who was he to judge? The man eventually ended up on the ground, curled up while the guards kicked at him. Out of the corner of his eye, Tim saw Licinia make a gesture at Reggie, and suddenly Armand stood up from his place atop the carriage. Everything happened rapidly then. While all eyes were on the man groveling on the ground, two others came rushing up towards the air. One held something that flashed like metal in the morning sunlight, and the other was holding a glass jar. Licinia moved in a blur, and the man with the dagger was soon on the ground, his throat cut wide open. The assassin then turned to intercept the other man, but wasn't able to do so before he threw the contents of his jar at the air. She screamed in terror, but in a flash, Reggie was there. The green liquid splashed against his armor, but some also hit his flesh. There was a disgusting sound of flesh being burnt with the accompanying smell. The second would-be assassin didn't make it another step before Licinia's dagger was in his back. The blow to the kidney would have to be fatal, but she still stepped forward and grabbed his body by the head before he could hit the ground. A quick twisting motion followed, and suddenly, his head was facing the wrong direction. It was a pointed reminder of how much stronger a sojourner could be than a flat. Tim had drawn his sword but didn't see any other threats, so he jumped down to where Reggie was. The skin on his face was eaten through so far that bone was showing, and half of his teeth on one side. Obviously, his natural HP regeneration wasn't going to be enough. Pulling out a potion, "Here, drink this." Reggie, who had to be in an excruciating amount of pain, tried to wave him off. He mumbled something about his natural regeneration, but the words came out all garbled. "No, drink it. This is what we have these for," Tim insisted, and shoved the small vial of bright red liquid into the Guardian's face. Finally, Reggie took it and downed it. At the same time, the beggar went from squirming on the cobblestone ground to suddenly doing one of those dramatic whirling motions that Tim admired from kung fu movies. His legs and arms windmilled along the ground as he swept the legs of each of the guards next to him, sending them sprawling. Then he bounced up to his feet without even putting a hand on the ground. He took one look at the team of sojourners and bolted the other way as Licinia yelled, "Don't let him get away!" Several house guards reacted by trying to follow her instruction, but she hadn't been talking to them. A blue bolt of lightning shot over their heads and struck the fleeing man square in the back. It dropped him to the ground like a sack of potatoes, where he spasmed as the current worked its way through his body. As soon as he was certain that Reggie's wounds were starting to heal, Tim ran to capture the man who was on the ground. It would have been fascinating to watch flesh grow back before his very eyes, but Tim realized he had a job to do now. When he reached the man, he stood back, not wanting to be shocked until the poor sap was eventually lying there, unmoving. Tim's first instinct was to drop to one knee to check for a pulse, but then he realized how colossally stupid that would have been. This was a highly trained assassin, and Tim didn't want to find out what sort of tricks he had on his person. Instead, he reached out with his sword and poked the man. At first, gently, but then hard enough to draw blood. Tim hardened himself. This was a killer he was dealing with. "You might as well wake up, because I'm not going to take any chances with you. If I have to, I'll sever your Achilles and see how you like running after that." Reluctantly, the man rolled over onto his back. There was a small dagger hidden in the palm of his hand. Tim gave himself kudos for not bending over to check on the man's pulse. But just as he was thinking he had handled the situation, the would-be assassin drove the dagger into his own throat. Tim dropped down and grabbed the man's wrist, squeezing hard. In fact, so hard that without trying, he heard the crunching of bones. Then he flung the dagger away, but the severed carotid artery was spraying blood out everywhere. No potion was going to save him fast enough. All Tim did was step back so he could try to get as little blood on himself as possible. Armand walked over while Reggie and Licinia stayed by the air. The elementalist just shook his head. Tim assumed it was because he had failed to keep the man alive for questioning, but Armand said, "Well, at least we don't have to torture him to find out who he is working for." Confused, Tim asked, "What do you mean?" "Odds are he was a member of the Assassin's Guild. No one else would kill themselves so swiftly." "You mean like Licinia?" No, and don't let her hear you comparing her to them. There are some low-life sojourners in the Assassin's Guild, but mostly it is all flats, and it is a money-for-death sort of deal. They don't have morals or any code other than to always complete the job. The Elementalist answered. Gotcha. So, is this a bad thing? On one hand, it means we can expect more attempts, but on the other, it still seems like whoever wants Little Miss Bride-to-be dead hasn't pulled out the big guns yet. By the way, good thinking with the potion. Boss Man probably would have tried to outlast the acid, but that isn't practical. We need to get moving again. Like, right away. Thanks, but I think I could have contributed more, Tim said. Nah, detecting assassins like that is what Licinia is good at. And stepping in front of threats, whether that be a charging monster or a bunch of acid, is Reggie's job. Tim just nodded, but thought through the entire scenario again. This was his life now, and he needed to be better at it. He needed to master this new body and these skills.
Chapter 18. These shouldn't be here. When they took off from the small town, Tim realized he had never even learned its name. Partially that was so because they left in such a rush. The Draenesti heir had realized when the acid was thrown at her just how precarious her situation was. Having seen what that liquid did to Reggie's face with a hardiness of 26, there was little doubt that she would have died screaming if it had hit her. Now this escort mission felt so much more real. She was clearly vulnerable, and it didn't require a huge boss to blast past them to cause a failure. One simple person with a dagger or a jar of acid could suffice just as easily. They had made it 24 of the 30 hours now. At first, there had been numerous farms within a couple hours of New Rome. Then further out, the signs of civilization became sparse. Now, there was a small town ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand people at least once an hour. The sun was setting again, and the most likely time for an attack was coming up. Tim saw a wolf staring at them from the side of the road, just far enough back to make it too much trouble to chase after him. But his skill didn't need to chase the animal to snare it. He sent out his mind through Night's Eye domination, and after a brief struggle, he took over the wolf. It put up a greater fight, and he learned pretty quickly that its mind was far more advanced than the owl. It lacked the range and bird's-eye view that the owl had provided, but it offered instead a keen sense of smell. That, of course, took a great deal of time for Tim to master. He didn't understand why the world felt so different. It wasn't how it felt. The difference was twofold. When his mind was riding in the wolf, he could feel its heart beating as it ran, and he could feel the ground reaching up to him with each bounding step. More than that, everything sounded different. He was often less concerned with what he saw than what he heard. At least, if he allowed the enhanced sounds to mean something. He often had to stop to process those sounds. He could smell the fear and annoyance coming out of the wagon, and the tang of sweat mixed with perfumes. All around him the world came to life, and the wolf he was controlling was more than 100 feet from the wagon. He ran free now with the wolf, scouting out ahead of his team. The wolf was a stronger runner, but Tim was quickly using his endurance up. It was okay. As soon as he reached full mana, he could switch to another, less tired wolf. And so it went, until a couple hours after dark. They were likely within 3 or 4 hours of their destination, and Tim's nerves were on edge. He had just shed his 4th wolf and was preparing to draw another, when he felt a powerful mind at the edge of his search. It wasn't an intelligent mind, but it differed from the other animals. It clearly had night vision, but whereas he sensed basic drives in all the other creatures, this one had different motivations. It was not thinking of the hunt, hiding, or mating. Its mind was on one thing: destruction. Whatever creature this was wanted to kill, not for the sake of food, but because this was its purpose. It killed for fun.
Armand, there is something up ahead. It isn't like any of the animals. It wants to destroy everything around it. Actually, I think there are 3 of them,
Tim said. Armand made a whistling sound and then started to slow the carriage down. All the house guards clearly tensed up with the whistle, and Reggie started to fall back, guiding his horse to the carriage, all while scanning his surroundings. Now that Tim wasn't using mana to dominate a creature, he could feel just the passive effect of the dark vision. The surrounding area had grown silent, as though all the animals were hiding. In fact, as he reached out with his mind, he sensed that very thought from animal after animal.
Whatever it is, it's scaring all the local animals. They are all terrified and trying to hide,
Tim added. When Reggie reached the carriage, Licinia stuck her head out the window, and Armand explained what Tim had told him. That prompted some questions, but once again Tim could only explain in general terms.
If it has night vision, can't you just take control of one of these creatures?
Licinia asked. The other team members looked at him, awaiting an answer.
I could try, but something feels off about this creature.
It's worth the risk. Better to know what we are facing, Reggie declared. Shrugging his shoulders, Tim went along with it. After all, these people knew a lot more about being a sojourner and living in Io Kusente than he did. As he closed his eyes and pushed his mind out to dominate one of the creatures, he was surprised to learn that they were slowly prowling towards the carriage. Before, they had been a mile away, and now they were less than half that.
They are on their way here,
he said while trying to focus.
All the more reason to hurry, then,
Licinia said. Tim wasn't able to hear Armand try to shush her or to see the glare that she gave to him for his trouble. That was because his mind was locked in a struggle for dominance. Before, with the other creatures, success had been automatic, as it would be with any creature with a sagacity of 6 or less. Oh sure, the first couple of times it had been a struggle to adapt, but he had gotten the hang of it fairly quickly. Now, though, this creature was fighting back. Tim put his hands to his head. It felt like a railroad spike had just been driven through his temple. He let out a brief cry of pain before clamping his teeth shut. His actions put everyone on edge. Bows were strung, swords were drawn, and Licinia started stripping off her toga until she was down to what would be called rather skimpy undergarments. Armand whistled softly at her appreciatively, and she barked back at him.
"Oh, grow up! I can't fight as well in this thing, and there's no time to get my armor on."
"You were just sad that Tim is too out of it to appreciate this. Cut it out, you two. Focus on the job."
Inside Tim's head, he could hear their banter, but it didn't really register with him. He felt as though he were being sucked into a cold whirlpool. The creature's mind was dark and foreboding, in some way that Tim couldn't explain. It just wasn't right. And then he was cast out with a flashing notification.
Night's Eye Domination. 70% chance. Failed to dominate Dirusi.
He gasped to catch his breath as he shuddered. The psychic blowback was far worse than a hangover, but crammed into just a few seconds. As he shook his head, trying to recover, he felt a sense of calm come over him. Reggie was glowing slightly with a golden aura, and suddenly it seemed like everything was going to be all right.
"What's that?"
he asked, pointing at the Guardian. "Oh, that's just a buff that I have. It negates pretty much any fear or depression-type aura and most anything short of a direct charm. It also adds a small boost to damage, accuracy, and mana regeneration. It is one thing that Guardians are known for."
So, you were like a paladin, Tim exclaimed. A palo what? Armand asked. Then he stopped and said, Never mind. What happened to you there? Tim explained the message he had gotten, and grim expressions passed over the faces of the other three. Did I say something wrong? Nah, but those are monsters from the Untamed Lands. They shouldn't be here, Reggie said. Monsters, not animals. That explains things. I was wondering how I could fail. Based on my notice, they must have a sagacity stat of 12. So, are they intelligent monsters? Tim asked. They don't speak, if that is what you're asking. But they are damn cunning, Armand said. And cruel, Licinia added under her breath. We've only ever seen them once. They can be a fearsome foe, but this is more than 500 miles from the Untamed Land. Reggie paused as he stared off at the sky. This just shouldn't be possible. Can we take them? Tim asked. How many did you say there were? Armand asked. 3 that I can detect, and I think I would know if there were any more around. I seem to sense any creature within range that has night vision. It just gets harder the farther away they are, Tim replied. And what's your range? 16 miles. Armand whistled. Overpowered unique skill. Well, I'm glad you're on our side. 3 may be a hard fight. 2, and I would say go for it. He is level 19. Let him prove his worth, Licinia said. Level 19 for what? A week? That isn't realistic. He is doing surprisingly well so far, but let's not try our luck, Reggie replied. It isn't like they are just going to go away, the assassin retorted. Tim jumped in. They definitely seemed evil, like they wanted to kill stuff just for the fun of it. It's hard to say, but when I sense them, I can get some idea of what is motivating them, the primal drives and all that jazz. Sounds like Dirusi. Well, that and half the creatures from the Abyss, Armand said. What? The Abyss? You mean like they are demons or something? Nah, demons are way worse. The Abyss is the name of the dungeon at the center of the Untamed Lands. It is threatening the 4 nations, Armand said in his teacher's voice. You can tutor him later. Right now we need a plan, Licinia said. I have to agree. They are getting much closer. Less than a quarter mile now, Tim said. Are they all grouped together? Reggie asked. They are all spread out in a V-shaped formation about 50 feet apart, coming up on the road from the east, Tim answered. Okay, probably too close to get the carriage past them. Licinia, you are going to have to stay in the carriage. The 3 of us will engage them to buy you time to get away. Then, once you are almost clear, we will make a break for it. Hopefully one of us will get away, Reggie said. That sucks as far as plans go, Armand said. Tim had to agree with him, but kept silent. I don't care about succeeding at the mission if it means that I lose you 2. Not going to go through that again. I say we use Tim's ability and flank them. Hit one of them with everything we have, and then maybe you can tank one of them long enough for the rest of us to take the last one down, Licinia said. The look in her eyes said she wasn't going to be dissuaded. Fine. We'll do it your way, Reggie said. Then they made last-minute plans and instructed the house guards on how to wait for them to engage the monsters before making a run for it. Chapter 19. Big Bad Bear. Tim's first look at the dear Ursi showed just how ugly they were. He had his fire-resistant shield on his back and wished for more. The other adventurers had put on any fire-resistant gear they had and had urged him to do the same. That was easy, since he only had one piece. For now, he had his crossbow in hand. He had yet to fire it, but it seemed to be a suitable weapon.
Some simple math looking at his skills told him that despite his sword skill being higher, this crossbow still had higher damage per hit. That was before he added the bonuses from his bracers. That would make it truly impressive. His range was far enough to get a second shot off, but he couldn't attack from too far out. The plan called for them to all hit the beast at once. They wanted a quick kill. He had been warned that the creature probably had over 500 health, and that told him it was going to take a bit of work to take it out. He just had to accept that his team had better gear and skills for dealing damage than he did. As for the monsters themselves, they looked like massive naked mole rats, if such creatures had skin of a deep, burnished copper color. Beneath that skin danced a fire that was deep inside them. They resembled bears somewhat, but their front legs were twice as long as their back legs, and so they moved like gorillas along the ground. The skin on their face was pulled back to the point that you could see white bone beneath it. This made for a rather gruesome appearance. Combined with jagged teeth and 6-inch-long claws tipping their foot-wide front paws, these beasts were intimidating. He also learned something about the nomenclature of monsters in Io Kusente. Any creature with the deer surname gave off an aura of despair and fear. It was one of these monsters' greatest powers because it weakened and demoralized their prey before an attack had even been made. Thankfully, as long as they stayed within 50 feet of Reggie, they were protected by his aura. Reggie gave the signal, and Tim fired his crossbow. Despite never having held such a weapon on Earth, the combination of his skill and bracers made it feel perfectly natural. He was immediately in love with the weapon as his first bolt struck his target in the neck, and he got a critical notification. You have shot the deer Ursi for 61. Critical strike. Poison damage. 9 per 4 seconds for 1 minute. He screamed, "Woot!" as he pulled his sword and triggered explosive leap. Not only had his first strike against a monster hit, but it had been critical, and apparently his skill and the critical also influenced the amount of damage caused by the poison. That one shot was going to deal almost 200 damage by the time the DOT ran its course. His team might have wondered what had excited him so much, but if so, they didn't say a word or even look askance at him. Reggie was slashing at the beast. Licinia had disappeared, but he knew she was waiting for the moment to make a sneak attack. He had never enjoyed playing a rogue, but he loved having them on his team, at least if they knew how to do their job. All that thought left his mind as Tim flew through the air, powered by his skill. He had aimed to land on the back of the monster. That hadn't been the original plan, but he was so hyped up from the critical that he was going Leroy Jenkins. The height of his jump took him 30 feet above the deer Ursi. It was so distracted fighting with Reggie that it didn't even notice him. He saw a lightning bolt hit it, courtesy of Armand. As he dropped on it, he shouted, "Yippee-ki-yay!" landing on its shoulders and driving his sword into the back of its neck. For the second time in a row, he got a critical notification, and he felt like a gamer god, but for real.
You have landed a devastating critical. Base damage quadrupled. Damage further augmented by velocity of the fall. 144. Target gains staggered debuff. Impact damage sustained. 12.
An instant later, Licinia appeared and slid under the monster, opening its throat yet moving so quickly that she wasn't even hit by the arterial spray. The beast was dead, and another notification popped up, but Tim had to ignore it. That might have gone well, but there were 2 angry monsters charging at them, seeking blood. Tim slid off the back of the dead monster quickly. The plan called for him, Armand, and Licinia to engage with one monster, while Reggie held the other at bay. The Guardian shouted a taunt that caused both monsters to veer directly towards him, but Armand was ready, and bolts of ice shot from his hands to strike the ground at the feet of the monster in the rear. It was temporarily trapped against the ground, and Tim wanted to make the most of that. Feeling his Leroy Jenkins still, he triggered Explosive Leap and slammed into the second beast. His shield was extended, and he turned it to execute a shield bash attack in midair. He felt the impact through the shield into his arm, and it rattled up, making his teeth chatter. Another notification popped up, telling him he had taken damage from sudden deceleration, but he didn't pay that any attention. Instead, he was delighted that his strategy had worked, and the monster had been stunned. It fell over on its side with a tongue that was far too long to be natural lolling out of its mouth. Licinia flawlessly executed her same throat-cutting attack, but the monster only twitched as it lay there, stunned. Tim landed a trio of blows in quick succession and jumped back as another lightning bolt blasted into the beast. The combined attacks killed the second beast in just seconds and freed them up to look at Reggie. The Guardian was not faring as well, as he was battered backward by the powerful blows of the Diursi's garishly long front paws as it stood up on its rear legs. It towered over the Guardian at a full 12 feet in height. Reggie, for his part, could only hold his shield up, trying to absorb the blows. Each impact flashed with flame as the creature's elemental nature came into evidence. Adrenaline was controlling Tim by this time. He felt invincible. Fire or not, he executed another explosive leap. Once again, because the monster was completely focused on battering Reggie's shield, it didn't even notice him until he hit sword first. The force of the leap drove the blow all the way through the creature's spine and out its throat, applying the staggered and bleeding conditions. As it staggered forward, Tim jumped off of it and went to town, hacking away at it. Reggie's words earlier that a magical creature could live even headless until its HP were completely deleted rang in his ears. Soon the others joined in, and they made quick work of the beast. When it was dead, the rest of the party whooped. It was like the specter of death had been lifted off of them, and they celebrated the very fact of their continued life. Even Licinia was dancing with the others. The way they so seamlessly connected with one another drove home the point that he wasn't really part of their group, except in a temporary fashion. The weight of loneliness settled onto him, but Reggie looked at him with a wide smile on his face. "Great job, man! You are one scary beast! Guess you really are level 19. "Thanks. I'm learning," Licinia said. "I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time. Not saying I'm ready to permanently accept you onto the team, but that was badass. Glad to have you here now." It just got awkward at that point, and Tim said,
Yeah. Well, we better catch up with the carriage. We do want to get paid for all of this."
"Yeah, but gotta check on XP and loot these guys. I haven't fought anything that could give XP since, well, you know," Reggie said. Tim knew they were talking about the death of their healer, but he also saw once again in that moment how outside of their clique he was. So he just turned inward and looked at his notifications. He scrolled through, but each time got the same notification. "You have slain Dear Ursi, level 11. XP 0. Level too low." So there it was. Once again, he couldn't get any XP from the monsters because they were not powerful enough. Given how easy they had been for him, it was probably fair. It made him wonder why the Silver Eagles had been so worried about them. Armand sighed, and Licinia cursed at whatever they saw on their screens. Reggie said, "It's okay. No XP and being alive is better than nothing, right?" The assassin reluctantly agreed, but Tim asked, "What's wrong?" "Just a sec. Let me loot these, and then we need to get our horses and catch up. I can explain on the way." The Guardian then walked over to the monsters' corpses, one at a time. With a flourish of his hand and the command, "Loot!" the bodies disappeared, and everyone in the party got a loot notification. Each time he gained the same things.
Dear Ursi hide, useful for crafting fire-resistant gear. Dear Ursi teeth, ×3, useful for crafting firepower gear.
Without waiting, Armand had already gotten the 3 horses they had kept. Licinia climbed up behind him and left the other 2 horses for the heavier melee fighters. While they raced down, Tim started to ask some of his questions.
So, what got you all upset?
We would normally get XP from fighting, dear Ursi, but we didn't get any because you were in the group,
Reggie replied.
Can you explain how that works?
Oh, and can you explain how every hit I landed in the fight was a critical? I didn't notice that earlier with the humans we fought.
Oh, it probably happened with the humans, but as flats, they never can gain the equivalent of more than level 1 in a combat class, even though they might gain levels in their particular class tree. It is thought that is a way that keeps sojourners from having a motivation to kill humans, Reggie answered. Armand obviously wanted to get in on the lecturing because he said,
It goes beyond that. Even killing other sojourners only gives 1/10 of the XP that you would get from killing a monster of the same level. Regular, non-monster animals only give 25% of the XP that a similar level monster would give. Well, sounds like Io Kusente wants us to fight monsters,
Tim said. Yeah, but be careful, because if you go too far down that path, you end up with the intelligent design argument, and people will start to think you are a patronite or one of their supporters amongst the sojourners, Reggie said.
Oh, would that really be so bad?
You do you. But most people are of the mind that anyone who believes in the patrons, or that there is anything more than pure randomness to how first-gens arrive here, must be an arrow short of a quiverful, Reggie replied.
Fair enough.
Tim nodded, and then asked,
But that doesn't answer either of my questions.
What they are dancing around is that the highest person in the 4-man group sets the level required to gain XP. You can't get XP for killing monsters that are more than 4 levels below you. If they are your level or 1 level below, you get full XP. Each level after that drops it by 25%. Same thing with monsters that are more than 1 level higher than you, Licinia explained.
Tim nodded.
Sorry to keep you from XP.
This just further drove home the point that he couldn't be part of their team. He would make it almost impossible for them to gain XP. If they fought with him, they could only gain XP from monsters that were at least level 15, and preferably level 18 or above.
Not your fault, and not sure how well we would have fared without you. I know it felt easy to you, but that is only because we got it over so quickly. In a protracted fight, I would run out of mana, and Licinia wouldn't be able to get off all those sneak attacks. Then, if one of us got hit, the potions are great, but not the same thing as having a healer,
Armand replied. As far as your question about the criticals, you either didn't notice them against the humans earlier, or maybe didn't get them because they are so far below you as to be trivial, Reggie said.
But how does the critical system work? I know that Grandmaster in Sword comes with a 15% increased chance to land a critical, but I don't know what the base chance is or how any of it is calculated.
Fair enough. Any Sojourner child would have these things explained to them by their parents, and normally a first-gen is assigned a mentor, as the Guildmaster has become for you. But I suppose there hasn't been time for him to explain much to you. Reggie continued. It is really pretty simple. Every level 1 has a 5% base chance to land a critical strike. As your level increases above that of your target, your chance to land a critical goes up too. For every level you are above the target, it increases by 2%.
But don't forget to explain how the rule of 4s applies, Armand added.
Reggie shook his head as if that was the most obvious thing. You have been told about the rule of 4s, right? Tim nodded, and so Reggie went on. So, once you are more than 4 levels above something's level,
The crit chance increases to 4% per level, then 8% if you are 8 levels above them, 12% per level if you are 12 levels or more above.
Wouldn't that be an auto-crit by that point? And what is the point of going above 100%? Tim asked. Well, first off, because it increases the chance if your opponent has a skill that lowers critical chances against them. Then it also adds extra damage once the percent is above 100. Armand answered.
Tim nodded again.
Really seeing what you meant about us being so different from the flats.
Yeah, and I should have thought about your level when planning for this fight. But in my defense, level 19s aren't very common. No one but first or second gen can reach that level, Reggie replied.
Tim was smiling at that point, but the conversation was brought to an end when they caught up to the carriage. The guards seemed shocked that they had survived, but nothing was going to break his excitement. Being level 19 had started to feel like being the king. Maybe Io Kusente didn't totally suck. Chapter 20. A New City. The rest of the trip was delightfully uneventful, and they arrived at the city of Moresco along the ocean. It was the first time that Tim had seen the ocean here, and he was told that some of the towers in the city had a splendid view of it. He didn't know how he would gain access to that, so he figured he might have to content himself with walking down by the docks. Maybe even find out if there was a beach. They got paid their 4 silver, and each of them got a voucher for the 50% discount in all the associated shops. Tim was more than a little excited about that. He transferred the armor he had looted to Reggie, who assured him that once they sold everything, they would pay him his share. Now he needed a shower, or if those didn't exist, a bath, and then some sleep, preferably in a bed. So far in Io Kusente, every time he had woken up, it had been on a medical examination table. Time to break that trend. So, boss, is there anything else you need me to do? Tim asked Reggie after they had collected their rewards and been escorted out of the Draynesti estate. Nah, we will probably hang out here for a few days before heading back to the capital. I can't say that we can keep you on because we need a healer, but I can give you a good referral at least. If you want to travel back with us for safety in numbers, then we will leave town at first light 7 days from now. Meet us at the front gate. In the meantime, you can stay in our group. That way, if you need to find us, you can use the group interface, Reggie offered. Thanks. I don't know what the future holds. Now I just want to get cleaned up and rest. I have a bunch of thinking to do. Can any of you recommend a pleasant inn to stay at? I've got money, but really just want a nice, clean place.
Surprisingly, it was Licinia who spoke up this time. Best value for your coin will be at the Dungeon's Respite. It is an inn that caters to sojourners, but specifically ones who are guild members and dungeon divers. It would be good for you to get to know some of your people.
Then she sighed and said,
Oh, and they have the softest beds and best baths. The owner's ancestor came from someplace called Japan, so they have these special outside baths.
Armand added, What she isn't telling you is that they have communal baths, one for the men and one for the women. It was weird the first time I went there, but they are so relaxing.
Tim laughed.
I'm familiar with Japan. Never been there, but I know about their baths.
Okay. Well, if you decide to stay there, we can introduce you to some of the other guild members. Not sure how many will be there because it varies from time to time, Reggie said.
I'd appreciate that. But for tonight, I think I want a quiet meal, a private room, and maybe a hot bath. First, I think I'm going to do some shopping. See if I can upgrade this gear a bit. Want to make sure that people are interested in having me on their teams.
Then Tim nodded and started walking off down the street. As he took the city in, he realized it was like what he would have expected from a late Middle Ages town.
Most of the buildings were wooden, although there were still stone ones. There weren't as many buildings as possible with walls around them like there had been in the capital. There was more of a rustic Bavarian feeling than the Romanesque style he had seen before. Some areas of technology seemed upgraded, including glass windows and what appeared to be an excellent sanitation system. Other things were clearly more based upon magic, like the street lamps. It was curious because he wondered, with sojourners coming from Earth, why there weren't more upgrades in technology. But he realized that if the other first-gens were like him, it made sense. He was an all-too-typical modern man. He knew how to use technology, but not how it worked. And he couldn't engineer any of it, even if he had the necessary components. It actually made him feel quite inferior. Oh, but that ship had sailed. If he had known this was going to happen, he might have made different educational and career choices back on Earth. It was a new world, and it might be nice to see part of it where monsters weren't trying to kill him, and people weren't trying to put him through a bunch of tests. He still did not know what his place in this world was going to be. It didn't seem likely that he was going to just up and join a guild group, so he needed to figure out how to solo. That meant getting better gear. For now, he was pretty happy with the crossbow, but he needed to upgrade his armor and weapon if he could. Tim didn't think the fight with the Dirursi represented what he would have to fight to reach level 20. Besides that, the soul interface had made it clear to him there were other paths to upgrading himself. The first step was maxing his level, then he could start exploring other things. The gamer in him couldn't stop when he was so close to level 20. He pulled up his gear interface. Head, standard combat helm. Left earring. Right earring. Neck. Shoulders. Back. Chest. Standard chainmail vest. Waist. Legs. Reinforced leather pants. Left wrist. Toxopholite bracers. Right wrist. Toxopholite bracers. Left ring. Adept ring of life. Right ring. Ring of grounding. Feet. Standard combat boots. Face. Main hand. Razor edge longsword. Offhand. Flame resistance shield. Secondary weapon. Crossbow of venom. 18 slots in total, and he only had gear in 11 of them. And of those 11, he wanted to look for upgrades for half of them. Of course, Tim had no idea how hard magical items were to come by. Only one way to find out. The thing that hit him was the earring slots. He had never had a pierced ear. It just wasn't his thing. He liked earrings on women, but the gamer in him said he was going to have to reevaluate that. He found several stands selling food. They could make change for a silver coin, although it seemed like they were a bit put out to do so. Now at least he had some more copper. Copper coins and bits seemed to be the primary means of buying these day-to-day items. Either way, the slice of some meat on a piece of fresh bread was well seasoned and reminiscent of sausage. The bread was buttery and baked to perfection. They definitely didn't slouch on food here so far. For the better part of an hour, Tim walked around, taking in the sights. He paid as much attention to the social interactions around him as he did to the various shops, although he did mark a couple shops as ones he might want to visit later. For now, he was looking for shops that were affiliated with the Draenesti Merchant House, because those were the ones he could use his discount at. He finally wandered into a part of town where the ringing of metal on metal filled the air. The smell of charcoal fires and sweat added up to convince him there were some blacksmiths here. Upon finding a shop that had the necessary markers on its sign, he proceeded to walk in. The actual smithy must have been in the back, because up front there was a clerk behind a counter looking at some papers. A few pieces of armor were on display. They seemed to be well made, but nothing particularly fancy. The clerk was a middle-aged woman. She was pleasantly plump and had her hair pulled back into a bun. The dress she wore was more conservative than the togas he had seen in New Rome. She smiled as she greeted him.
Welcome to Gunner's Armory. You won't find better armor in all of Moresco. What might you be looking for? Perhaps something to upgrade that standard gear you have? A stout lad like you should have no problem with heavy armor.
I'm just here shopping a bit. Not sure exactly what I need, but I'm looking for some high-quality armor. I just don't have any idea what is available.
Ah, new to the adventurer's life. It would help to know what kind of budget we are working with. Not that I don't trust you to have the coin,
she said with a wink. Tim rolled his eyes. He wasn't sure how to handle this since he didn't know what goods cost. So maybe now was the time to try a different tack. Let's say that I have the means to buy good gear and that I have the power to put it to use.
Ah, so a low-gen sojourner but new to the trade of an adventurer. Maybe you should speak to my husband. He is a 16th level blacksmith, the highest in all of Moresco. And if you really have the coin, he has contracts with an enchanter to add that something extra.
I'd be honored to meet your husband, but don't want to interrupt his work.
Bah! That man only thinks about hitting metal. It's a good thing I have a head for business, or he would still be working for the city guard rather than running his own shop, she said.
Tim reached into his pouch and pulled out a stack of 10 gold coins. Consider this an investment in my desire to get good gear. Please hold it to create an account for me. Her eyes went wide for a second, then a sly grin crossed her face.
Certainly, my lord. I will take you to my husband. He can craft you a custom set of armor.
She guided him back behind the counter and went through a heavy door into what he would have imagined a smithy to look like. There was the forge, the heat, and a stocky man with arms as wide as many a man's legs. He was busy pounding away on what appeared to be a breastplate. So busy, in fact, that his wife had to call his name 3 times before getting his attention.
Stephen! Stephen! Stephen!
The man finally looked up. He smiled upon seeing his wife, but it quickly turned to a frown as he noticed Tim.
Woman, I told you before, this is my workshop. It isn't for customers.
But Stephen, this isn't just any customer. He is a low-gen adventurer and has the gold to pay for good gear, she protested.
I don't care about the gold. Steel is the metal that interests me,
the smith barked back. Suddenly, a change came over the woman as she barked back.
Don't you speak to me like that, you metalhead! And to think I could have married Francois and had an easy life as the wife of a grain merchant. But no, I had to fall in love with the only man who's allergic to coin. If for no other reason, think about what it will do for your reputation if a powerful adventurer is using your gear. And if that isn't a reason enough, think of your children who like to eat. Metal scraps don't feed anyone.
He looked up from his forge, and his expression softened. It was clear to Tim that while they might be a bit rough around the edges, they cared for each other. He had never really had that with any woman, but he liked to see it in others.
Fine,
the smith said as he set his hammer down.
Low-gen, you say? How low-gen are we talking?
Tim said,
Let's just say that I'm a single-digit gen. Okay, that's all well and good. You look like a warrior from your stance, and the way you move tells me you know how to handle yourself. Well, I'm a 16th level master blacksmith. I won't be attaching my work to just some rich boy. So, tell me what level are you?
Tim thought about it for a second. Telling his actual level would give away a lot. But he couldn't help himself. He liked these folks.
I expect you will keep this to yourself. The gold I'm paying will buy your discretion, too. If I achieve renown, I will make sure that everyone knows which pieces of gear I use were made by you. Okay. I ain't some woman to go around running my mouth,
Stephen said, although he had the good grace to look at the floor when his wife growled at his words. I'm a 19th level warrior, Maria said.
Ah, that is wonderful. That is sure to bring fame to your work, Stephen.
The smith, however, must have been able to put two and two together, because his eyes got wide.
You don't understand, woman. For this lad to be 19th level, and yet not have any decent armor, means he has either lost all his other gear, or he is a first gen.
And thus why I require your discretion. The question is, can you produce gear of a level to suit someone like me? Tim asked.
My word is good. And my wife likes to talk, but she never blabs about a customer's business. Isn't that so, Maria?
She simply nodded. Then Stephen said,
I will need to learn more about your fighting style and what skills you use. Plus, I'd like to have Morgan here to evaluate you. He is the enchanter that I work with on high-end pieces.
Okay. How long will you need to set that up? Tim asked.
First thing tomorrow morning should be good. I won't be able to promise how long it will take to get it ready for you until I know exactly what we are going to make. It will be 10% up front, and the rest upon delivery,
Stephen replied. Wanting to get this out of the way now, Tim pulled out his discount marker. Stephen grumbled a bit, but apparently the Drainesti house would reimburse his shop for at least part of what he lost. Excited to be getting a custom set of armor, Tim said,
See you in the morning.
Then he let Maria guide him out. Chapter 21. A soft bed of fur and feathers. Tim spent a couple more hours touring the town. It was probably home to 30,000 people, so he knew he hadn't walked all of it, but he had gotten an excellent view. And sure enough, there was a beach. After his appointment with the blacksmith in the morning, he intended to go there. Then he would need to find some shops that could provide accessories and other types of gear. But for now, it was time for a bath. He didn't need directions to find the Dungeon's Respite Inn thanks to the party interface. Reggie, Armand, and Licinia were all in one location and had been for some time now. He felt it was safe to assume that was the inn. Sure enough, when he tracked his way to their blips on his locator, he found a 3-story inn with slanted roofs and architecture that varied from the surrounding buildings. It reminded him of nothing so much as many of the buildings in the Japanese anime he had watched. He had never actually left the U.S. Well, that is until some ass of a so-called god had deposited him in Iokusente. Tim only had cartoons, movies, and comics to base his expectation of Japanese architecture on. He was greeted at the door by what he would have called a geisha girl and escorted in. The room cost a full 2 silvers a night, but included dinner and breakfast. He was subtly offered other services, but he wasn't that desperate. He would have sworn that the girl was almost disappointed when he answered in the negative. As for the inn itself, everything seemed to be well maintained without glitz. The serving room had several tables where groups from 1 to 6 were seated. There was no bar, which seemed odd to him, but he was fine with table service. As he took in the various groups, it was obvious that most of them were sojourners. Tim went wild with his assess skill and learned that other than a few ladies and a couple of merchants, they all were adventurers ranging from 3rd to 9th level, with most of them being around 5 or 6. The Silver Eagles were sitting in a back corner and were clearly the strongest present. Tim simply nodded at them and then followed his hostess to his room. It was simple, but had a full-size bed that was rather comfortable, a dresser for storing clothes in, a private bath, and a door on the backside that led directly to the hot spring baths. He stored his armor in his soul pack, which he of course kept with him, and used the sandals and towels provided by the inn to cover up as he made his way to the baths. While not the same as a shower, An hour in the hot springs had him feeling like a new man. Assess had informed him that this was not a natural hot spring, but was instead a magical construct, another example of combining magic with a memory from Earth to create something wonderful. After his bath, Tim paid extra to have his meal brought to his room. Fish, rice, an assortment of vegetables, and some delightful little dumplings that were all seasoned excellently made for a vast improvement over the trail rations he had been eating for the last day and a half. Once he finished eating, he immediately regretted not having his Kindle. A great book would have been the perfect way to fall asleep. He hadn't actually enjoyed normal sleep since he arrived in Iokusente. Being electrocuted to sleep or being knocked out by some magic test didn't count, at least not in his mind. His concern about falling asleep proved to be mistaken. He easily drifted off right away. Sleep came so smoothly that even a voice in his head didn't cause him to wake when it was the last thing he heard before fading into unconsciousness.
It's so much fun when they get comfortable.
Tim's dreams were anything but relaxing. It was almost as though he was back within the Book of Names. Unlike last time, there was no arena, no crowds watching battles. No. Now he was atop a cliff. It spanned an area that was perhaps 100 feet in each direction. Outside of his body, Tim had the impression that the cliff was a great way up, with only a narrow trail leading down from it. Then he was inside his body. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the clearing. He could see the edge of the cliff and knew that the path down was behind him. He felt the wind blowing against his skin, and that only helped convince him he was high above the surface. He even heard the splish-splash of water not far away. Around him were 4 totem poles. Tim couldn't think of a better word to describe them. Each was 3 feet in diameter and 30 feet high. They were carved with ornate depictions of various animals, and reminded him of nothing so much as the Tree of Life at Disney World. Lame memory, he knew, but it stuck. The base of each of the poles was a larger carving of one particular creature. The first pole he looked at was a massive bear. Fierce in its detail, it spoke of power and ferocity. The next pole's foundation was a massive eagle, its wings spread wide. There was a certain majesty and freedom that he felt when looking at it. The third pole was built upon the carving of a dolphin. From it radiated the feeling of freedom much like the second pole, but rather than majesty, he sensed fun, a certain type of playfulness. The final pole was behind him, and he had to twist his neck to see it. It was built upon the carving of a great buck. He sensed in it the vitality of life and a feeling of community. A voice spoke to him, much as it had in the Book of Names. Choose a starting point. All are open, but one must be primary. So he was meant to choose one of the totems. Tim understood that much, but he didn't know why. Was he choosing a spirit animal? Would this guide him in some further development? Or maybe this was just a dream, and he was processing it too much. Yet it all seemed so very real. Tim weighed his choices, but the longer he waited, the more he felt a pressure upon him to decide. It started out as a mere distraction, but was growing to the point where it was painful. A part of him wanted to choose the bear. It was powerful, and if he was going to have an animal spirit, that might be it. There was also a certain appeal to the dolphin. Reruns of Flipper when he was a kid told him that dolphins not only had fun, but they also were brave. The buck was the one option he threw out right away. The sense of belonging that came with it was powerful, as was the feeling of life, but that wasn't how he saw himself. That was prey, and if he was going to have to stand on his own in Iokusente, then he needed to be the hunter. As appealing as the bear and dolphin were, the one that he kept coming back to was the eagle. It spoke of freedom. His recent experience with Explosive Leap had convinced him that the power of flight would be amazing. Who knew what powers he might reap if he chose this as his spirit guide? So, after dragging his feet for a while, he finally stood up and walked to the totem built upon the eagle. As he got closer to it, he saw that there were carvings of many birds, but also mythical flying creatures like griffins, manticores, and dragons. As he placed his hands upon the totem, he received another prompt. Choose aerial path as primary. Gain. Stat enhancement. Flexibility +1 per 4 levels. Sensory enhancement. Telescopic vision +500 feet +100 feet per 4 levels. Night vision. Thermal vision. Movement enhancement. Featherborn. Penalty. Feral instinct. Tim had already decided by that point, so seeing that he might gain extra benefits didn't change his mind, and he clicked on yes to accept the path. From there, darkness surrounded him again, and he felt excruciating pain in his body. Then the blackness became complete, and he was gone. When he woke, light was streaming into his room, so he knew it must be morning. As he tried to move, he bumped his head on the headboard. He must have shifted, but no. He pushed with his foot, and it hit the end of the bed. Suddenly, the bed felt very tiny, and he didn't know why. He opened his eyes, and the room seemed more vivid than before. He saw everything in exquisite detail. But then he saw his hands. They were deformed. They were still human hands, but each finger ended in talons. Gone was the light hair from his forearm, and now he had shaggy hair growing almost as thick as though he had fur. Around his wrist, feathers sprouted out like bracelets of sorts. As he went to jump to his feet, the 8-foot ceiling seemed to be only an inch or two above his head, and he fumbled awkwardly. His entire sense of balance was off, as there was some weight stuck to his back. When he looked back over his shoulder, he was in for an immense shock as he realized his body had been altered to allow wings to sprout from his back. The entire structure of his upper torso had been shifted to make it possible. Feathers sprouted at his ankles, and his feet were taloned just like his hands. His legs and chest were covered in much the same heavy hair that was on his arms. Something was very freaking wrong, and he didn't know what it was. All he could think to do was to pull up his character sheet. As he did, a notification popped up first. Trait: Ephemeral activated. Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Unconscious roll for new class, 3 out of 16. Result, 7. Bestial. Bestial portion of the Book of Names ritual completed. Eagle path chosen. Secondary path auto-chosen based upon test result. Bear. 2 of 4 paths opened. You now have 19 level gain stat points to assign. You may assign transferable skills freely for 1 hour after change. Increase in adaptability assigned. Then when the sheet came, it only showed reduced information. Apparently, it was focused on the options that Tim had available to him now, namely stat points and transferable skills, especially since he had only been given 1 hour for the latter. Class: Bestial. Eagle/bear aspect. Current beast aspect, 70%. Level, 19th. XP, 113,800 out of 132,600. Hardiness, 18, +10. Flexibility, 21, +5. Acuity, 10. Sagacity, 12. Equipped class skills/spells. 1.
Beast Form Adept, Eagle/Bear. 2. Natural Weapons Master. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So, he had an hour to add any skills that he wanted to, but he was just struggling with learning how to stand up with clawed feet and wings. Maybe it would be worth looking at the Beast Form Adept skill.
Beast Form Adept. Rarity, Rare. Prerequisites: Sojourner. Sagacity, 12. Level 5. Bestial. Mana, Variable. Between 8 and 160 mana depending on extent of transformation. Description: Allows the user to adopt aspects of the beast paths to their current form. Transformation is permanent, but may be adapted by further use of this skill to withdraw certain beast aspects. Once activated, the user may never be 100% human again. Minimum beast aspect, 10%.
The first thought in Tim's head was a simple curse. So, he was stuck now with some animal traits on his body. The only good news was that if he understood his sheet correctly, he was currently at 70%, and by using this skill he could reduce it down to as little as 10%. It would just require some experimentation. He should probably first decide on what transferable skills he was going to use and then assign stats accordingly. What bothered him now was that he had changed again. There was no way for him to know how many more of these changes he was going to go through. More than that, he couldn't understand what was triggering the change. Sure, the notification said that this was the 3rd out of 16 for roles for character class, but what it didn't say was if he would stop changing after those 16 classes. If that were the case, did it mean that whatever class he obtained last would be his permanent class? Or would he just keep switching? And if so, how frequently? Was that just completely random too? He bent down and looked at himself in a mirror. His face was hawkish, and his muscles were massive, the spread of his shoulders wide and his stomach completely cut even beneath the furry hair. His teeth were long and sharp, as were the talons on his hands and feet. Tim turned first to the left, and then to the right. His wings were pretty freaking impressive as he looked at them. He stretched them out, and they touched the far walls of the room. It was pretty cool, but that didn't change the fact that he was a monster now, an amalgamation of various parts. He was part man, part bird, and part bear. The only thing that truly remained of Tim in the visage staring back at him was the eyes. The mirror didn't lie. His eyes were the same. If they were the window to his soul, then they showed him to be the same man as before. He could feel how powerful his body was, and that was before he had assigned his stat points. He was every bit as strong as he had been with his warrior strength of 28. It must be that the extra strength listed on his sheet was some kind of bonus for this transformation. Tim shook his head. He had to stop feeling sorry for himself. He was still a level 19. He still had his mind and his health, and he wasn't Crypt Keeper old. He still had a tremendous amount of power, and he needed to make the best of this. More than anything, he needed to stop getting distracted. He called up his soul interface next to look at the list of transferable skills. He saw that all the skills he had bought were there, as well as 3 skills that he had possessed as a blood mage. The question was why the other skills were not available. Then he remembered some skills were class-locked. So maybe that was why. Although that didn't make sense either. Neither of the skills that were currently active in his current class were on the list either. Transferable skills: Advanced Dagger, Life Tap, Greater Stat Hex, Grandmaster Swordsmanship, Heavy Armor Proficiency, Shield Adept, Bow Mastery, Master Assess, Explosive Leap, Night's Eye Domination. He understood what most of the skills were. Some would help and some would not.
He looked at the two skills he didn't have specific info about. Their names gave him some idea about what they did, but that didn't mean he had a full understanding. Life Tap, Rarity, Uncommon, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Acuity 14, Level 6, Mana 20. Description: drains health from a single target within range of Acuity times 4 feet. Health drained equals 3 times Acuity. 50% of health gained heals the caster up to a maximum of normal health plus 2% per Acuity. Excess health is lost at a rate of 1 per 4 seconds. Greater Stat Hex, Rarity, Rare, Prerequisites, Sojourner, Acuity 20, Level 12. Mana, 16 mana plus 4 per minute. Description: curses target within range of Acuity times 4 feet. Curse causes the target to lose stat points in one stat of the caster's choosing. Loss is equal to 4 plus Acuity divided by 4. Partial resistance is possible. Effect continues for as long as mana is channeled into it. Both skills interested Tim a great deal. He enjoyed having magic, but Life Tap would require putting 4 of his stat points into Acuity while the Hex spell would require a full 10 points. That spell was clearly only intended for caster builds. The problem was that he didn't get the general feeling that a bestial was a caster. He looked like a melee damage dealer. Even some of the skills he had used would require him to put a fair amount of points into his mental stats. Night's Eye Domination required points in both Sagacity and Acuity, while Master Assess would require 2 in Acuity. Then there was the question of if he should use one of his limited slots for weapon skills when his body seemed to be such a weapon itself. More than that, he had to decide what skills to put into which slot. If he were more likely to replace a skill, it would be better to put it into a lower slot, as the replacement cost would be considerably lower. After thinking it through, he decided on a plan. He would again play to his strengths. He would focus mostly on physical, but he needed enough mana to make use of his beast form skill. Flying might be really cool, so he was gonna lean into this. He assigned 8 points to hardiness, bringing it up to 36 in his transformed state. 6 points into flexibility, then brought it up to 32. The last 5 points he put into acuity. He really wanted to put more into it, but it just felt too good putting more into his body. He felt powerfully alive, raw, and primal. The new stats pushed his HP up to 411 with his ring, and his mana to 147. For skills, he settled on what he felt was the best assortment for now. 1. Beast Form Adept, Eagle/Bear. 2. Natural Weapons Master. 3. Life Tap. 4. Shield Adept. 5. Grandmaster Swordsmanship. 6. Bow Mastery. 7. Master Assess. No sooner had he finished assigning his skills and stats than he heard the mocking voice of Cal Dakota in the back of his mind. Change is the only constant in the universe, but don't worry. At least it's entertaining. Even within his soul ring, there were no clothes that would fit his larger body. The leather armor within the bestial row was not really anything that would work for him here. He was so confused at the moment that he didn't think about trying to change back. He was only hoping he could buy some clothes that would fit this larger frame. Maybe Reggie or one of the other Silver Eagles was downstairs and would help him. After that, he knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to find out if these wings were good for something more than looking cool. Before he left the room, one thought crossed his mind, and it sent an icy chill down his spine. If he could change height, age, and so many other things about his body, what was to keep certain other changes from happening? What was to keep him from transforming into a woman with his next class?
Chapter 22. Chaos Incarnate. When Tim tried to walk downstairs, he found it was far harder than he had expected. He crouched and had to get one wing out of the door before trying to sidestep waddle out the door. He had only made it halfway out when he heard a high-pitched screech behind him, but he wasn't even able to turn quickly to look. This doorway, even the hallway, was not made with someone like him in mind. The voice shrieked again, this time with words.
"Monster! There's a monster in the inn!"
Odd as it may be, Tim's first reaction was to jump, wondering where the monster was. He couldn't fight it if he were stuck in the door. Maybe that was because his own self-identity was still strongly rooted in seeing himself as human, rather than whatever he was now. As he surged to react, his tremendous strength split the doorframe and cracked the wall. His talons dug gouges into the floorboards as he tried to get enough room to move. Even if he couldn't attack with a weapon in these narrow halls, hopefully his natural weapons, or perhaps the life tap spell, would work. He freed himself partially, but only saw the backside of one of the slave girls running down the stairs to the serving area. He looked behind him and didn't see anyone, but he heard the sounds of adventurers scrambling to wake up and get armor on. A smile crossed his lips when he realized just how beneficial the inventory dressing system was over having to struggle to get armor on just to face a monster. With the number of rooms that he heard activity in on the second floor, Tim assumed any monster up here would be dealt with, so he instead tucked his wings as best he could and charged down the stairs. He could hear the slave girl still screaming down below, and didn't know how many early risers there were amongst the adventurers. When he exited the stairs, Tim saw several drawn swords, and before he realized it, a blast of fire hit him square in the chest, knocking him backward. He almost couldn't register what was happening as a wild anger rose up within him. Someone had attacked him. He didn't care who it was. He didn't care why. All he knew was that he was being attacked, and he would not put up with that. Reflexively, he flexed his hands, and his claws quivered. He took stock of what he was facing off against. There were no monsters, but a few of the slaves were running out the front door, and half a dozen adventurers were facing off against him. A man and a woman in robes were the closest, and off to the right there was a table of 4. They were still donning armor with the wave of a hand, but they looked to want to fight. A part of him was thrilled. So, they wanted to test his might. Well, they would fall before him. He yearned for the challenge. Now that he wasn't thinking about it, instinct took over. His wings made a short flapping motion that in conjunction with his powerful legs propelled him across the space between him and the 2 mages in a heartbeat. The panic on their faces told him it was far faster than they had expected. He reveled in the fear. It was his due. He was a predator, and they were his prey. Foolish prey that had sought to attack him. Their impudence came at a price. One swipe of his hand ripped open the front of the man's robes, cutting deep furrows into his skin and interrupting whatever spell he had been casting. The quick blow landed as a critical and scored 57 damage while inflicting the bleeding condition. The woman reached out and touched him. Electrical current flowed from her hand into him. His muscles convulsed, but he wouldn't be stopped by such a weakling. He shook it off even as he registered he had taken 12 damage. One of his hands shot out and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground where her feet kicked impotently, and she gasped for breath. The other 4 were ready, but one of them shouted out, "He's not a monster! He's a bestial, but I can't see his level!" A heavily armored man stepped up with a shield. He reminded Tim of someone, but he couldn't place it. The man put himself between Tim and his team and called out, "Try to take him without hurting him." Then he looked at Tim.
"Friend, you need to calm down. Not sure if this is your first transformation or what, but we aren't your enemy."
The words seemed jumbled as Tim heard them. He understood what they meant, but that couldn't be accurate, could it? Right now, this felt like the most natural form he could be in. Was he transformed? And of course they were enemies. They were attacking him, weren't they? A part of him wanted to talk, but another, more primal part within him screamed for the blood of his prey. It would be so easy to rip out this woman's throat. Then he would dive into the midst of these other sheep and rend them apart. The man in armor must have realized that he wasn't getting through to Tim. He called out, "I'm going to use a taunt and see if I can get him to focus on me. We can't risk letting him outside in this state." Outside. Tim knew that word. It spoke of the freedom of the sky. He longed to be outside, taking to the air almost as much as he longed to kill his prey. Then he heard another voice behind him. It was vaguely familiar. More prey coming down the stairs, no doubt. "Don't taunt him. He's level 19. If you rile him up too much, he will take you apart. We need to calm him." Then that familiar voice was speaking to him. "Tim, I know you are in there. This must be confusing. You must have experienced another change. Try to calm down. We are your friends." Tim saw Reggie. That was the prey's name. No, not prey. He was a man. A comrade. Next to him in those silly blue and yellow robes was Armand. They had spoken. Armand tried to help him understand things. But there was another missing. Lacinia. The assassin. Were they trying to distract him so that she could sneak up behind him? "Lacinia, stop it! Don't hide from him. You know how strong he is. He will take that as a threat," Armand called out. So, he had been right. But now his mind felt so muddled. Reggie and Armand were friends. Even predators didn't hurt their friends. Tim's eyes opened wide as he took in the scene with a calmer mind. He was slowing down, and then horrified as he realized he was choking the life from the female mage. He began to slowly lay her down. "God, I'm sorry. Reggie, tell them I didn't mean this. I don't know what came over me. It was like I was seeing red and everyone was my prey." Reggie and his team calmed the rest of the inn down. Then, as Reggie filled everyone in, Armand took Tim to the side. "So, another transformation, huh? Any idea what triggered it this time?" Tim shook his head as he looked down at Armand. He was so much bigger now that the mage seemed little more than a child. "No, I only know that I woke up like this. It was hard to control my body. I came rushing downstairs because I heard the cry about a monster and thought I could help. At the time, I didn't realize it was me she was talking about. Then, when I was hit by that fireball, saw red, so to speak, I went on the offensive and kept having these urges to hunt and kill everyone who confronted me. It was like I needed to prove my strength and dominance. That is the bane of the bestial. Great power, but a curse that goes with it. The more deeply you drink of their power of transformation, the more prone you become to losing yourself. Too many bestials over the centuries have lost control and given in.
They became raging beasts, worse than the dungeon monsters we fight, Armand said, a sad tone in his voice. Isn't there anything that I can do? I've studied it some, but there will be those back at the guild who know more about it. They will also want to know about your second transformation, Armand said. At least tell me what you know, Tim pleaded, although he was aware that it came out more like a growl. Most bestials who retain control focus on their ability to bond with an animal and empower it, rather than the power to take on beast traits themselves. I understand that there are 4 paths of the bestial power. Each one adds perks, but at a price. You become more feral with each path. The higher your level, the more paths you have available to you. The mage stopped his answer and then asked with wide eyes, Wait a minute. How many paths are you using now? Tim thought about how to answer the question, but at least for now he decided to answer it honestly. The notification I got said that all the paths were open to me, but so far I'm only on the paths of the eagle and the bear. Armand sighed and said, It dawned on me that being level 19, you could probably access at least 3 of the paths. That would be a bad thing. But your level is probably what is saving you, since you are capable of 4 paths but have only opened up 2. Normally, the bestials who refused to forego this power limit themselves to only 1 path. It is powerful enough because they get a bonus of +5 to 1 stat all the time, depending on which path they took, and then can gain another +5 to the stat when they transform. I ended up with +5 to flexibility all the time, and in my transform state, I have +10 to hardiness. But I had to fight to control the power when I chose which path I would walk on. I only chose the eagle because the idea of flying seemed so cool, Tim said. 15 extra stat points and you only got this ability today. Dungeons beware if you ever truly master the transformation abilities. Now, do you think you could try to reverse the transformation, at least partially? It might help to calm everyone down, Armand asked. Yeah, and then Licinia won't have to keep hiding over there, ready to assassinate me if I get out of line, Tim replied. He heard the woman's groan at being discovered, and then closed his eyes to focus on his transformation skill. At first it was too daunting, so rather than trying to change all at once, he started simply. He drew in the claws on his hands. Once that was accomplished, he found it easier to remove one change at a time. Just as with other skills, he realized quickly that he had an ability to use it that far exceeded his limited knowledge. It was like it had been programmed into him. Sure, he still needed to work on practical application, but he was doing rather well with it, as it was. Within a couple of minutes, he was mostly back to himself. Try as hard as he might, he couldn't get the feathers around his neck, wrists, or ankles to disappear. And while he was no longer covered in fur, his chest and back were definitely hairier than he had been before. Interestingly, though, he still was taller, although not as tall as before. He would guess that he was at least 6 foot 10 inches. Then he remembered he didn't have to guess. He checked his character sheet, and sure enough, he was 6 foot 10 inches and 310 pounds. With the loss of his transformation, his hardiness had dropped to only a +5, leaving him at 31. It was still impressive, but not at the same level. Armand clapped, and Reggie came walking over. I got them calmed down, but it might be best if you left town now rather than waiting. That doesn't work for me. I have an appointment this morning to be fitted for some enchanted armor, albeit the smith won't be expecting me. I already paid a 10 gold deposit. I'm not going to waste that money, Tim said. The guardian frowned. You need to get back to New Rome and present yourself to Caesar, and the council will want to hear about your further changes. I'm not sure I'm going back. Certainly not until I have this all under control a bit more. I can't risk what the council might do. As far as Caesar, he has done nothing for me yet.
Be that as it may, we will have to bring you back. And even if you can defeat or escape from every sojourner in Moresco, they will just send more after you. But they will send stronger ones, and not ones inclined to like you like I do, Reggie replied. Tim stopped and thought for a minute. Given the split vote by the council before, he wasn't inclined to trust them. Then again, he didn't want to be a fugitive within his first week of arriving in Io Kusinte. So there had to be a way around this.
How about if I agree to present myself to Caesar in a week's time? That should give me an opportunity to try out my new abilities. If you could just tell me about any local areas that I could hunt in. Even better, if there is something that I could do that would be beneficial to the people here.
Reggie, Armand, and Licinia all looked at each other. That same unspoken communication passed between them. Reggie finally said, I guess that is fair. Wouldn't do to have you going all crazy when you got there. Wait, before we make any suggestions, the first thing you should probably do is bond with an animal companion. That is a much safer use of bestial power than transforming yourself, Armand said. When I changed, I only got 2 bestial skills, the transformation one and natural weapons master. Oh, that sucks. You would have to go back to the capital to find a skill rod. But wait, you said only 2 bestial skills. What other skills do you have? The inquisitive mage asked. Tim tried to save time by opening his character sheet to the party. They all got really quiet then as they looked over his sheet. Suddenly, Armand burst out again.
How the heck do you have a blood mage skill?
Yeah, and why didn't you keep that Night's Eye domination skill? Licinia asked.
I only get 7 skills, and 2 were already taken. I would have had to put points into sagacity and acuity to make Night's Eye work, so this seemed like a better option. The reload time on my crossbow is too slow, and so it gives me a ranged attack and the ability to heal myself.
Right, but you have skills from when you were a warrior, and apparently from when you were a blood mage too, Reggie said.
Remember, I don't know how any of this works. You act like it's impossible, but I don't know anything else. So, will you help me find some stuff worth fighting? Tim asked.
They peppered him with a few more questions, but after receiving more unsatisfying answers from him, Reggie finally said, So, you could try to clear some of the pests that try to sneak into the sewers from the sea, but really, at your level, the best hunting would be in the untamed land. If those wings you had actually work, you could probably fly there in like 4 hours. As long as you don't go too far in and keep those healing potions, you should be fairly safe. Of course, the life of an adventurer is never completely safe.
Okay, I will give that some thought. Now I need to see if Stephen can make me anything for this new form, Tim said.
Oh, Stephen is good. He is one of the few master smiths around here. He must have been very interested in you if he was willing to make you enchanted gear. He is one of the few craftsmen who is more interested in his craft than coins, Licinia said.
Nah, why should we be surprised by any of it? He is chaos incarnate, Armand joked.
Chapter 23. Clouds Between His Legs. A short time later, Maria led Tim back into the workshop to meet with Stephen and Morgan. It took him 20 minutes to convince her he was still the same man from the day before. He was pretty sure that she didn't believe it was him, but she was just interested to see how her husband would react. He used the excuse that it was a magical curse that he lived under. Tim wasn't sure that either of them believed him, but for the general population, there were still mysteries about what sojourners could and couldn't do.
This may present more of a challenge than you were up for, but what would be ideal would be if you could make some armor that would fit me even if my body changes in size, Tim said.
Ah, so it's a challenge, is it? Now you're speaking my language, Stephen replied. Morgan, the enchanter, was a bit more reserved. Of course, he hadn't met Tim before, but his eyes had gotten wide as Tim explained his curse that caused him to change forms.
So, I don't know of any magic that could counteract your curse, but I can place enchantments on almost anything. Dungeon drop armor automatically resizes to its owner, but human enchanters haven't learned how to duplicate that effect. Or if any have, then it is a closely guarded secret. I'm sure you more than most can see the value in that.
Tim nodded and said,
I wasn't so much thinking of armor that changes in size, as much as a set of armor that I can add or take away pieces from. Is there a way to create it with segments or plates that can be interchanged, depending on what size I am?
Let me see you move around, Stephen said. It felt a bit odd to put on a show, but Tim pulled his sword and went through some sword drills. They had been downloaded into his mind when he gained the skill. He moved quickly, and the experienced blacksmith, while not much of a swordsman himself, certainly recognized the skills of a master. After that, he focused on something he hadn't done yet. He began a transformation, focusing first on turning his hands into claws. It had been shocking to wake up transformed. It was even more bizarre to watch his hands shift. The bones moved, and his fingers grew stronger, his hands larger, and eventually, claws extended from his fingertips. A short demonstration of how he might move with just his claws was followed by a transformation of his legs. They became sturdier as he tried to duplicate the full transformation one step at a time. Next, he increased his overall size and found it was not as natural as he had assumed. He felt like his body bubbled out and then retracted, fluctuating to find the right balance. After almost a minute, he finally felt like he had it right. Judging by the looks on the two men's faces, the transformation must have looked rather gruesome. It obviously wouldn't be useful in the middle of combat if it took that long to master. A quick glance at his character sheet showed he had regained the rest of his stat buffs. His body felt powerful, but one thing was missing. He didn't have wings. Not that he missed them. He hadn't even used them, really. But the transformation that he performed forced his shoulders, ribcage, and chest muscles to reshape as though he had wings. Even without them, he was thankful that he had taken his shirt off, or it would have been ruined. His loose pants now looked more like overly long shorts because of growing over a foot. Again, he felt like he probably could alter the transformation, but he was going off of a sort of muscle memory that he had from before. He stopped to make sure the two men were not too freaked out.
Are you still in there, boy? You look like a friggin' monster now, the smith asked after the transformation stopped.
Tim nodded.
Yes, this is me.
Morgan said, I've heard of bestials, but they are pretty rare among sojourners. Never thought I would get to see one transform in front of me. That was worth my trouble coming here today just to see that.
Glad you liked it. I'm still getting the hang of this and didn't want to scare you away, Tim replied.
Not at all. Very amazing to watch, and I'm sure helpful for Stephen in figuring out his designs. Is that the end of your transformation?
Actually, I saved the hardest part for last. If you want to see the rest.
Both men nodded, obviously captivated by this. Tim focused on using his mana to force wings to grow out on his back. The skin in his back broke open, and he felt the mana converting to additional tissue as slender, fibrous bones and feathers sprouted out. It was intense. intensely disturbing to feel. Suddenly, Tim couldn't imagine making this transformation very often. Then again, for all he knew, tomorrow he would have a different class.
"So, are these for show, or can you actually fly?" the blacksmith asked. "I honestly don't know. I'm told that other bestials can fly, but this is new to me." "Kinda important to know, boy. It will definitely affect the armor that I can make you. Let's go outside and find out," Stephen said.
"I worry that my appearance will scare people out in the street,"
Tim said. "Screw them if they are so ignorant to worry. The people that matter will know you for a sojourner and respect the work that your kind does protecting us from monsters. Come on, follow me and show me what you can do," the smith said as he led his friend and then Tim out into the street. People in the street stared, and young children pointed. It was obvious he was a spectacle. Tim wanted to go back inside, but he decided that if this was his life, he was gonna own it. If they wanted to watch something, then he would give them a show to see. Tim unfurled his wings and flexed them. The vendors working food carts and merchants hawking wares all stopped and paid closer attention. Tim knew this was the moment of truth. He could overthink it. There was a part of him that was afraid to leap into the air. Men weren't meant to fly. That thought made Tim remember one of his favorite songs from Earth. It made him want to cry for a home that he would never see again. But the truth was, he had so much more here than he had back on Earth. He might have lost family that he never saw, and a few casual friends that he never saw or only knew online, but in return, he had gained powers beyond anything that he would have ever dreamed of. It was just for him to embrace. He needed to stop feeling sorry for himself and just tackle this problem. So far, he had more power than anyone else he had met. The gamer in Tim told him that wouldn't always be the case, but he was also beginning to realize that his broken trait wasn't just a handicap. It also gave him access to more skills, and thus more versatility than anyone else from what he could tell. So far, all his skills had operated on an instinctive level. There was no point in having the path of the eagle if he couldn't learn to fly. And he made the leap of faith, so to speak, that the knowledge necessary to fly was in this new body of his. So he crouched down and pushed off with his legs. At exactly the same time, he pushed off with his wings against the air. He had not willed his wings to spread wide and beat down to catch as much air as possible. He had simply willed himself to fly. But when he got out of his own way, his body knew how to make that happen. He was a foot off the ground, and his wings were beating hard. He was 5 feet off the ground, and he began to hope he was going to make it. He was 10 feet off the ground in a second, and even though time seemed to stand still for him, he could feel it working. Another second later, he was 20 feet off the ground, and he had succeeded. A pair of seconds later, and he was 50 feet up in the sky. He was no longer just beating his wings to break the pull of the surface. No, he was flying now. He felt himself naturally adjusting to catch the air currents. Each beat of his wings had purpose, and he delighted in it. The feeling pushed him up and away. Around them, he circled as he sought to understand. It was all well and good to allow his body to do this, but he wanted more. He sought knowledge and to make the process his own. He would be the master of this new body, and with it, he would become the master of the air. Childish delight surged through him as he felt the air rushing past his face. He saw with very keen sight the people below him, down to a mouse that he saw in the corner of an alley. But he was in control. No primal instinct sought to take charge. He swooped and dove, spinning in the air as he drew the eyes and gasps of those poor fools beneath him who were stuck to the ground.
Then he no longer wanted to put on a show for them. He needed to know what this body was capable of. He needed to show it off for Stephen so he could make gear for him, but that wasn't the primary purpose. No. Plain and simple, Tim needed to know for himself. He switched from casual strokes against the air with his wings to intentional pushes with all the strength he had. Soon he was streaking across the sky faster than any car could move. The city was left behind in moments as he continued to pick up speed. He wished he could see just how fast he was going. And why shouldn't he be able to? He pulled up his character sheet. Where there was a chronometer, there were now also other readings. The interface had responded to his subconscious desire. Elevation, 1,026 feet. Airspeed, 112 miles per hour. 68% of max. He willed his elevation and speed to stay in his vision as a HUD display. It took a second to get used to having the information in the corner of his eye, but he felt it was worth the change if it would keep him alive. Now, there was testing to do. He found he could only maintain his maximum speed of 164 miles per hour for a few seconds, maybe 15 to 20, depending on air currents. But during a burst like that, he could cover close to a mile. He learned he could push himself and maintain a speed of up to 75% of the maximum while not overdoing it. His stamina seemed to stay strong, and he expected that with a hardiness of 36, he could fly like that all day long. Tim then began to test more of his abilities. He found he started to get lightheaded once he passed about 18,000 feet. It might be possible to make it higher, but there was little reason for him to test it now. He could tell that his body seemed to consume a great deal of oxygen. The next test was one both of his physical capability and his daring. Tim had always loved roller coasters. Going to Six Flags a few times each summer had been a regular thing in high school. Now, he got to push himself to become his own roller coaster. At first, he would fly up to about 1,000 feet and then practice dives. As he grew more confident, he would take the dives closer and closer to the ground. The speeds he could achieve were staggering. According to his character sheet, he was reaching 150% of max speed, or close to 250 miles per hour. Almost as impressive as his speed was the way his eyes reacted to it. Whatever modifications had been made to them for the path of the eagle allowed him to take the wind in his eyes even at those high speeds. Then while diving, he could still pick out small animals in the brush. This would truly make him an impressive predator. That reminded him he had bigger game to hunt than little animals. Remembering the dear Ursi made him realize that there were true monsters in this world. Along with that came his understanding about just how far above the common people Sojourners stood. And at level 19, he should stand at the pinnacle of Sojourners. He simply needed to master his soul interface and learn how to control his trait or, if not control it, at least make the changes work for him. He needed to go back to town before going hunting. He needed supplies and some new gear. He had gold, and it was burning a hole in his soul pouch. Time to upgrade. Chapter 24. Equipping Up. As Tim flew back over Moresco, he saw many people were still watching him. Up on balconies or down on the street, it didn't matter. They must have been waiting for him to return. So, he would give them one last show. He tucked his wings in close to his body and dove straight down for Stephen's smithy. He shot through the sky like an arrow, and only at the last second did he unfurl his wings, spreading them to act as brakes. At the same time, he shifted his body so that he came in for a landing on his feet.
The talons on his feet scrambled for purchase as he slid along the cobblestone street out in front of the smithy. Stephen, Morgan, and Maria were all watching, and the extra 20 feet it took for him to come to a stop didn't seem to cost him any style points, as everyone was watching. Some small children were even cheering. A handful of city guards were near to the smithy and walked over as soon as Tim came to a stop. Stephen called out,
"These fine gentlemen here wanted to make sure you were what you claim to be, an adventurer, and not some demon of the sky."
Tim smiled. It was only fitting that the Flats should be a bit nervous of him. He would have been if a person like him had appeared back on Earth. And there were guns and armies and other things to deal with problems on Earth. Here, the city guards maintained the peace, and then armies... well, he didn't really know what armies did. But from what he had learned, it was adventurers who fought the real challenges.
"Happy to oblige,"
Tim said as he lifted his soul pouch for them to look at. Apparently that was enough for the sergeant in charge of the guards, but one of the men behind him made a strange symbol and muttered under his breath.
"What was that?"
Tim asked. The sergeant nodded. "Oh, don't mind him. He is just superstitious." The guard's eyes bulged, and he looked as though he was going to leave with the rest of the soldiers. But then he said, "Mercy upon your soul, and may we all be preserved from the prankster who gambles with the souls of men." Without another word, he stumbled back into formation and marched away with the rest of the city guard as the sergeant laid into him. Tim looked at Stephen and the others.
"What was that?"
"Ah, don't let it bother you. There are some weird ones lately," Stephen said.
"Yeah, a new cult of Asmarin, but no one knows for sure what it is,"
Morgan added. Tim figured he had enough things to worry about, so he filed that under things to think about later.
"So, did you get a good feel for how I can move in the sky?"
"Partially," Stephen said.
"What? I practically was putting on a sky show up there."
"I'll still need to know how much weight you can fly with and how armor might affect your maneuverability," the smith said. There was a glint in Stephen's eyes that made Tim think this testing might not be nearly as much fun. Flight testing was one term for what followed. Another might have been a sadistic exercise in seeing how far they could push Tim before he broke. For several hours they had him carrying varying weights and seeing how fast he could fly with them. They modified it to see how much he could lift and how badly it cut into his stamina. Then they got more creative with the tests, by having him try on different types of armor. At first with just greaves, then breastplates or chainmail shirts. Eventually, they had him try moving with different weapons ranging from bows and spears to swords. As a last stage, they had him try to carry a shield, but the air drag from that was too much, even for his strength. When Stephen finally said that was the last test, Tim had not felt so grateful in some time.
"So, get the information that you needed?"
he asked while catching his breath.
"Yeah, you are a beast for sure. I didn't expect you to do half of that stuff. I am gonna have to totally rethink armor and come up with something unique for you. The question is how much money you want to spend on this. And yes, I know you get a 50% discount,"
Stephen said. Tim thought about it for a minute. A bit was essentially $1 here. A copper coin was 10 bits, a silver coin was 10 copper coins, and a gold coin was 10 silver. So that meant that his stack of gold was well over $1.8 million.
"I would be willing to spend up to 1,000 gold if I could get some good gear, but I can't spend it all on armor. I probably need a weapon and accessories, too."
Even as he said it, Tim knew the problem. He did not know the value of things here. He had a rather excellent read on people, And Stephen seemed like a good guy. Even so, there were limits to how much you could trust a stranger. It was just that he didn't have any actual choice. Morgan whistled when he said that sum.
I can get you some great accessories, the best that human enchanters can make, for about 1/10 of that. But if you want the really good stuff, you have to buy it from the Sojourners Guild or find it in a dungeon. They control all the magical drops and won't let anyone else sell them. Only the nobles are rich enough to get their hands on some of that stuff.
And what about you? Tim asked the smith. Oh, I don't know for sure. I'm going to have to track down some rare ores, but I will let you know as soon as I do. Sword and bow are your best weapon skills, right?
That and natural weapons, Tim replied.
Okay, give me 6 days, and I will have some damn fine armor for you. Now go see what Morgan has for you, and then get off my lawn. I've got work to do.
Tim couldn't help but smile, thinking about a crotchety old man that he knew. But he wisely kept his mouth shut and walked back into the front of the shop. Inside, Maria had laid out some of Morgan's wares. There were elemental resistance rings for fire, ice, electric, and acid. Morgan explained that those were the most common elements, but that there were more rare types of attacks as well. He also had plus 50 HP rings, as well as rings that enhanced defense. Nothing really too exotic. He had a cloak that granted plus 20% to stealth, but that wouldn't really help him since his wings would get in the way, and he had no stealth skills. The same for anything related to the shoulders. He was going to need custom-made gear to go into slots like that, given his unusual anatomy now. There were the earring slots, but he wasn't yet ready to take that plunge, so that left him with the neck, waist, legs, chest, wrists, face, rings, feet, and face slots. Since he couldn't wear chest armor or even regular shirts because of his wings, they decided on a leather harness for his chest. It only had a minimal perk, but it wasn't that expensive. Harness of Defense. Weight, 1.0. Defense, 4. It would give him defense equal to or better than actual leather armor, but was really just 2 bands of leather across his chest. Since it didn't restrict his movement, it was perfect. One thing stuck out at him.
Why doesn't it have any requirements? Tim asked.
Oh, yeah. You probably have only seen dungeon drop gear. We don't have to worry about any of that. Gear made by a human enchanter is completely free of restrictions. Even a newborn babe could use our gear. No discrimination with us, Morgan answered proudly. The next item that Tim chose was a belt that increased his flexibility. Belt of Dexterity. Weight, 1.0. Flexibility, +2. Once again, the buff wasn't that significant, but every little bit counted. If Tim got the chance to redistribute his stat points again in the future, then he could take his gear into account when making those decisions. For his neck, he bought a choker. There were a few more powerful medallions, but they didn't seem to make sense, given that he would be moving through the air and in close combat. Something hanging off of him was a bad idea. The neck piece was actually one of the better pieces, but he didn't know how much use he would have for it. Only time would tell. Choker of Mana. Weight, 0.1. Mana, +10. Mana Regeneration, +8 per minute. Most of his money went on buying matching rings for both of the elements. Each ring added +20% resistance to the respective elements, so at least he could reduce damage by 40% if he had the right set on. The HP rings weren't any better than what Charles had already given him, so he just kept that. For his face, he got a pair of goggles. He didn't need them for the wind protection, but they had one useful trait. Goggles of the Hidden. Weight, 0.2. Chance to detect hidden compartments or doors, +40%. The piece he got for his feet came pretty cheaply because apparently
Most people wanted boots, and these were only anklets. But with his new feet, he would need very specialized footwear, or he was going to be barefoot all the time. Then again, they might not be worth much to him when he was flying. Anklets of speed. Weight, 0.4 each. Movement rate, plus 20%. His last purchase was the hardest for him. The bracers that Charles gave him improved archery, but given that he had a master-level skill, that might not be as important. These, he hoped, would come in handy more often. Bracers of handy power. Weight, 1.0 each. Defense, 1 each. Right wrist, plus 2 base damage to any physical attack made while wearing this. Left wrist, plus 2% accuracy to any physical attack made while wearing this. Penalty, minus 10 HP each. May not be replaced by magical gear. At first, Tim had wondered why these didn't cost far more. But then he realized with the penalty that most flats could not spare the HP loss. Even he wondered if it were worthwhile, but then he figured he would find out. He saw his current build as a damage-dealing one, and so he leaned into that further. Now that he was fully equipped, Tim thought about going back to the inn, but he decided it was probably a better idea not to. He went out and bought some rations, which he stored in his soul pouch, and as well as a tent. Because of his discount, he only ended up spending 18 gold, 6 silver, and 4 coppers for all the upgrades. He was very satisfied. While that feeling lingered, he took to the air. At his maximum speed, it would be 2 hours to the untamed lands. But he didn't want to push that hard, so he settled into a nice, easy 120 miles per hour. And when he saw the low mountains, the ones he had been told marked the border with the unwelcoming home of monsters, he began to look for a landing spot. He circled around and finally settled in near a copse of trees. He hadn't seen a soul around, and wasn't really worried about a wolf or similar animal. He felt more than capable of taking care of that. After setting up his tent and eating some of his trail rations, he settled in and fell asleep quickly. The day's exercise and excitement made sure of that. As he slept, he had dreams of hunting monsters. Chapter 25. Untamed Lands. The next morning, after Tim ate and cleaned up his camp, storing everything inside his soul pouch, he leapt into the air. If not for his new form, he would have been forced to go through tightly guarded passes in the mountains. The peaks were not exceedingly high, but quite steep and unpassable except in 3 locations. Each of those paths was protected by the Terran army and a contingent of sojourners who worked directly for Caesar. A stray thought went through Tim's mind that caused him undue stress. It was actually more than a little convenient that he got the bestial class right now. From what he had been told, this was the only class capable of flight, at least over long distances. With any other class, it would have taken much longer to get to the untamed lands, and he would have had to deal with the guards at the mountain passes. There was no way that he wanted to think that Cal Dakota was helping him out, but a tiny part of him wondered if the patron had foreseen what might happen and given him this class change at this time. Maybe everything that he thought was so random wasn't, in fact, that at all. Of course, that would mean either one or possibly both of 2 things. First, it meant that Cal Dakota was messing with him far more actively than he had feared, rather than just being an observer. Second, it could mean that Cal Dakota was actively trying to help him, maybe for reasons that he couldn't fathom, but still helping him. It almost felt like a type of plot armor that occurred in bad movies, books, or video games. It was too much to think about. Now he was soaring overhead, cruising at an altitude of just over 10,000 feet,
and only the highest of peaks caused any problem. Weaving and riding the air currents was exhilarating. Tim couldn't believe how natural this felt. The feeling of freedom was intoxicating enough to make his earlier dark thoughts seem distant. As he cleared the few miles of the mountain range, he saw lush, grassy fields. He didn't know what he expected, probably some type of scorched wasteland filled with monsters. Or, failing that, perhaps a jungle of unclaimed wilderness which hid unspeakable terrors in its midst. Certainly not hills of some of the most perfect-looking farmland. Tim was certainly no expert in running a country, but he couldn't imagine how the rulers of Terra hadn't tried to seize this up. Even after facing the monsters that were the Dear Ursi, he had trouble worrying about this as he came upon it. Or perhaps it was because he had faced them. Reggie and the others had acted as though the Dear Ursi were fearsome foes. Reality had been vastly different for Tim. Even with his inexperience, they had put up minimal resistance to him. He knew he had years of gaming experience, but only an overgrown fanboy would think that would somehow translate into actual combat readiness. He had simply outmatched them in terms of power. Even with that thought in his mind, Tim wasn't an idiot. He took the warnings about this place seriously. He scanned the horizon continually, looking for threats below and threats in the sky. His keen vision came to his aid this time. He saw what at first appeared to be some birds headed his way. As he tracked them, it looked like they rose from about the same spot on the ground and then formed into a flock of sorts. There were 6 of them. He only managed a quick glance at the spot they had come from, but it looked like a series of caves dug into a hillside. As they got closer, he realized they looked like pterosaurs. Flying dinosaurs would have been cool enough if it weren't for his suspicion that they were hungry, and he probably appeared to be the main course. They had to get a bit closer before he could use Assess, but once again his new vision allowed him to access it at a greater distance than normal. He only had time to scan the leader before they closed in the air. Leatherwing, level 8. Partially domesticated. HP 150. He likely could have obtained more information, but the quarter-mile between them closed in seconds, and their battle was joined. Tim had to make a snap decision. From what he could tell, it looked like he was faster than them, but if they were going to interfere, then he could not fly across the untamed lands. Better that he stake his claim to the sky. As they first streaked past one another, the beasts reached out with the talons of their legs. Their arms were their wings and didn't look like they could attack. If he guessed correctly, they depended upon surrounding prey, latching on with their talons and then finishing them with their long mouths full of razor-sharp teeth. Tim was at no such disadvantage, though. He spun and twisted as he flew through them and lashed out at each of them in rapid succession. 3 felt his claws land on them, while not one of them was able to latch onto him. Given their respective levels, it wasn't surprising that each hit was critical. Each of his attacks caused rips in the enemy from his claws. One was sent plummeting to its presumptive death on the ground far below, after he tore into the muscles that controlled one of its wings. Both sides spun around and came back at each other. Tim climbed to gain altitude so that he could add extra speed by diving down. The power of his first claw attacks had been substantially increased by the sheer momentum generated by his flight, each blow having landed for between 60 and 70 damage rather than the normal 36 a critical claw strike should cause. He didn't need any more health, but since it was a ranged attack, he figured he would try a life tap on the closest Leatherwing, although range might be a stretch given that he could only use it from 30 feet. At least he could blast one of them before they closed, and it might disorient them some. Besides, he wanted to see what using magic felt like. As he dove to meet them, he timed it to hit the front Leatherwing with life tap.
Tim was pleasantly surprised when he felt the rush of mana and a purplish-black bolt shot from his outstretched hand. He was even more surprised when he learned that the rules for criticals apparently applied to spells, too. The spell caused 90 damage and gave him 45 temporary HP. The impact on his foe was even more dramatic than just the damage. The creature squawked and tumbled in its flight, taking out another one of the creatures, and both fell to their death. Meanwhile, Tim swooped amongst the predators and lashed out. Knowing where to aim better this time, he sent the last 3 to their deaths as he tore away at their flight muscles. He pushed himself to calm down. This level of power was overwhelming, but he knew it couldn't always be this easy. If for no other reason than it wouldn't be entertaining for Cal Dakota. Almost as if in response to his thoughts, he saw another dozen of the pterosaurs rise into the air. Tim realized that while he could probably handle all of these, if he stayed up here, he was going to draw more and more attacks. Flying was fun, but it was making him too visible, and he needed to descend. With his mind made up, Tim tucked his wings and dove hard for the ground, the 1,000 feet of elevation disappearing quickly. He was soon leveling off to avoid a crash as he flew a mere 30 feet above the ground. This close to the ground, he could see that the green landscape full of a variety of plants was also pockmarked with large chunks of jet-black basalt. The leatherwings were up and circling around looking for him. They didn't seem to have his keen vision, or he assumed that they would have been on him by now. It didn't seem like his good fortune could hold out forever. Eventually, one of the creatures would have to spot him. So he finished his descent and landed near a large piece of the rock. The circling overhead of the pterosaurs only increased as they began to make an ever narrower circle over his position. He wondered about the behavior, but only one corollary came to mind. The conduct so reminded him of vultures. Maybe the leatherwings had seen him, but were simply circling because there was something more dangerous down here. That put Tim on high alert immediately. His vision was the sense most enhanced, but in this form, he had also noticed another sensory increase. He could smell more acutely than before. It wasn't too sensitive if he didn't focus on it, but now he tried to draw in the air more deeply. He tried to sniff the air, seeking to determine if there were any creatures around him. He didn't see any signs of danger, nor did he smell any creatures. Well, there were some small animals, rodents, that seemed to run along the ground in the area. None of them burrowed into the ground, even though they were fleeing from him. It was peculiar. The more he searched without finding anything, the more nervous he got. Tim summoned his sword out of his soul pouch. His claws were effective and did close to the same damage, but they didn't have the range that the sword offered. Without knowing what to look out for, he had to take the most cautious route. After a few minutes, the tension started to get to him. It wasn't his nature to be patient. Growing bored, Tim leaned his back against the sizable chunk of basalt he was using for cover. He was almost to the point of just wanting to step out and shout a challenge for whatever unseen danger lurked nearby. Almost, but not quite. His sense of self-preservation was mostly overpowering his boredom. Suddenly, he felt something against his back. It was like a snake had slithered along his back. Reflexively, he jumped away from the rock and went to swat the offending presence off his back. But there was nothing there. He looked at the rock. Nothing was alive on its surface either. At least, not anything that he could see with his enhanced vision. He tentatively put a hand against the basalt again. There it was again. This time, he realized it was a pulse from within the rock, not a creature scurrying along its surface. Pressing his hand against it, he could feel the movement beneath. Maybe movement was the wrong word, though. It felt more like blood pumping through a vein.
As he held his hand there for a few seconds, he even began to feel a rhythm to it. It occurred to Tim that this might not be a safe thing to do, but there was a part of him that felt like all the surrounding monsters were beneath him. He pushed out with his Master Assess skill. Since the danger didn't seem imminent, Tim took his time and held the skill, pushing more mana into it and trying to gain as much information. He felt the sensation of something clicking into place in his head, and then the description popped up.
Igneous Elemental. Level 14. Highly Territorial. HP 450. Highest stat, Hardiness 46. DR//Pierce 25. DR Fire 150. DR Blunt 10.
The rock was starting to rumble more. The ground around it was crumbling around it, and Tim had to jump back. He tried to wrap his head around the stats. The creature had HP comparable to his own, but was 5 levels lower. What was problematic was the amount of damage resistance that it had. His primary forms of attack were with slashing weapons. If he understood the results of the Master Assess, then the monster would resist the first 25 points of slashing damage he inflicted. He didn't know if that was over a certain period of time or per strike, but he opted to assume the latter. Tim scrambled back and had to think this through. If he had more time to master the transformation skill, maybe he could have come up with a form that would have dealt with it. He could certainly fly away, and he doubted anything moving as slowly as this thing was now would be able to prevent his escape. So, he decided to try his hand at it. With his sword at the ready, Tim continued to watch the creature pull itself up out of the ground. The more he saw of it, the more defined its shape became. The body was more like an egg, with no defined neck or head. Inside the egg, there were 2 glowing red eyes that were near the top of its body. 3 arms extended out of its sides as the basalt flowed like lava to form the appendages. The egg-shaped torso was about 8 feet tall, and the total body was around 12 feet tall after 3 legs grew out of its lower body. The arms were about 5 feet long, with a thumb and 2 fingers at the end of each arm. Tim had waited to attack for fear that the ground would crumble at his feet, and he would end up stuck in the earth. He grimaced as he realized that he could have taken to the air and attacked from there. Chalk it up as a learning experience. Given the creature's high strength, Tim preferred to see how it moved before he went on the offensive. The elemental pulled itself up out of the ground and slowly moved towards him. An odd, toothless maw opened up, and it bellowed a challenge at him. It started moving faster, but its 3 feet didn't seem to be designed for quick movement. The long legs made for gigantic steps, but from what he had seen so far, Tim would have no trouble staying out of its reach. As soon as he felt he had the measure of the creature, Tim rushed in and swung his sword at one of the outstretched arms. He made instant contact, and for the first time, it wasn't a critical strike. The impact felt like he had just hit a tree with a baseball bat. It reverberated back through his arms without causing any harm, but definitely distracted him. This was one of those moments where power and experience were not the same thing. A seasoned warrior would have gone with the blow to slide around the creature. Tim was not a seasoned warrior, though, and instead, he tried to catch himself and stop the shaking. That momentary delay was enough for the elemental's body to spin like a top on its legs and crash into his chest. He felt ribs crack, but fortunately not break, even if all the wind was knocked out of him and his body doubled over, flying 30 feet and sliding even farther across the ground. He was immediately grateful for the 45 temporary HP he had absorbed earlier, because the blow hit him for 117 damage. And even with the boost, it took more than a quarter of his HP in one go. and he didn't even think that had been a critical. If sword and claw were all that Tim had available to him, he likely would have flown off at that time. He contemplated what he thought of as a strategic retreat to consider his options rather than outright running with his tail between his legs. But he still had other options, and so he quickly cast Life Tap on the creature. Fortunately, the first one landed for a critical, and the elemental didn't seem to have any resistance to it. 90 damage was a fifth of its health and of equal value. It restored another 45 of Tim's health. If he had the time to spare, he would have dislocated his shoulder now, patting himself on the back for deciding to take this skill. 2 more casts were fired off in rapid succession before the creature had made it more than halfway to him. Luck was on his side, and the first was a critical hit, while the second was just a regular hit. The 3 spells had now added up to drain exactly half of the monster's health, and had pushed him to full health and beyond. Tim checked his mana, and as expected, each cast cost him 20 mana, so he only had enough left for 4 more before he would need 2 minutes of regen to get enough for another cast. He had to make it pay, so he backed up, firing off the spell twice more, and praying to RNG that he would get some more crits. Once again, he got a mixed bag and ended up with 1 regular hit and 1 crit. The elemental was down to 20% health, but it started doing something new. Its eyes flared brighter, and the oversized mouth on its front began to look more like the inside of a furnace than a cavernous hole. Tim didn't know if it was about to breathe fire on him or spit lava, but he didn't want to find out. He scrambled backward as quickly as he could and fired off another life tap. It wasn't a crit, and thus not enough to kill the monster. That gave it enough time to cough, tremble, and then hack a giant loogie at him. As disgusting as that might sound, the reality was those 10 pounds of molten rock flying through the air was far more terrifying than a snot rocket. The increased flexibility that came with Tim's path of the eagle saved him as he bent backward, twisting out of the way of the projected magma. He wasn't entirely graceful as he stumbled over a sharp rock protruding out of the ground. He had been scanning the area around him and hadn't noticed that before when backing up, but that didn't keep him from falling on his backside. He realized he might survive molten rock to his face, but he sure didn't want to try it. That gave him enough motivation to fire off another life tap. He didn't even pay attention to whether or not it critted, because it was enough to finish off the beast either way. The creature became porous and then crumbled to pieces. The glowing eyes faded away even as a molten core was revealed. Tim realized he had won this time because of good fortune. Had he picked different skills, he wouldn't be here. He couldn't even really claim good planning. Oh, sure, he had decided on a ranged attack, but it had been more about wanting to experiment with a cool magical skill. He had been too sure of himself, and he almost got his tail handed to him by a creature that was 5 levels lower than him. He lay there pondering how he could or should have handled the fight differently. But that line of thought was broken up by 2 simultaneous observations. First, there was a group of a dozen humanoids looking at him. He thought of them as humanoid, in that they followed the general shape of a human, but they clearly weren't people. Their bodies were bent at all kinds of awkward angles, and he wasn't even really sure how well they could move if they tried to stand upright, but they didn't. Instead, they moved along the ground on 2 feet and 1 hand, rolling from knuckle to heel. The other hand held a club with a spike run through the top of it. The nails on the fingers were long and deeply yellowed, and the creatures' tongues hung out of their mouths, which were full of jagged yellow teeth. Upon closer observation, the tongues were barbed on the end. Most disconcerting was the way they mumbled like patients from some old-time sanitarium.
grind, chew, kill, meat, eat, quint.
Then he heard another say with a bit more lucidity,
Quint gives meat.
Moaning and clear groans of desire erupted from the others. All of this would have been terrifying enough if it weren't for the second observation that Tim made. That rock that had tripped him began to pulse. Seconds later, the ground around him began to shake. All he could think was, "Curse me for a fool." Chapter 26. Enemies of Humanity. In an instant, Tim recognized what that trembling meant. He jumped to his feet and used Master Assess on the ghoulish creatures who were headed his way.
Mimar Scavenger. Level 5. Social creatures. HP 60.
Tim snorted when he saw those stats. He pondered spending a second more using Assess to find out if the creatures had any special abilities that he needed to know about, but as it was, they didn't look like they would present any challenge. A part of him said it was arrogant to ignore the potential risk, especially after he saw what the igneous elemental could do. The rumbling in the ground worried him far more, though. He looked around, and his fears were realized. This wasn't just one elemental rising up. No, there were at least a dozen of them clawing their way up out of the ground. It burnt him he was going to have to run so soon after arriving in the Untamed Lands, but without a new tactic, his odds of survival would be pretty slim. Fortunately, the rock creatures were slow-moving and still clawing their way out of the ground. That gave Tim a chance to test out these other creatures. And he almost forgot. He needed to loot the igneous elemental. Looking at its remains, he mostly saw a pile of crumbled rock. The magma core had spread out, but there was still that glowing orb that had been at its core. He ran at the Mimar, who all rose up onto their back feet, ready to attack with their spiked clubs. He was getting used to combining his legs and his feet to move faster. It didn't hurt that the new anklets he had picked up enhanced his speed by 20%. He had forgotten to check the difference when he was flying, but he had been running his entire life and felt the difference immediately. The gap closed in 3 steps, propelled by his wings. Right before he struck, he extended his wings and pulled up short. The twisted creatures looked even more gruesome up front with their gray skin and bent bodies. The front 3 all swung at him, and not one of them managed to get close. The sudden change in his momentum caused him to be outside of their range. They weren't as lucky, though. The longer reach of his sword allowed him to slash through the enemies, one after another. Given the level difference, each strike was an auto-crit, and he left 3 headless enemies behind him. He closed the distance then with the last 3. They swung, but he either danced around them, or their blows were too weak to pierce his defense, his high hardiness combined with the defense of his harness to keep him from taking a point of damage. Again, not so for the Mimar, as, within another heartbeat, the last 3 lay on the ground. Sword or claw, it made no difference. Each left a fallen foe in its wake. Tim looked over and saw that there was a cluster of the creatures, perhaps 30 strong, that was gathered a few 100 feet away. They clearly didn't want to enter the area where the elementals were. That reminded him, while the other igneous elementals were still not fully out of the ground, they would be shortly. His short slaughter of the 6 Mimar had given them another couple of seconds to get free. Tim waved his hand over each of the Mimar and commanded, "Loot." He held little expectation for what he might get from them, but he didn't want to waste the potential. Much to his surprise, he was notified that he now had a stack of 6 gold nuggets. Tim had no idea what the ratio between a coin and a nugget was, but gold had to be worth something. Maybe these creatures weren't worthless after all. He was just glad that the auto-loot function hadn't given him the creature's spiked clubs or their loincloths. There were only a couple of seconds now before the first of the elementals were free of the ground, so he rushed over to the remains of their fallen comrade. He waved his hand and again looted it. The glowing orb disappeared into his soul pouch. He had been a bit worried it would be too hot to loot. The notification told him he got an igneous elemental core grade B and a stack of red phosphate ore times 12. Tim was not a chemist, but he had heard of white phosphorus weapons in some of the more modern video games. He had a stray passing thought to wonder if this were connected to that, but he figured he would have to wait for a later day. Tim took to the air. He figured this would give him more time to collect his thoughts. He still didn't want to leave the Untamed Lands, but he recognized that there were some creatures here he wasn't prepared for. As he double-checked the loot he had obtained, he found something gruesome. It was odd that he hadn't received a notification for it, but there it was in his inventory all the same.
Human infant femur. This bone is covered in bite marks. It has likely been used as a toothpick by the Mimar who was carrying it.
Tim wished he hadn't seen that. It was grossly morbid, and he felt compelled to pull the bone out of his soul pouch and look at it with his own eyes. Holding it now, he could imagine that this had to have belonged to a small child. The bite marks were obvious, and perhaps half the bone had been gnawed away. A shiver ran down Tim's spine. He was almost numb and knew there were two ways that he could respond to this now. Apparently, Cal Dakota realized that too, because he suddenly got a flashing quest notification. It popped up forcibly in his head as though it had been slammed through a wall just to get to him. So much so that he missed a flap of his wings and had to catch himself.
Enemies of humanity. Investigate the Mimar. Learn if there are other victims. Free them if possible. Avenge them if not. Rewards. 1. XP plus 350. 2. Depending upon the results, 1 item of rare or higher quality. 3. Depending upon the results, 1 minor favor token.
Now he was truly baffled. The notification felt off for some reason. When it popped into his head, he had a stabbing headache for an instant. It disappeared as quickly as it appeared, but he would have called it a migraine if it had lasted more than a second. Then there was just something off about the wording of it. He couldn't put his finger on it. There was something missing, a certain snarkiness that he had come to expect in many of the notifications he obtained. At least the ones that weren't simple assessments or loot drops. Tim didn't know exactly what it was, just that it was off. He just wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not, only that it interested him. The more he thought about it, the more he was interested in it. The Mimar were flinging rocks at the igneous elementals with predictable results. The elementals were completely impervious to the projectiles, whereas the Mimar didn't enjoy any such resistance to the globs of magma that were spat at them. More than one of the twisted creatures went down screeching as they were burnt to death. Even as gruesome a death as that was, Tim couldn't feel any sympathy for them. Not only because of their monstrous appearance, but from the presence of a human bone, and that of an infant to boot. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that if he could wipe out a camp of these Mimar creatures, he would be doing all of humanity a favor. They might not earn him much XP, but the gold nuggets for loot certainly provided an incentive. With that in mind, Tim watched their battle with the elementals. Most of them fled after the first exchange, but a couple called down some of the Leatherwings, who seemed to be domesticated animals to the Mimar. Only a few of the Pterosaurians obeyed, and those that died were soon burnt to a crisp, but it bought time for the rest of the ghoulish creatures to escape. Tim watched as they were followed by the elementals. Once again, the hulking creatures were powerhouses, but they were not able to keep up with even the shambling motions of the Mimar. The number of Mimar was greater than he had originally estimated, with at least a couple hundred scurrying into an 8-foot-high hole they had dug into the ground. He guessed it was some type of burrow, and that they were likely hiding until the elementals went away. A grin crossed Tim's face. The spirit of the predator animals was strong in him, and he dove for the entrance to their warren. In his mind, tightly packed together prey only made it easier for him to kill them in great numbers. The enemy screeched at him as he entered their tunnel. It didn't make him comfortable walking into a tight space that was barely taller than he was, but the predator mind was on him. Besides, he had a quest to investigate these things, and they literally crapped out gold when he killed them. What could go wrong? The first couple that tried to attack him met swift ends. Each fell to a single sword slice. Tim reminded himself that they might not always fall that easily, but he wanted to make the most of it. Once free of the tunnel, the space expanded rapidly. He was quickly within a 50-foot-wide room that had 6 tunnels leading off it. Only a dozen Mimar were left inside the space. The others must have fled into one of the tunnels. What caught Tim's eye more than anything were the 3 emaciated humans that were clothed in little more than rags and tied to wooden stakes in the center of the room. Tim didn't know what the reasoning was for keeping them like this, but he intended to free them. He got another notification but didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he flew across the room on a few rapid strokes of his wings and cleaved the head of the first Mimar he encountered. He wanted to get them all before they could flee, and he was able to hit all but one with a claw or blade. The last he had to spend mana to take down with a life tap. Tim then moved to the humans, who cringed back from him. As he got closer, he saw they were 2 women and a man. Actually, barely more than children. He put their age at between 15 and 17. The dirt and malnutrition that they suffered from made it very difficult to judge for sure. All 3 of them pulled back from him as he got closer, and Tim didn't know what to do. He tried speaking to them in the most comforting tone he could manage. "I'm here to help you." It didn't seem to help. He saw what might be a flicker of recognition in their eyes, but it was buried under a mountain of fear. It was almost like they wanted to believe what he was saying, but had already given up all hope, and so couldn't muster any now. Rather than keep trying to soothe them, Tim moved swiftly to cut their bonds. Even then, none of them moved far from the stakes they had been tied to. But at least he got a new notification. Enemies of Humanity 2. Upgraded quest. The problem appeared to be bigger than you originally expected. You may complete level 1 of the quest and receive appropriate rewards for freeing these 3, or you can continue to investigate the Mimar. Learn if there are other victims. Free them if possible. Avenge them if not. Upgraded rewards. 1. XP plus 450. 2. Depending upon the results, 1 item of rare or higher quality. 3. Depending upon the results, 1 minor favor token. 4. Depending upon the results, title and faction boost. For one brief moment, Tim thought about how easy it would be to decline Part 2 of the quest and just gain an easy 350 XP. It was tempting, if only because it would be the first XP he had gained since being in this world. What good was a game world if he couldn't gain XP, after all? He could have even justified it to save the 3 wretches he had just freed. There was little chance that the 3 of them would do well out on their own. But he decided that there must be more to the story. The 3 seemed content to stay by their stakes, even without being bound. So,
For now, he would go in and explore a bit more.
Chapter 27. Into the Warren. After taking one more look at teens groveling next to the stakes they had been tied to, Tim went over to explore the 6 tunnels. Each of them seemed to have an equal traffic pattern. Muddy edges showed where many of the Mimar had climbed into each of the tunnels. There were no signs of anything being pulled along the ground, so nothing distinguished one tunnel from the next. Tim mumbled to himself, "Great, so I have to count on luck." Then, after double-checking each of the tunnels, he added, "Any humans left are so screwed." Given how unlucky he felt lately, Tim decided there was no good way to pick which tunnel, so he just started with the one on the far left. A quick jump got him up into the tunnel. He was grateful that he could stand upright without having to bend over, but he had to keep his wings tucked tightly against his back. He didn't have the dark vision skill, but his enhanced vision now was definitely better than it would have been back on Earth. For now, he could see clearly, but he wondered how long that would last if the light got dimmer inside. He also made a point of focusing on his sense of smell. No sooner had he done so than he regretted it. The fetid smell made him gag. It was a combination of sweat, offal, and human waste. These creatures had little idea about sanitation. Tim vomited a bit in his mouth from the smell, but kept going. As he walked, he thought through the situation. He didn't want to go back. The quest had some suitable rewards, and nothing he had seen from these creatures was any threat to him. A part of him was screaming that it was sheer idiocy to go into a dungeon alone. He weighed his options and decided to go forward. It would be stupid of him not to take this opportunity. And there was one other factor. This wasn't a game. If there were actually people inside being kept prisoners by these monsters, then he wanted to do something about it. He hadn't made it very far before he found his first enemy. 2 Mimar were crouched in the tunnel eating something. At least it didn't look like a person, so Tim breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stepped forward quickly, thrusting out his sword. The tunnel provided enough room to walk, but swinging a sword would still be limited. Fortunately, the pointy end worked just as well as the edge for these creatures. A couple of thrusts, interrupted by some brief screeching, marked the end of these 2. If the enemy hadn't known which tunnel he was in, they did now. So he looted his 2 gold nuggets and then sped up. So far, the tunnel didn't branch off at all. Tim kept glancing back, but he never saw anything behind him, so it seemed all the enemies were up ahead. After a few more minutes, he reached what looked like the end of the tunnel. It opened into a large, cavernous area. It was maybe 100 feet across and had a series of honeycombed caves going up 4 stories. All over the place he saw Mimar. Most appeared to be sleeping, but some were eating, some were squabbling in non-lethal fights, a couple were rotting, and a few were on the main floor around 3 more stakes with humans tied to them. Those Mimar were busy tormenting the humans, poking them with sticks, pinching at them, and otherwise being awful. As he took in their living conditions, it was truly disgusting. These things were animals that didn't deserve to be treated as sapient beings. Even if they were, their imprisonment and torture of the humans clearly made them his enemy. He didn't know if there were other organized races on Io Kusente, but so far, he had no reason to feel sympathy for any enemy of humanity. Something caught his eye, though. He noticed that 2 of the Mimar were a bit larger than the others. One was stooped over like the rest and seemed somehow older. It had an assortment of feathers and bones dangling from leather straps all over its twisted body. The other stood up more erect and had broader shoulders. In fact, It looked a bit like a bodybuilder who had been skipping leg day. Rather than the spiked club that he had seen most of the Mimar scavengers carrying, it held an axe with a crude metal head and a rough-hewn handle. Since there were no guards posted, Tim hadn't been noticed yet. While he wanted to rescue the humans, he also didn't think it would hurt to take another minute and scout out the situation as best he could. From what he could tell, there were likely a few hundred of the Mimar here. While individually they didn't pose any threat, he worried that with enough of them, they could pull him down. A quick assess revealed that the other two were, in fact, other types of Mimar.
Mimar Shaman. Level 7. Social creatures. HP 60. Mimar Chopper. Level 8. Social creatures. HP 100.
He assumed the shaman was a healer who created a new danger. The chopper was 3 levels higher than the scavengers, but still had low HP. Unfortunately, even though it was less than a quarter of Tim's HP, it was still more than he could kill with a single blow. So now, the question became what to do. Then he noticed something else. As he was examining the shaman and chopper, he realized there was a crude altar of sorts in the middle of the 3 stakes. It was flat stone stacked atop a pile of other flat stones, but was stained with blood and adorned with human skulls like something out of an Indiana Jones movie. His decision-making was taken away from him, though, as a sudden screeching by a pair of Mimar scavengers revealed he had been discovered. It was now or never. Tim decided that luck favored the bold, and he needed as much help with his luck as possible, so he stood from where he had been crouching in right outside the large chamber and sprinted directly at the stakes, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Banzai!" It was lame, but it was what popped into his head at the moment. The rest of the Mimar were caught in shock as they heard first the screech, and then a second later, his shout. To them, he must have been large and intimidating. This was good, since intimidating was what he was going for. He crossed the nearly 50 feet to the center of the chamber. At the halfway mark, he quickly cast Life Tap, targeting the shaman. Maybe boldness was the key, or the fact that he was 12 levels higher and the spell auto-critted, but he downed the shaman with one spell. The extra HP was absorbed as a buffer, and he went straight for the chopper. Instead of meeting him head-on, Tim took advantage of his wings when he was 10 feet away, and he sprung into the air. The momentum carried him up and over the head of the chopper. His sword blow slashed heavily into the shoulder of the arm holding the axe. 43 damage. Tim landed behind the chopper and kicked out, knocking the wounded creature over. He lashed out with claw and sword, cutting the ropes that held the 3 prisoners. Once again they were young, probably late teens. And just like before, it was 1 boy and 2 girls. Fortunately, 2 of them seemed a bit more alert. One of the girls even pleaded,
"Please, save us!"
Tim didn't take the time to respond to that. He hoped his actions would speak louder than words as he went to town, clearing a space around them. The Mimar formed a circle around him, but kept backing up from his blade. There was no doubt they wanted him dead, but none of them seemed to want to be the one to attack first. Without the shaman or the now unconscious chopper to command them, the scavengers did little more than hiss at him. When the teens didn't start moving, Tim snapped, "Get ready! I will cut a way out of the tunnel, but I can't carry all 3 of you. Not while I'm fighting." The boy and first girl got up on their feet in compliance, but the second girl simply moaned on the ground. The boy said,
"Saha, you have to move!"
The standing girl tried to help her companion up, and both nearly stumbled back to the ground, except that the boy caught them. The previously catatonic girl cringed and pulled away from the boy with a screech that was nearly as bestial as the Mimar. The first girl simply said,
"You know he didn't have any choice.
Let him help you. We can escape.
Tim couldn't spare much of his focus on the three struggling teens, but he was at least tracking their progress. Once they were all up, he reached out his hand and cast Life Tap at one of the scavengers in front of the way out. The dark aura of the spell killed his target and made the others around it jump back. Then, on a whim, he kicked over the stone altar. That seemed to drive the creatures crazy as they all started shouting in outrage. Again and again they chanted, "Quint! Quint comes! Quint kills!" Whoever or whatever Quint was didn't appear, so Tim used his free arm to move the teens towards the tunnel. Fortunately, all three of them seemed intent on escaping now. They ran as best as their weak and emaciated forms allowed them to. So far, all the scavengers seemed intent on fixing the altar, and none attacked him. Once they made it to the tunnel, he yelled, "Run! I have to cover our backs!" Even then, he was able to move defensively down the tunnel almost as quickly as they could run. They only reached the entry room a few seconds before he did. The screeching down the tunnel was getting louder. It seemed at least some of the Mimar had been overcome by rage at the desecrated tunnel. Their fury was overcoming their fear, and now they were charging after Tim. He wished for a fireball or grenade, or anything that could have targeted the beasts. Inside the tunnel, it would have been like shooting fish in a barrel. But alas, none of his skills would work for that. Then a thought crossed his mind. He didn't know how much time he had, but he decided to take the chance and opened his soul interface. He looked at the transferable skills and then cursed aloud. He knew the Blood Mage class had to have some AoE skills. Hell, he had used one of them inadvertently. But they didn't show up on the list of available skills. Tim had no idea why he could use some Blood Mage spells but not others. It pissed him off, but not enough to stand there idly, waiting to be overwhelmed. The big problem now was what to do with all 6 of them. He was quite sure he could carry 3 of them, at least over a short distance. They were little more than skin and bones. But there was no way that he could manage 6 of them. The first 3 weren't moving still. They remained huddled against their stakes. Tim asked the 3 who were at least on their feet, "What's wrong with them? Don't they want to escape?" The girl, Saha, spat at him. "You wouldn't understand." The other girl stroked her hair and said, "He isn't to blame. He is here trying to save us." Saha mumbled, "Too late for that." The boy explained, "These others are broken. They won't get up." Tim was then forced to make what might have been the hardest decision of his life. He had been an office worker. No one relied upon him to decide their fate. Now, though, he held the lives of these kids in his hands. There was no time for a long moral debate, so he did what felt right. Scooping up the 3 that were standing, he rushed for the short tunnel that led to the outside world. They all squirmed, and Saha outright struggled against him, but they were weak to the point of helplessness compared to Tim. Still, he snapped, "Stop it! I'm trying to get you out of here!" When the sunlight hit their faces, they all winced and closed their eyes, raising arms to shield their faces. Tim used the distraction to spread his wings and leap into the air. Their combined weight couldn't have been more than that of his 8-foot frame, but he didn't know now how far he could fly with them. Tim gained enough altitude to get them over the elementals, who were still milling around outside the warren. That actually turned out to be a good thing. When the scavengers poured out of the tunnel, they drew the attention of the elementals, and soon the 2 factions were fighting one another. All the while, Tim was trying to gain more height. This was the first real physical struggle he had experienced since being an Kusente. His wings clearly were not meant for carrying this much weight, but he strained on, groaning with the effort. That was before the Leatherwings started to chase him. One managed to strike his back, but the extra HP he had from Life Tap absorbed the damage. The wound still made flying harder, but 3 Life Taps were enough to end the creature attacking them, and so he flew on, limping, or whatever the equivalent was in terms of flying. He strained and pushed to make it as far as he could, and it paid off. Soon the warren was far behind them, and they were coming up on the mountains. Tim knew without a doubt that he wouldn't be able to carry all 3 of them over the mountain, so he started looking for one of the passes. Certainly the guards there could take the kids if he dropped them off. This time his eye adjustments came in handy. The eagle-eyed telescopic-like vision found one of the guard outposts in nothing flat. It was only a couple miles away, so he doubled his efforts, trying to get them there before his strength gave out. He heard shouts below as they started to descend. He half expected them to shoot at him, but apparently whoever was in charge had the ability to recognize they weren't enemies. Tim landed with the 3 kids and soon was surrounded by soldiers wearing the insignia of the Terran army. Behind them were 4 sojourners. Even without assessing them, Tim recognized the difference. Chapter 28. More to the story. The guard captain said, "Who are you? What's going on here?" For a few seconds, Tim just stared at the man. He couldn't believe what sort of idiotic question that was. The only thing he should have been doing was taking care of the obviously injured teens. Once he allowed the sheer stupidity to wash over him, Tim replied, "Questions can wait. You need to get some blankets, food, water, and medical care for these kids. They were being held prisoner by the Mimar." The captain sputtered, "What? The Mimar don't take prisoners." Tim wanted to facepalm himself or slap the man silly. "I don't care what you think you know. I just fought my way into their warren to get these 3 out. Now you need to take care of them. That is what you are here for, isn't it? To protect the people of Terra." The captain clearly got angry at that point as he stepped up to Tim. Looking up at his face, a flash of concern crossed his face, but the anger overwrote that. "I don't know who you think you are, but I don't take orders from you." The soldiers were on edge as Tim and their captain argued. Tim noticed their hands moving to swords. A bit farther back, he could see crossbows raised and ready. This was getting out of hand quickly. Then one of the sojourners stepped forward. "Sergeant Samsel, why don't you take the kids and get them checked out?" The captain spun on the sojourner, his anger suddenly redirected. "You forget yourself. You answer to me, not the other way around. That is the contract you signed when you joined the army." "We didn't join the army. We signed a contract with the military to provide support at the passes," the sojourner said. Tim took the opportunity to examine the man. He was wearing a leather top and pants but had pouches all over his clothing. The sole pouch he had showed the same white rabbit that was on Tim's. It was the first time that he had seen another one with the mark of Cal Dakota. "You know who my family is. If you realize what is good for you, then you will do what I say," the captain replied. "I know who your family is. I also know that you are the youngest son. You aren't the heir or running the family business. You are the token military officer sent out so that your family could show support for Caesar. I don't have any patience for this crap anymore. So either you are going to have an accident, or you are going to find out from this man what happened." Tim grew tired of watching the interaction. His back was still healing up from where the leatherback had attacked him. Worse, the weariness of fighting and then the frantic flight to carry the teens to safety had caught up with him. He felt like he could fight or do whatever was necessary, but at the same time, He was overwhelmingly tired.
Thanks for getting those kids some help, but there are others stuck in there. I could use some help to clear out their warren. The scavengers are only level 5, but there are so many of them I worry about being overwhelmed,
Tim said. The other sojourners came up behind their leader. A second, smaller man was wearing leather armor just like the first, but had a curved blade on his back and daggers all over his person.
So, this guy is claiming that he fought into the Mimar Warren by himself. I'm not claiming anything, and if you have a question, then you can ask me straight up,
Tim snapped back. The leader said, And have you figured out what level he is yet? The knife wielder squinted, and then got frustrated.
He is too high for me to say for sure.
The first sojourner said, And you are level 8, right? So that means he has to be at least level 13 for you not to scan him, right?
You know I am, so why ask?
The rogue asked. Tim chuckled.
He was asking for my benefit and to prove a point. I'm level 19 and a probationary member of the Sojourners Guild.
The woman behind them in gray robes blurted out,
How can you be level 19 and still a probationary member?
The fourth member of their team said, He must be the new first-gen we heard about. Tim shook his head.
I didn't realize that gossip would have spread out here.
Their leader said, Perhaps introductions are in order. I'm Marcus, a level 10 elementalist. The lippy little dervish is Lavelle, and you already know his level. Our resident healer is Eden, a level 9 spiritualist. And the big gossip over there is Dennis, a level 8 knight.
The only elementalist I've met so far wears robes, but good to meet you, Marcus. I honestly don't even know what all the classes are for Sojourners, only that there are 16 of them. I'm obviously bestial. Oh, and my name is Tim.
So, you've met another elementalist. Anyone that I would know? Marcus asked.
His name was Armand.
Ah, the Silver Eagles. How did you meet them?
They needed a fourth for a mission, so I went along. Or rather, the guildmaster twisted their arms to allow me to go with them. Now I was waiting for some armor to be made for me and Moresco and thought I would check out the Untamed Lands for myself,
Tim replied. Fair enough. But they must have really rushed you out into the field if they didn't even explain the class system. You know about the rule of 4s, right? Marcus asked.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that I learned.
Okay, well, it applies to the classes too. There are 4 types of classes, each with 4 individual classes. Tanks, damage dealers, mages, and healers. I'm sure you already understand that elementalists are one of the 4 mage types, but there are also blood mages, arcanists, and summoners. Tim nodded along. He was eager to learn anything he might about the class system, especially since he was worried that he would keep switching between them. Of course, he wasn't sure if he was going to switch 16 times and then be done, or if he was going to keep changing for as long as he was alive. Marcus continued passing on his wisdom. Dennis is a knight, and that's in the tank group the same as Guardian, like Reggie, the leader of the Silver Eagles. There are also Warrior and Berserker. Do you understand what the job of the tank is? Tim grinned as he answered,
Yeah, we have games in my homeworld that follow the same rules.
Lavelle snorted,
Ugh, games. This is hardly a game out here on the border.
Tim saw Marcus roll his eyes as he continued. Lavelle is feisty, but correct. It can be extremely dangerous here on the border. Monsters are constantly trying to find a way through the mountains, and while many turn back, there are always some that test our defenses. Speaking of Lavelle, he is a dervish, which is a damage-dealing class just like Bestial, Licinia's Assassin class, and the fourth option is Archer. That only leaves the healer options. They are sadly the rarest of classes, which makes them the most in demand, Marcus said.
And don't you forget it,
Eden said while looking at Marcus. Unsure what the team dynamic was here, Tim said, I got that from the problem Reggie's team is having with recruiting a new healer, even though his team seems to be fairly well known. Adventurers are all the same. They are all about the glory. The Silver Eagles are famous because they take on missions that they think will win them renown. Wait, I thought you were all adventurers, Tim said. Nah, there is a difference. We are all sojourners. We even belong to the same guild. But some of us work for society. Like us. We are taking our turn working with the military to help guard the border. Without us, there would be many more incursions into Terra. Most of the country, or even the world, think of sojourners as adventurers, treasure-chasing adventure jockeys. But not all of us are like that. Many, in fact, settle into rather boring jobs. And some of us find ways to do our duty for our country, Marcus replied. By the tone of his voice, Tim could tell that this was a long-running debate. I thought adventurers were necessary to help hunt monsters. The guild would have you believe that. But if they all just joined the military, we could wipe the monsters out. Instead, they want their independence. And so they only take on the fights that they think will benefit them. Sure, it is good that they kill some monsters here and there, but most of them go after the monsters who get through. Just ask one of the guild leaders why they have stopped sending teams into the Untamed Lands, Marcus said. Tim wasn't sure what to say. He was hearing a second side to the story of how the guild worked. For now, he would just have to reserve judgment. He didn't know what to believe yet. So, what are the 4 healer classes? Eden took over responding.
I'm a spiritualist. My healing focuses on working with the inner power of mana and what makes us different from the non-sojourners, although my healing will also work on them. Some believe that spiritualists were created to be the priests and priestesses of the patrons, and we are the only class that you will hear talk about the patrons as though they might actually exist. Since you are first gen, I assume you must have heard the voice of at least one of them. Don't worry, you aren't going crazy. They do exist, and don't let these meatheads tell you otherwise. Just because they can't see or touch something doesn't mean it isn't real.
Does that mean that spiritualists are connected to the Patronites? Tim asked. Marcus whistled, and Lavelle said, Oh, now he's gone and done it. Eden's face was red now as she replied,
Hardly. Patronites are idealistic fools who believe that patrons are our makers, and that you first-gen are champions they sent to save us. It is all rather naive. We spiritualists realize that while the patrons exist, they are simply powerful spirits that embody a set of ideals that people have. Whether we create them with our belief, or whether they exist independent of that, is a matter of some debate. We don't worship them. We acknowledge their existence,